Chapter 588. Yixing had disappeared, but the martialists were still in shock. Yixing had come from the East Divine Continent's Bloody Edge Empire. Instantly, all the martialists turned to look at the martialists from the Bloody Edge Empire. Mo Jian, what explanation do you have for the Bloody Edge Empire? One of the monarchs from the Great Yuan dynasty stepped forward and shouted angrily. It was the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. The anger of the monarchs made all the martialists tremble. The martialists from the Bloody Edge Empire were even more aghast. They were afraid that the Great Yuan dynasty would take its anger out on the Bloody Edge Empire. Honorable Mo Jian remained calm as he said, "Your Highness, I only accepted Yixing into the Bloody Edge Academy because I saw that he had great talent and potential. I have already asked Your Highness about this matter. Now that Yixing has become an enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty, he has committed treason. From now on, I will expel Yixing from the Bloody Edge Academy." Your Highness, please calm down. Meng Yuansheng had witnessed the genius selection of the East Divine Continent. Honorable Mo Jian had indeed told Meng Yuansheng that he wanted to recruit Yixing into the Bloody Edge Academy. At that time, Meng Yuansheng had not stopped him. Meng Yuansheng said coldly, "Is it enough to expel him from the Bloody Edge Academy?" Honorable Mo Jian said, "When Yixing comes out, I will personally capture him and hand him over to the Great Yuan dynasty for punishment." Meng Yuansheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It's fine if Yixing dies. However, if Yixing doesn't die, the entire Bloody Edge Empire will pay the price." Honorable Mo Jian's eyes twitched slightly as he said, "Yes." At that moment, a surging aura suddenly erupted in the sky, immediately attracting the attention of all the martialists. The source of the surging aura was Wei Qingxian. Her cultivation had actually broken through to the 9th level of the Astral Dipper realm. All the martialists were shocked as they looked at each other. Was there a mistake? How could an 8-star venerable break through to the 9-star venerable realm for no reason? Even for a king's mandate, it would take around a year to go from an 8-star venerable to a 9-star venerable. If they wanted to break through, they would need a quiet environment. But Wei Qingxian just sat there and didn't move. Apart from fighting, she was just watching others fight. She had mysteriously leveled up. It was truly inconceivable. Outsiders might not know, but Wei Qingxian knew very well. Although she was defeated in the battle with Meng Yuanzhen, a power had awakened in her bloodline. It was this bloodline power that allowed her cultivation to break through to the 9th level of the astral realm unknowingly. Furthermore, Wei Qingxian could still feel the surging power of her bloodline when she made a breakthrough in her cultivation. It would be of great help to her cultivation breakthrough. According to Wei Qingxuan's estimation, it wouldn't be long before her cultivation base would have a breakthrough, and she would become an astral-reaching venerable. When I became a martial saint or a Daoist, my memories would awaken. Moreover, when I became a Daoist, I would awaken even more memories. I hope that at that time, I would be able to recognize who I am. Wei Qingxian thought to herself. With the awakening of her memories, Wei Qingxian understood a little about her previous life. However, it wasn't comprehensive. This feeling made her feel very perplexed. An 18-year-old 9-star venerable. The martialists of the Blood Edge Empire were the most shocked when they saw Wei Qingxuan's breakthrough. In terms of cultivation base, Wei Qingxian was even more heaven-defying than Yixing. While the martialists were still in shock, another light gate appeared in the void of the array. A voice resounded from the void of the array, "The void gate to the outer realm Starland has been opened. Let's go." Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianghu, and the others immediately moved, entering the void gate one by one and disappearing. After a short while, the void array gate and the void array space in the sky all disappeared. There was nothing left but the void. According to the usual practice, the geniuses who entered the outer realm Starland would return after 3 months. The geniuses who entered the inner realm Starland would return after 6 months. In the following time, the martialists in the Starry Sky Arena could only wait. The Supreme King Meng Tai said a few words to the great Yuan dynasty's martialists, then left with the kings, returning to the Star Continent through the teleportation array. Yixing had entered the inner realm Starland. Regardless of whether Yixing could return or not, the Supreme King Meng Tai would first kill Yixing's entire family to vent the hatred in his heart. Yixing passed through the Void Gate. His surroundings were filled with light. He could feel that he was moving rapidly. Soon, Yixing felt that he had stopped. The light around him disappeared. He looked around and realized that he was in a spacious underground hall. Such dense astral spiritual qi. Yixing was surprised. He immediately realized that the astral spiritual qi here was extremely dense. It was more than 100 times denser than the middle sky continent of the Star Continent. The source of the dense astral spiritual qi was the spring water in the middle of the hall. The spring water was milky white and slightly transparent. It looked similar to the star crystal spiritual milk. However, the low-grade and middle-grade star crystal spiritual milk that Yixing had obtained couldn't be compared to the spring water in front of him in terms of astral spiritual qi density. As expected of a inner realm Starland. Such a good place. This spring water should be enough for me to cultivate to the peak of the astral realm. Yixing was overjoyed as he thought to himself. He looked around and realized that there was a passage in the corner. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down beside the spring water in the middle of the hall and started cultivating. The battle in the Starry Sky Arena had consolidated Yixing's cultivation of Astral 8th stage. As long as he had enough astral spiritual energy, Yixing's cultivation would continue to break through. At the same time, Yixing activated the black hole star vortex in his dantian, absorbing the star energy in the spirit spring to cultivate using the star energy in his body. Yixing's cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Late stage of astral star realm, peak stage of astral star realm. 9th level astral realm. In just over half a month, Yixing's cultivation had naturally broken through to the 9th level of the astral gang realm and became a venerable 9-star. After half a month of absorption, only less than half of the spring water had been consumed. Yixing continued to circulate the falling star incantation, absorbing and cultivating. After breaking through to the 9th level of the astral realm, Yixing's cultivation continued to advance by leaps and bounds. Mid-stage of the 9th level, late stage of the 9th level, peak of the 9th level. Yixing only stopped cultivating when he reached the peak of the 9th level of the astral realm. He looked at the spring water and saw that there was less than 1/10 of it left. This little bit of spring water was useless for Yixing to break through to the astral reaching realm. Yixing directly put it into his storage ring. When he returned to the Star Continent, this spring water would definitely be a peerless elixir for astral reaching realm cultivators to increase their cultivation base. After breaking through, Yixing's astral wind had also improved. Yixing could feel the surging power in his body. In the hall, Yixing stood beside the empty spring water and closed his eyes, feeling the fire yuan qi in the surrounding void. Suddenly, Yixing raised his hand and pointed a finger. Fiery red yuan qi gathered at Yixing's fingertip and condensed into a cluster of flames. Chapter 589. Star Continent. East Divine Continent, Truxian Region, Qingyun Region. In the past, a king from the Middle Heaven Continent came to the Luoxing Kingdom. Lord Gao Han of the Duan clan, the patriarch of the Duan clan, a 3-star king, had come to the East Divine Continent under the orders of the great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai, to exterminate Yixing's entire clan. The East Divine Continent was the territory of the Dark Star sect. In order to avoid provoking the experts of the Dark Star sect, the supreme king Meng Tai had specially dispatched the 3rd-level Star Sea Realm Duan Gao Han. From this, one could see the fury in his heart. His desire to exterminate Yixing's entire clan was extremely intense. The Supreme King Meng Tai was the only 4-star King Realm warrior in the Star Land. 3-star King Realm warriors had an extremely high status in the Great Yuan dynasty, and there were no more than 5 of them. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, was determined to kill Yi Xing's entire clan by sending monarch Gao Han here. Duan Gao Han, why did you come all the way from the Central Sky Continent to a remote place like the East Divine Continent? Just as monarch Alpine arrived at the Luoxing Kingdom, a voice suddenly resounded as a person blocked his path. This man was bare-chested and muscular. His black hair reached his shoulders. He was none other than the left emissary of the Dark Star sect, Black Biao King. The High Frost King's expression changed. He was a 3-star king, but someone had approached him without him noticing. If it were not for the Black Tiger King, he would not have known about the latter's existence. What does it have to do with you? Your Dark Star sect shouldn't meddle in other people's business. The High Frost King glanced indifferently at the Black Tiger King and said, "To be able to trouble a 3-star king like you to come to Yi Xing's birthplace, it seems like the Great Yuan dynasty already knows about his identity as the Demon Star of Troubled Times. Meng Tai actually sent you here. He really attaches great importance to this matter." The Black Biao King said as he looked at the Alpine King like a tiger staring at its prey. The Supreme King had long predicted that your Dark Star Church would interfere. That's why he sent me here to exterminate Yi Xing's entire family. With me, the High Frost King, taking action, your Dark Star Church won't be able to stop me. Lord Gao Han said coldly. As a 3-star king and one of the top experts of the Great Yuan dynasty, he was not afraid of the Black Tiger King. You can't. Go back and tell Meng Tai that from today onwards, the East Divine Continent is the territory of my Dark Star sect. No one from the Great Yuan dynasty is allowed to set foot in it. Even Meng Tai is no exception. The Black Tiger King said indifferently. What does your Dark Star sect amount to? Even my Duan royal clan can compare to it. Do you think you're qualified to fight against the Great Yuan dynasty? Today, this king will exterminate all 9 generations of Yi Xing's family. Let's see if you can stop me. Lord Algan roared furiously. He extended his palm and slapped at Black Tiger King. As soon as the Alpine King made his move, the water Yuan Qi in the world was controlled by him and condensed into ice. It transformed into a huge icy hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed at the Black Tiger King. The Black Biao King stood there without moving, but a fierce wind suddenly blew in all directions. The wind was like a blade, spinning non-stop, forming a huge vortex with his body as the center. When the giant ice hand was still 100 meters away from the Black Biao King, it was sliced apart by the wind blade vortex and began to shatter. In the end, the giant ice hand did not even touch the Black Biao King's body. It barely managed to stretch out 10 meters before it was completely blown into ice shards by the wind blades. Your wind momentum has actually reached such a level. Lord Algan's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. The wind blade vortex formed by the wind momentum alone was able to break through Lord Algan's icy stellar wind and the ice momentum, as well as the water Yuan Qi formed the giant ice hand. It was clear that the Black Biao King's comprehension of the wind momentum was much higher than Lord Algan's comprehension of the ice momentum. One sword seals 14 states. A mystic weapon sword appeared in Monarch Gao Han's hand as he executed a mystic high-grade sword technique. The Middle Sky Continent was divided into 14 states. This sword technique meant to seal the world in ice with one sword. It was the strongest sword technique. With the dark weapon in hand, Lord Algan's strength multiplied. His icy chi became even stronger, turning everything within 10 miles into ice. Whoosh! When Lord Algan attacked with his sword, he used his astrology. An extreme great ice star hung high in the sky, adding to the icy chi. A 3-star king attacked with his full strength. As soon as the sword light appeared, countless icy swords appeared and slashed in all directions, covering a radius of 10 miles. Crack! Wherever the sword energy passed, a huge crack would appear on the ground. Then, it would turn into an icy canyon. You still dare to attack when you know that my wind momentum is close to perfection. The Black Biao King shouted coldly as his figure disappeared like the wind. Lord Algon's strongest attack missed. It did not even touch the corner of the Black Biao King's clothes. Don't run if you have the guts. Lord Algon shouted coldly as he attacked the Black Biao King with another ultimate sword technique. Whoosh! The swords flashed like meteors as they shot out more than 10 miles and arrived in front of the Black Biao King. You overestimate yourself. The Black Biao King waved his hand, and a dark palm print shot out. It instantly turned into a dark wall that blocked the attack. The dark astral force in the void was instantly drawn by the Black Biao King, forming a dark wall that was even sturdier than an iron wall. Clang! The swords hit the dark wall with a crisp sound of metal clashing. However, the dark wall did not move at all. There was no damage at all. How is this possible? Lord Algon was shocked. He knew how powerful his attack was. It could not even break the Black Biao King's dark wall. This meant that there was a huge gap between their strength. Lord Algon was shocked. He immediately retracted his sword and retreated. However, it was too late. A dark palm print shot out from the dark wall and slapped at Lord Algon. The speed of the dark palm print was so fast that Lord Algon could not dodge it at all. Bang! Lord Algon was hit by the dark palm print, and his body was sent flying more than 10 miles like a cannonball. Puff! Puff! Lord Algon's protective ice shattered instantly. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air. He was heavily injured by the Black Biao King's attack. Whoosh! Lord Algon used the force of the Black Biao King's attack to retreat quickly. A pair of mystic wings appeared on his back as he moved like a stream of light. Black Biao, the Supreme King will fight you personally. Lord Algon's voice came from afar. The Black Biao King stood in the air and looked at Lord Algon's retreating figure. He did not chase after him. Although he wasn't afraid of the Daoist Supreme King, the Dark Star Church was still inferior in terms of overall strength. Most importantly, the Dark Star Church wasn't completely united at the moment. He didn't want to start a decisive battle with the Dark Star Church at this time, so he didn't pursue the High Frost King. The Black Biao King's hope was on Yixing. Only when Yixing fully matured would it be time for the final battle with the Daoist dynasty. Extraterritorial Star Zone. A smile appeared on Yixing's face as he looked at the flame on his fingertip. It was a real cluster of flames. It was not a flame formed by combining the power of fire with the astral energy. It meant that he had activated the fire Yuan Qi. A venerable 9-star who could activate the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and communicate with the power of heaven and earth was a half-step venerable one. Chapter 590. Yixing's fire, wind, and darkness grand forces of heaven and earth had all reached the great success realm. He had reached the unity of heaven and earth realm. This was a comprehension that only supremacies could achieve. His comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth had reached the unity of heaven and man. Communicating with the power of heaven and earth was naturally a piece of cake. First, it was the fire elemental energy, then the wind elemental energy, then the darkness elemental energy. Yixing quickly activated the 3 types of elemental energy in the universe. Most warriors could only activate one type of heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Only a very small number of warriors could activate 2 types of heaven and earth Yuan Qi. As for martial artists who could trigger 3 kinds of heaven and earth origin Qi, they were even rarer. Yixing was able to attract 3 types of heaven and earth origin Qi. This meant that if the amount of heaven and earth origin Qi he attracted was equal, his strength would be 3 times that of other warriors. He would have a great advantage. Of course, it did not mean that a warrior who could only draw upon one type of heaven and earth origin chi would be weaker than a warrior who could draw upon multiple types of heaven and earth origin chi. The control of heaven and earth yuan chi was closely related to a warrior's cultivation and understanding of the heaven and earth's power. If one could draw upon enough heaven and earth yuan chi, even if it was only one kind of heaven and earth yuan chi, it would be able to display great power. There was a saying in martial arts that the most important thing was the quality, not the quantity. The same principle applied to the activation of heaven and earth yuan chi. Yixing raised his hand and the profound weapon, golden rock spear, appeared in his hand. A half-step venerable realm expert could barely activate the power of a dark weapon by using the chi of heaven and earth. Yixing's three worldly forces were all in the unity of heaven and man state, which was equivalent to a supremacy. Even if his cultivation was not as high as a supremacy's, the amount of worldly chi that he could draw upon was not inferior to a supremacy's. Therefore, Yixing had enough strength to unleash the power of the golden rock spear. With the golden rock spear in his hand, Yixing could clearly feel the power contained within the golden rock spear. If I had my current strength in the battle for Providence in the Starry Sky Arena, I wouldn't have needed to use all my trump cards to kill Meng Yuanjun. One spear strike would have been enough to kill him. Yixing thought to himself. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to when he was in the 8th level of the astral realm. The unity of heaven and man could only unleash its full power when the heaven and earth yuan chi was activated. Yixing was much more powerful than other half-step venerables after becoming a half-step venerable. Ordinary venerables could not be compared to him. The voice in the formation said that I have entered a mid-level extraterritorial starland and that I will be going on an adventure with the young geniuses of the Starry Crescent land. I have been here for a month and I have been staying in this cavern. I don't know what this mid-level extraterritorial starland is like. Yixing put away the golden rock spear, glanced at the exit of the hall, and strode towards it. The exit was a long and winding cave. Yixing walked for over 10 miles before he finally walked out of the cave. The entrance to the cave was covered with green vines. If one didn't push aside the green vines, they wouldn't be able to see the cave entrance behind them. The cave was located at the foot of a mountain. Outside the cave was a dense forest. The dense canopy blocked the light and the forest was a little dark. This darkness was nothing to Yixing. His eyesight was strong and he could see very far. After carefully observing the forest, he couldn't even differentiate between north, south, east and west. He could only choose a direction and walk in it. This forest was extremely vast. Yixing climbed over one mountain after another and walked through one valley after another. There were towering trees everywhere. Even when Yixing climbed to the top of the mountain and looked into the distance, he could only see the boundless forest. He couldn't see the end of the forest at all. Yixing chose a direction and kept moving forward. No matter how big the forest was, there must be an end. If he kept moving forward in one direction, he would walk out of the forest sooner or later. In this unfamiliar environment, Yixing didn't dare to fly in the sky to avoid danger. He kept walking through the forest. He walked for 2 days and 2 nights. On the 3rd day, although he still hadn't walked out of the forest, he finally met another warrior. To be more precise, he was stopped by another warrior. There were a total of 3 warriors blocking Yixing's path. They all looked very young, about 18 or 19 years old. They were all less than 20 years old and had already stepped into the astral realm, prolonging their lifespan. Their cultivation auras leaked out. 2 of them were half-step venerables, and the other had already stepped into the astral reaching realm. He was a 1-star venerable. Yixing guessed that since they came to the extraterritorial star continent from the star continent's Starry Sky Arena and were less than 25 years old, then the warriors from other continents should be the same. Therefore, these 3 should be younger generation geniuses who were less than 25 years old. In the star continent, The highest cultivation among the younger generation geniuses under 25 years old was only at the 9th level of the astral realm. Yixing had only broken through after coming to the extraterritorial star continent. Because his comprehension of the worldly momentum had reached the realm of one with the world, he was able to quickly draw the yuan qi of heaven and earth and become a half-step venerable. And of the 3 people in front of him, 2 were half-step venerables, and 1 was even a true venerable who had passed through the thunder calamity. Yixing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The younger generation geniuses of a mid-level continent were indeed not comparable to the younger generation geniuses of a low-level continent like the Star Continent. Yixing looked at the 3 young warriors who had suddenly blocked his path. He cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Brothers, may I ask how to get out of this forest?" The 3 didn't answer, but their gazes were firmly fixed on Yixing. Yixing waited impatiently. Just as he was about to ask again, the 1-star venerable in the middle finally spoke. "I have never seen you before. You are not from the 7 great sects." The 1-star venerable said word by word, looking a little puzzled. Only the 7 great sects of the Starry Crescent land were qualified to send people into the extraterritorial star continent. Before entering, the younger generation geniuses of the 7 great sects had met each other. Yixing didn't belong to any of the 7 great sections. Zhuoqiushan looked at Yixing for a while and compared him with the younger generation geniuses of the 7 great sects who had entered the extraterritorial star continent. He was sure that the person in front of him didn't belong to any of the 7 great sections. After Zhuoqiushan finished speaking, the half-step venerable on his left said, "Senior brother Zhuo, could he be a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect in disguise?" Zhuoqiushan nodded at the person who spoke and said, "Who cares if he is a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect in disguise? Let's capture him and slowly interrogate him." Cheng Jin, Leng Man. After saying that, Zhuoqiushan glanced at Yixing. His meaning was obvious. Cheng Jin and Leng Man, the 2 half-step venerables, looked at Yixing with their eyes lit up. Their auras suddenly burst out. Yixing frowned and said, "I don't know you and we don't interfere in each other's business. Why do you want to capture me?" Cheng Jin and Leng Man chuckled and didn't answer Yixing. Instead, they attacked Yixing at the same time. Chapter 591. Although they were half-step venerables, Cheng Jin and Leng Man both had dark weapons. Cheng Jin's dark weapon was a sledgehammer, while Leng Man's was a long saber. Both of them used their astrology at the same time. Surging astral power poured down from the extreme astrology. Both of them unleashed their full strength without showing any mercy. Cheng Jin's dark weapon sledgehammer was like a mountain pressing down. Just the pressure from the air was no less than a full blow from Venerable 9-star. Leng Man's long saber was extremely fast. Before the sledgehammer fell on his head, the long saber was already at his waist. If Yixing dodged the attack of the profound weapon saber, then the profound weapon sledgehammer in the sky would immediately change direction. Wherever Yixing dodged, the sledgehammer would attack. If Yixing did not dodge, not only would he have to face the long saber's attack, but he would also have to face the sledgehammer's attack. Apparently, the 2 of them often fought at the same time. They cooperated very well. Moreover, both of them were very powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary half-step venerables. They were definitely not below Meng Yuanjin. If they worked together, they could definitely compete with ordinary venerables. At least, a 1-star venerable would be flustered if he encountered Yixing's current situation. It would be difficult for him to deal with the 2's joint attack. Yixing didn't dodge the joint attack of the 2 of them. Instead, he stood as still as a mountain. Whoosh! A terrifying aura burst out. There was even a flame burning outside Yixing's body. The golden rock spear appeared in his hand. He stomped the spear on the ground beside him. Yixing held the golden rock spear with the spear on the ground. His aura was like an unshakable mountain. Clang! At this moment, the dark weapon's long saber arrived. Because it was blocked by the golden rock spear, the saber slashed on the spear. Sparks flew in the air. Leng Man's saber was so powerful that even a one-star venerable had to dodge it. However, Yixing stomped on the ground with the spear. He was as still as a mountain. The saber did not shake Yixing's figure. Hit! A loud shout came from the sky. Yixing had blocked Leng Man's blade, but he was immediately struck by the Xian weapon's sledgehammer. Yixing did not panic. He suddenly raised his other hand and waved it above his head. In an instant, a violent wind blew, forming a hurricane vortex that was pulled to the side. This was the result of Yixing circulating the wind power of the state of one with the world to the limit. The wind power he drew upon formed a hurricane whirlpool. It was extremely powerful. When the profound weapon sledgehammer fell into the whirlpool, it was immediately pulled to the side and smashed towards Leng Man's head. Leng Man was about to attack Yixing a second time with the dark weapon long saber in his hand. Suddenly, a huge hammer pressed down on him. His expression turned into one of shock as he exclaimed, "Senior Martial Brother Cheng." Leng Man instantly withdrew his saber and slashed upwards. When Cheng Jin saw that the hammer in his hand did not hit Yixing and instead smashed towards Leng Man's head, he was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his strength. Bang! When the dark weapon long saber and the dark weapon sledgehammer collided, there was a loud explosion and sparks flew everywhere. The dark weapon long saber buzzed from the impact. Leng Man's qi and blood were in turmoil and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could his hurried saber be compared to the strength of Cheng Jin's hammer? If Cheng Jin had not withdrawn his strength, this hammer would have seriously injured him. Get lost! At this moment, Yixing shouted coldly and the golden rock spear in his hand swept out horizontally. Cheng Jin and Leng Man had hurriedly withdrawn their strength because of the exchange of blows. At this moment, when faced with Yixing's sudden attack, how could they be fully prepared? The two of them barely managed to put their dark weapons in front of them and were hit by the golden rock spear. The golden rock spear whipped past the dark weapon long saber and the dark weapon sledgehammer, creating a line of sparks. The terrifying power ruthlessly passed through the two dark weapons. Swoosh! Swoosh! Cheng Jin and Leng Man's bodies shook as they were pushed back by the power of the spear. In the air, the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them were indeed powerful and were not inferior to Meng Yuanjun. However, for the current Yixing, they could not withstand a single blow. Cheng Jin and Leng Man flew back for a few miles before they could stabilize their bodies. They landed on the ground and looked at Yixing, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Their strength was already outstanding among the half-step honorables and they could defeat ordinary half-step honorables. When the two of them joined forces, they were comparable to an ordinary one-star honorable. However, they were defeated by a half-step honorable of the same level. This shocked the two of them. Even among the 7 major sects of the Starry Crescent Land, geniuses with such combat strength were rare. Yixing did not chase after Cheng Jin and Leng Man. Instead, he looked at the one-star honorable Wuxia Xianxia. When Cheng Jin and Leng Man were defeated, Wuxia Xianxia exploded with a terrifying aura. His aura locked onto Yixing. If Yixing continued to attack Cheng Jin and Leng Man, he would have to face a terrifying attack from Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia's aura was extremely frightening. It was far from being comparable to an ordinary one-star honorable. Even if Yixing was confident in his strength and was not inferior to an ordinary honorable, he was still very wary of Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Yixing's feeling was right. Wuxia Xianxia was a genius disciple of the Celestial Palace. Even if he had become an astral-reaching honorable, he still had the strength to challenge those with a higher level. Moreover, Wuxia Xianxia was not only qualified to challenge those with a higher cultivation base, but he could also defeat those with a higher cultivation base. An ordinary 2-star honorable would not be able to last more than 10 moves in front of Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia stared at Yixing and said, "The Big Dipper sword sect doesn't have such a powerful half-step honorable." "You? Who are you?" Yixing asked, "And who are you?" Wuxia Xianxia said, "I'm a disciple of the Celestial Palace, Wuxia Xianxia." "The same goes for those two. Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. If you have some connection with the Celestial Palace, I'll let you go. If you don't, you'll have to bear the consequences of injuring my disciples." Yixing murmured, "Celestial Palace?" Wuxia Xianxia saw this and was shocked. He shouted, "You don't know about the Celestial Palace? You're not a martial artist from the Starry Crescent land. This extraterritorial star continent was a mid-level extraterritorial star continent. Under normal circumstances, only the geniuses of the Starry Crescent land could enter. It had always been controlled by a few of the most powerful forces in the Starry Crescent land. However, there were exceptions. Whenever there were geniuses from the lower continents near the Starry Crescent land, there was a chance that they would come here. Although such a situation was rare, it would happen every once in a while. Wuxia Xianxia's eyes were like knives as he stared at Yixing and said, "Which star continent are you from?" The Starry Crescent land was only one of the lower continents near the Starry Crescent land. Wuxia Xianxia knew that there were a total of 8 lower continents near the Starry Crescent land. Chapter 592. I'm indeed not a martial artist from Starry Crescent land. As for which continent I'm from, you don't need to know. Yixing looked at Wuxia Xianxia cautiously and said, "I just want to leave this forest. We have no grudge against each other. Why do we have to fight to the death?" The corners of Wuxia Xianxia's mouth curled up. He sneered and said, "Trash from an inferior continent, how dare you lay your hands on the treasures of an intermediate extraterritorial star continent? Here, your existence is a mistake. You should die." Yixing's gaze sharpened as he said coldly, "There's still room for negotiation. I'm new here and don't want to get into trouble. But this doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. If you insist on fighting to the death, the ones who will die, may be you. Is that so? You're the first half-step honorable who dares to speak like this in front of me." A dark weapon halberd suddenly appeared in Wuxia Xianxia's hand, and his power multiplied. Wuxia Xianxia pointed the dark weapon halberd at Yixing and yelled coldly, "No half-step martial highness would dare to be so presumptuous in front of me, Wuxia Xianxia. Moreover, you're just a piece of trash from an inferior continent." Swoosh! Starlight flashed between Yixing's eyebrows as he used the extreme flame astrology. His power increased tremendously. The golden rock spear shone brightly as the tip of the spear pointed at Wuxia Xianxia. Yixing shouted, "Since you want to fight to the death, bring it on." Yixing had nothing else to say. He was not afraid of a fight. "Then, you shall die." "Hee hee." Wuxia Xianxia sneered as the dark weapon halberd in his hand shone with a yellow light. With the power to destroy mountains, he struck down with the halberd. It was a strong earth momentum, and the earth vital chi was extremely dense. When the halberd struck down, it was not inferior to a real mountain. Even an ordinary honorable would be suppressed in an instant. "Get lost!" Yixing yelled. He used the power of fire and fused it with the power of the fire astral form. He stirred up an extremely thick chi of heaven and earth. Yixing's body was covered in flames, and his golden rock spear was completely covered in flames. His physical strength was completely unleashed, and he thrust out his spear with raging flames. The spear shot out like a dragon, like a fire dragon soaring to the heavens. Boom! The spears collided with each other, like a mountain crashing into each other, deafening. Facing this terrifying attack, Yixing did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Like a fire dragon, the flame spear directly rebounded the dark weapon halberd. "Kill!" Yixing took a step forward and shouted loudly. The golden rock spear danced like a fiery dragon as it launched a counterattack at Wuxia. Rumble 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 rumble, the spear and halberd were both Xian weapons and possessed astonishing power. Every time they collided, there would be a huge tremor and a loud explosion. Terrifying earth energy splattered in all directions. The most frightening thing was the earth and fire yuan qi that spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the earth cracked, giant trees were snapped, and even a mountain nearby was flattened by the two of them. In less than 10 breaths' time, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Wuxia was forced to retreat a few hundred meters, and the path was a mess. In the distance, Cheng Jin and Leng Man were dumbfounded. They looked shocked as they watched the two of them fight, and they were in disbelief. They had never seen a half-step honorable with such terrifying strength. Even among the younger generation of the Starry Crescent land, perhaps only the demonic genius of the Big Dipper sword sect had such a heaven-defying strength when he was a half-step honorable. However, although they were shocked, they were still confident in Wuxia. After all, Wuxia had not used his astrology. Wuxia was also shocked at the moment, and he felt extremely aggrieved. With his strength, it was easy for him to suppress a half-step honorable, and there was no need for him to use his astrology. He only needed to use less than 10% of his strength. However, he was being forced to retreat by a half-step honorable, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Wuxia was in disbelief, and it was difficult for him to accept the fact. Wuxia wanted to kill Yi Xing without using his astrology, but it was a pity that he would never be able to fulfill his wish. Yi Xing was getting stronger as the fight went on, and it was obvious that Wuxia was going to lose. If he did not use his astrology, he would definitely lose to Yi Xing, and his life would be in danger. Whoosh! When Wuxia retreated 1,000 meters, he finally could not help but use his astrology. A ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into an earthy yellow star. It was the highest grade of the earth element astrology. You can actually force me to use my astrology. You should be proud of yourself. Die! Wuxia shouted loudly as he used his astrology, and his strength skyrocketed. His halberd technique was already very powerful, and Yi Xing could only win by a small margin when he unleashed all of his strength. Now, the tables were completely turned. Boom! Wuxia swung his halberd. Before the halberd's shadow reached him, the void in front of him was compressed by an invisible force, and it became solid. It made Yi Xing feel like he was shackled, and it was difficult for him to move. Yi Xing's strength was powerful, after all, and the compression of the void could not do anything to him. Yi Xing activated his astral energy, and the void around him shattered as if it was solid. The golden rock spear stabbed out like a dancing fire dragon, and attacked the dark weapon halberd. Boom! The halberd and spear collided, and the sound shook the sky. Yi Xing's body shook violently, and he immediately took a few steps back. His opponent's strength had multiplied, and it was difficult for him to fight back. Die! Wuxia had gained the upper hand with his halberd, and he laughed loudly. He used his dark-level martial technique, and attacked Yi Xing with his halberd again. Whoosh! Yi Xing used his residual shadow step. His residual shadow step had reached the stage of perfection, and with the union of heaven and man's wind momentum, his movement was much faster than an ordinary honorable. His figure split, and he dodged the halberd. Trying to dodge? I've already locked onto your aura. You can't dodge. Wuxia shouted coldly, and waved his dark weapon halberd. It was like a dancing mountain ridge, and in an instant, he attacked Yi Xing again. Astral reaching realm honorable had gone through the thunder calamity, and his body and soul had been reborn. His reaction speed was far beyond astral reaching realm. Once he had locked onto a person's aura, he could clearly sense the location within a certain distance. Now that Wuxia had locked onto Yi Xing's aura, no matter how fast Yi Xing's position changed, Wuxia could react immediately. Wind Shadow Spear Art. After Yixing dodged, he immediately counterattacked. He was inferior to his opponent in terms of strength, and could only make up for his disadvantage in terms of speed. Wuxia Xianxia attacked with his halberd, and Yixing also stabbed out hundreds of spear shadows in the blink of an eye, attacking him. Spiritual martial realm? Child's play. Wuxia Xianxia's expression was disdainful. He did not withdraw his halberd that was attacking Yixing, and shouted, "Mountain body suppression." Whoosh! A horrifying aura exploded. Outside Wuxia Xianxia's body, the earth yuan qi and the astral wind gathered, condensing into a translucent mountain peak, and shrouding Wuxia Xianxia. Ding 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 ding. Streaks of spear shadows pierced that translucent mountain peak, letting out continuous crisp sounds. Chapter 593. The translucent body of the mountain had a strong defense. It blocked all of Yixing's spear energy. As for the spear energy that was hit by the dark weapon halberd, it shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, the dark weapon halberd was in front of Yixing and collided with the golden rock spear. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yixing's body was sent flying backward. Wuxia Xianxia's attack power was indeed terrifying. Even though Yixing's physical strength was strong, he could not control the shock of the blood in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he did not spit out blood directly, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. This was not the grand astral arena where the sight of blood meant defeat. There would be a formation to separate the two. This was the extraterritorial starland. Only death was a real defeat. At this moment, a strong murderous intent shot out from Yixing's eyes. Huh! How does fresh blood taste? Wuxia Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw that. He laughed loudly and the dark weapon halberd shone with a yellow light as he continued to attack Yixing. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from Yixing's glabella and turned into a black hole vortex. Yixing used the black hole astrology. The world in front of Wuxia Xianxia instantly turned into darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Yixing's dark grand momentum was oneness of heaven and man. His residual shadow footwork was even more elusive in the dark world. In an instant, he changed his position and Wuxia Xianxia's attack missed. Yixing's figure merged perfectly with the dark world. Without a sound, Wuxia Xianxia suddenly lost his sense of Yixing. He could not see Yixing and could not sense Yixing's position. Wuxia Xianxia was completely blind. Wuxia Xianxia was shocked. The mountain shadow that was about to dissipate suddenly lit up again. He continued to use the defensive secret skill, Mountain Shield. Double astrology. This guy is a genius with double astrology. In the distance, Cheng Jin and Leng Man noticed the astrological signs above Yixing. Seeing the two astrological signs side by side, the two of them immediately cried out in surprise. As for the dark world that Wuxia Xianxia was in, he had become blind. The two of them had no idea at all. If they were not in the dark world of the black hole astrology, they would not be able to experience the feeling of falling into darkness. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded. When Wuxia Xianxia heard the sound of something breaking through the air, the illusory mountain peak outside his body shook violently. It had already been pierced by Yixing's spear. At this moment, Yixing did not pursue quantity, so he did not perform the wind shadow spear art. Instead, he purely combined the power of the heaven and earth, the power of the stars, and the power of the stars. He drew the thickest yuan qi of the heaven and earth, and combined it with the power of his physical body, exploding out with the most powerful attack. This spear only had pure speed and pure power. The mountainous defense was a dark-level defensive secret technique. Its defensive power was very strong, but Wuxia Xianxia had not cultivated it to a high level. He could still withstand a normal attack from a dark-level weapon, but when Yixing went all out, his defense was a little weak. Yixing's spear pierced directly into the illusory mountain peak. The illusory mountain peak shattered under the attack of the golden rock spear. The distance between the tip of the spear and Wuxia was less than a meter in the blink of an eye. However, the blink of an eye was not short for a venerable one. It was enough for him to react. Wuxia swung the dark-level weapon halberd in his hand and blocked Yixing's spear. Clang! With a crisp sound, Yixing's figure retreated explosively, disappearing without a trace of his aura. Yixing did not fight head-on with Wuxia. As soon as Wuxia blocked it, Yixing took the lead to retreat before Wuxia could exert any force. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yixing attacked from another direction. The golden rock spear was like a fiery dragon that charged forward and stabbed hard into the illusory mountain peak outside Wuxia. When Wuxia heard the sound, Yixing was about to pierce through the illusory mountain peak again. He was less than a meter away from his body. Wuxia's forehead was sweating. With the illusory mountain peak blocking, he had some time to defend himself. He immediately swung the dark-level weapon halberd in his hand. Upon seeing this, Yixing immediately retracted his spear and retreated rapidly. The golden rock spear and the dark-level weapon halberd collided lightly. Once again, he cleverly avoided a head-on collision with Wuxia. "Cheng Jin, Leng Man!" Wuxia shouted. His voice was hurried and a little frightened. Whoosh! At this moment, Yixing's third spear came from an unexpected angle. With each stab, a hole appeared in the illusory mountain peak. Although it was not completely pierced, it greatly reduced the defensive power of the hill suppression. If Yixing continued attacking like this, the illusory mountain peak would be completely shattered in a few strikes. Without the defense of the hill suppression, Wuxia would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the golden rock spear. Clang! As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, the dark-level weapon halberd collided with the golden rock spear again. However, Yixing cleverly avoided a head-on collision again. He retreated with a light touch. A third hole appeared in the illusory mountain peak outside Wuxia. In the distance, Cheng Jin and Leng Man heard Wuxia's terrified cry. Only then did they know that Wuxia was in a bad situation. "Senior brothers Wu!" Both of them exclaimed at the same time and rushed toward Yixing. Whoosh! At this moment, Yixing had already launched his fourth spear attack at Wuxia. Cheng Jin and Leng Man were still a few miles away from Yixing. Yixing glanced at both of them and both of them fell into the dark world of the black hole astrology at the same time. They looked shocked. Bang! Due to the obstruction of the illusory mountain peak, Wuxia once again blocked Yixing's attack. However, there were already 4 holes in the illusory mountain peak. Its defensive power was getting weaker and weaker. It could no longer withstand a few strikes from Yixing. "Both of you, come here quickly!" Wuxia shouted. The fear in his voice deepened. A few miles away, Cheng Jin and Leng Man were trapped in the dark world. Only when one was in the dark world would one understand the horror of not being able to see anything. At this moment, Cheng Jin and Leng Man's hearts were trembling with fear. They were afraid that Yixing would suddenly launch an attack in the dark and they would be dead meat. How could they still dare to rush towards Wuxia? After Cheng Jin and Leng Man fell into the dark world, they made the same decision almost simultaneously. Both of them immediately turned around and a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon appeared behind them. They quickly flew back in the direction they came from. The 5th strike, the 6th strike. The 9th strike, the 10th strike. Every time Yixing thrust his spear, there would be another hole in the illusory mountain peak. Its defensive power would weaken by a notch. When Yixing thrust his spear for the 10th time, the illusory mountain peak finally shattered completely. The golden rock spear was like a stream of light as it instantly pierced Wuxia's head. Wuxia had a mystic-grade defensive inner armor on his body. However, the inner armor could not protect his head. The power of Yixing's spear was terrifying. The tip of the golden rock spear pierced a fist-sized hole in Wuxia's head. It directly shattered his glabella and penetrated his brain, killing him instantly. Bang! Yixing withdrew his spear. Zhuo Qiushan fell to the ground. Until his death, his eyes were filled with disbelief that he would die in the hands of a half-step venerable one. Chapter 594. At that moment, Cheng Jin and Leng Man had already escaped more than 10 miles away. They had left the dark world and were using their supreme-grade flying spiritual tools to escape at full speed. Yixing glanced at them. The golden rock spear in his hand disappeared and the Big Dipper bow appeared in an instant. Whoosh! Another beam of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing had used the Sagittarius constellation. Yixing pulled the Big Dipper bow into the shape of a full moon. Starlight arrows appeared. The Sagittarius constellation's vitality, 3 types of worldly momentum, 3 types of worldly vitality, astral energy, the 6 transformations of the heart's art of archery. All sorts of powers gathered on the starlight arrows, causing them to shine brightly and contain terrifying power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yixing pulled the bow twice in the blink of an eye. 2 starlight arrows shot out like meteors. They traveled more than 10 miles in an instant and another 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Cheng Jin and Leng Man, who were fleeing at full speed, did not expect Yixing to be an expert in archery. When they sensed the danger behind them, it was already too late. The starlight arrows shot through the back of their necks and came out of their throats, leaving a thumb-sized hole. Blood gushed out. Both of them screamed at the same time. They covered their throats with both hands and fell from the sky. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness as their lives were quickly drained away. Trying to escape in front of me, Yixing said faintly. He put away the Big Dipper bow and looked at Zhuo Qiushan's corpse. Yixing turned on his super brain and saw through it. He immediately saw Zhuo Qiushan's flame of destiny. It's a 7-flame green flame. This is the 7-star blue fate. He's destined to become a 7-star king. No wonder he could become a venerable at such a young age. His cultivation talent is monstrous. Yixing exclaimed. He then used the black hole astrology to devour Zhuo Qiushan's flame of destiny. Zhuo Qiushan's flame of destiny dwindled bit by bit while Yixing's flame of destiny rapidly increased in number. The number of green flames increased from 5 to 6, then to 7, 8, 9. When the number of green flames reached 9, they fused together to form a single green flame. This represented Yixing's evolution to the king's mandate. The number of blue flames increased to 7 in the end, representing Yixing's ascension to the 7-star blue fate. At this time, Zhuo Qiushan's flame of destiny had completely disappeared, completely devoured by Yixing's 7-star azure life. As long as one had a cultivation technique, one could cultivate all the way to the 7-star king realm. Yixing felt excited just thinking about it. In the Star Land, the strongest king realm cultivator was only at the 4th level of the Star Sea realm. Moreover, the supreme king Meng Tai was the only one. A 7-star king realm cultivator was considered a high-level king realm cultivator. Even in the Starry Crescent Land, they were considered experts. The two were not on the same level. Currently, Yixing possessed the black-level middle-tier falling star incantation and could cultivate to the 9-star Reverend Lord realm. However, he was not worried about the black-level upper-tier and supreme-tier cultivation techniques. After he became a Reverend, he could continue to train in the Starry Hall and obtain higher-tier cultivation techniques and other treasures. Therefore, as long as he had enough time to grow, he would definitely become the strongest person in the Star Land in the future. By then, it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the great Yuan dynasty. Yixing kept the astrology with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. He could foresee a bright future ahead of him. Yixing kept Zhuo Qiushan's storage ring and took off his black-level defensive inner armor. This is a black-level defensive inner armor. Even if I hit it with all my might, I wouldn't be able to break its defense. It's a pity that the inner armor can only protect the body but not the head. Yixing lamented as he put on the black-level defensive inner armor. If the difference in strength between two people was not too great, a defensive inner armor would be very useful during a battle. After all, vital parts like the head and the neck were small and easy to dodge. However, it was extremely difficult to hit them. During a battle, the body would at most be injured. If one had a defensive inner armor, it would be able to withstand the attack on the body. The reason why Wuxia was shot in the head by Yixing was because he was in the dark world. Faced with Yixing's quick attack, he was unable to defend himself. If he could see clearly, he would definitely not have the time to react to Yixing's attack. I told you that if you were to fight, you might be the ones to die. However, you didn't believe me. Be more observant in your next life. Looking at Wuxia's corpse, Yixing said. With a point of his finger, fire yuan qi gathered and immediately set Wuxia's corpse ablaze. The fire of yuan qi was extremely terrifying. Even if a venerable was alive, he would be burned to death by the fire of yuan qi. When he was dead, he would not be able to use his astral energy to defend himself. Naturally, he would be burned to ashes very quickly. After a short while, Yixing came to the place where Chengjin and Lengman died. He took their storage rings, the supreme spiritual weapons in their hands, and the spiritual level supreme defensive inner armor on their bodies. Yixing pointed his finger and the fire of yuan qi gathered immediately. Chengjin and Lengman were only half-step venerables. Their bodies had not been tempered by the thunder calamity. When the fire of yuan qi touched them, they turned into ashes within 10 breaths. The azure cloud wings appeared on Yixing's back. Yixing increased his speed and left the place. When he left, Yixing used the dark force to gather the dark yuan qi to hide his body silently. Even if someone came to investigate, they would not be able to find traces of him leaving. Yixing traveled for an entire day. Although he did not fly at high altitudes, he used the azure cloud wings to shuttle through the forest at an extremely fast speed. He traveled at least tens of thousands of miles in a day. The forest was extraordinarily huge. Yixing still could not walk out. The surroundings were still dense with trees. When Yixing found a canyon without trees in the endless forest, he stopped in his tracks. The canyon was covered in green grass. Compared to the forest that covered the sky and the sun, it felt much more comfortable. Yixing found a spot in the canyon and sat down. He took out the storage rings of Wuxia, Chengjin, and Lengman. He erased the imprints they left behind and began to check. There were not many things in the storage rings. However, the quality of the items was not low. They were at least high-grade spiritual level treasures or supreme-grade spiritual level treasures. They were very valuable. Especially in Wuxia's storage ring. Yixing found a piece of mystic level metal among the many materials. This is purple profound azure gold. Yixing looked at the purple profound azure gold in his hand and was overjoyed. The purple profound azure gold was a mystic level metal. The azure cloud wings were made of levitation azure gold. It could absorb all the azure gold to evolve. Now that the azure cloud wings was a supreme-grade flying spirit tool, it could evolve into a mystic-level flying wing after absorbing the purple profound azure gold. He raised his left hand and the azure cloud wings appeared in his left palm. He held the purple profound azure gold in his right hand and used the union of heaven and man's fire force to ignite the fire yuan qi between heaven and earth. Chapter 595. The purple profound azure gold was incinerated by the fire and turned into a scarlet liquid that was absorbed by the azure cloud wings. As more and more of the purple profound azure gold was absorbed, the azure cloud wings gradually emitted an intense light. When the entire piece of purple profound azure gold was absorbed, the azure cloud wings already had a hint of purple. At this time, the azure cloud wings' aura was much stronger than when it was at the peak grade of the spirit grade. It had already evolved to the profound grade. Moreover, the purple profound azure gold's grade was not low. According to Yixing's judgment, the azure cloud wings grade was very likely to have evolved to the middle grade of the profound grade. Yixing clenched his fist and the azure cloud wings returned to his body. In the next moment, Yixing's thoughts moved and a pair of huge azure wings grew out of Yixing's back. Every feather of the azure wings had a hint of purple in it. They were all made of metal and emitted a cold light. These sharp feathers were very sturdy and not weaker than profound-grade weapons. They could be used as weapons. Feeling the surging aura of the azure cloud wings, Yixing's lips curled into a smile. After the azure cloud wings evolved to the middle grade of the profound grade, how fast would its speed be? Yixing could conclude that on the star continent, unless it was a sovereign lord with profound grade wings, his speed would not be inferior to any ordinary sovereign's. Yixing withdrew the azure cloud wings and a series of crisp metallic clangs rang out. Just by listening to the sound, one could feel the sharpness of the metal feathers on the azure cloud wings. After coming to this star continent, Yixing's cultivation first increased to the half-step sovereign realm, then his destiny evolved to the 7-star king destiny. Now, the azure cloud wings had evolved to the low grade of the profound grade. Yixing felt extremely happy just thinking about it. People were in high spirits when faced with happy events. Yixing's current state of mind was especially different. His heart was carefree and he even had the thought of drinking a few cups. Yixing had the drunken immortal wine that the Black Biao King had given him. He immediately took out a bottle and drank a mouthful. Awesome! Although it was awesome, just drinking wine made him feel like something was missing. Yixing took out some of the crystal fire beast's tender meat and started a fire to roast it. Roasted crystal fire beast meat with drunken xian wine was a perfect match. The crystal fire beast's tender meat rolled on top of the fire. Not long after, it turned golden and shone with a fragrant aroma. The grease slid down and fell into the fire, making crackling noises. Just as the crystal fire beast's tender meat was about to be cooked, the fragrance attracted a guest. A white-clothed youth around 16 or 17 years old was attracted by the fragrance. He sat down in front of Yixing and said, "It smells so good. Brother, can you share some with me?" The white-clothed young man had a graceful bearing, giving people a gentle feeling like a gentle breeze caressing one's face. Yixing smiled indifferently and said, "It's better for two people to be happy than one person. Brother, if you're in the mood, drink with me." As he spoke, Yixing took out a bottle of drunken immortal wine and threw it over. Yixing knew nothing about the extraterritorial starland and the starry crescent land. He wanted to ask someone, but Wuxia and the others wanted to kill him. This white-clothed young man's temperament was completely different from Wuxia and the others. Moreover, he had an easygoing attitude. Yixing was naturally willing to part with some drunken immortal wine and crystal fire beast's tender meat. Moreover, Yixing used his super brain to scan the white-clothed young man's cultivation. He was at the first level of astral reaching realm, similar to Wuxia. Even a genius like Wuxia, who could challenge those above his level, was killed by Yixing. Yixing was naturally not afraid of this white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man took the bottle of drunken immortal wine and drank a mouthful, then said, "Good wine. Brother, you actually have such good food and wine. I'm really envious. It's my fortune to be able to meet you and taste such good wine and food." Yixing could tell from the white-clothed young man's tone that he knew he was not a martial artist from the starry crescent land. At this moment, the tender meat of the crystal fire beast had been roasted. Yixing cut half of it and gave it to the white-clothed young man, then said, "Brother, accompany me to eat meat and drink wine. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Is that okay?" The white-clothed young man smiled and said, "Is it about the starry crescent land?" Yixing nodded and said, "Also, this is my first time here. I'd like to ask you to introduce it to me." "No problem." The white-clothed young man said, then took a bite of the crystal fire beast's tender meat. His eyes immediately lit up and he praised, "Delicious. I've never tasted anything as delicious as this even in the starry crescent land. With such good wine, it's a perfect match." Yixing smiled faintly. It seemed that this Feng Xiaoxiao was also a foodie. Yixing took a bite of the crystal fire beast's tender meat and drank a mouthful of Zui Xian, or wine. Although it was very comfortable, it was no longer as shocking as it was at the beginning. The white-clothed young man savored the taste for a few breaths of time and drank another mouthful of Zui Xian, or wine. Then, he smacked his lips and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao, a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect in the Starry Crescent land." Yixing also reported his name. Yixing, from a low-level continent. Yixing did not know whether martial artists from mid-level continents could go to low-level continents. Previously, he had killed 3 disciples from the Celestial Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent land. It was very likely that he would be found out. Therefore, he only reported his name and did not mention which continent he was from. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Near the Starry Crescent land, there are a total of 8 low-level continents. Martial artists from low-level continents can reach the Starry Crescent land through the spatial passageways connecting the low-level and mid-level continents." Yixing's eyes lit up. If there came a day when he became the strongest martial artist in the Starry Crescent land, his strength would exceed the Starry Crescent land's capacity. In that case, he might be related to the Starry Crescent land. His current destiny was as high as a 7-star blue destiny, and he could cultivate to become a 7-star king. However, the Starry Crescent land's providence was limited. If he wanted to become a 7-star king, he would have to leave the Starry Crescent land and go to the Starry Crescent land. It seemed that one day in the future, Yixing would go to the Starry Crescent land. Yixing said, "The Starry Crescent land is a mid-level continent. Its martial arts must be much stronger than the low-level continents. Are there many quasi-gods?" Feng Xiaoxiao said, "It's a shame to say that the Starry Crescent land is the weakest mid-level continent. It is not much stronger than the low-level continents. The continent's providence can only support martial artists to reach the first nirvana quasi-god level. Moreover, it is rare for one to appear in many years. Therefore, there are not many quasi-gods." Yixing asked, "What kind of power is the Celestial Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent land? How is it compared to the Big Dipper sword sect?" Feng Xiaoxiao said, "The Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper sword sect are 2 of the strongest forces in the Starry Crescent land. Each sect has a quasi-god as their leader, and they can barely be considered as 4-star forces. There are a total of 7 sects in the Starry Crescent land with quasi-gods as their leaders. They are the Demon Sealing Valley, the Giant Spirit sect, the Golden Lion sect, the Moon Severing sect, the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Een Palace, and the Big Dipper sword sect." Chapter 596. At this point, Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Brother, since you're asking about Celestial Elephant Palace, it seems like you've come into contact with their disciples. Something unpleasant must have happened." Yixing glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao without batting an eyelid. She had managed to come to this conclusion just because he had asked about Celestial Elephant Palace. Clearly, she was a meticulous person and understood the personalities of the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace very well. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Brother, please don't be offended. The disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace are arrogant and despotic. If you meet them, they will definitely bully you. A fight is inevitable." Since she had made it clear, Yixing did not hide anything and said, "I met 3 disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace. One of them is called Wuxia and he brought 2 half-step honorables with him. I did get into a fight with them. Are there any other disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial star continent?" Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Every 30 years, the extraterritorial star continent opens. The 7 major sects of Starry Crescent Land will send in 100 disciples below the age of 25. The Giant Spirit Sect, the Golden Lion Sect, the Moon Severing Sect, the Dark Een Palace, and the Big Dipper Sword Sect each occupy 14 spots. Among them, the Demon Sealing Valley and Celestial Elephant Palace occupy 15 spots each. There are many disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace in this extraterritorial star continent. Yixing asked, why do the Demon Sealing Valley and Celestial Elephant Palace have one more spot each? Feng Xiaoxiao said, although the 7 major sects have quasi-gods in charge and are the most powerful forces in Starry Crescent Land, there are still differences in strength among the 7 major sections. The Demon Sealing Valley and Celestial Elephant Palace are the 2 most powerful forces among the 7 major sections. Whoever has the biggest fist has the most say. The 100 spots can't be divided equally among the 7 major sections. Therefore, the 2 extra spots will be taken by the Demon Sealing Valley and Celestial Elephant Palace each. Who can say no? Yixing nodded and asked, how is Wuxia strength among the 15 spots in Celestial Elephant Palace? Is he considered first-rate? Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, Wuxia, first-rate? He. Brother Yi, you've underestimated the younger generation disciples of the 7 major sections. Every sect only selected a dozen people to enter this place. Which one of them isn't an elite? Furthermore, Celestial Elephant Palace is one of the 2 most powerful forces. Of course, their younger generation disciples are full of geniuses. Wuxia's ability is considered to be in the 3rd tier among Celestial Elephant Palace's disciples. Yixing was surprised. Wuxia's strength is only at the 3rd grade? Wuxia's cultivation base was at the 1st level of astral reaching realm, but his strength was a notch higher than an ordinary 2-star reverend. In the Star Land, he would definitely be one of the top experts among the 2-star reverends. However, among the disciples of Star Elephant Palace, he was only at the 3rd level. This made Yixing feel surprised. This was because the younger generation martial artists who entered this extraterritorial Star Land were all below the age of 25. If Wuxia's strength was at the 3rd grade, then, how strong would the geniuses who were at the 1st grade be? Feng Xiaoxiao said, among the younger generation martial artists who entered this extraterritorial Star Land, those with the strength of 2-star reverends are at the 3rd grade. Those with the strength of 3-star reverends are at the 2nd grade. Only those with the strength of 4-star reverends are at the 1st grade. Wuxia's strength is considered an expert among 2-star reverends, but compared to 3-star reverends, he's nothing. 4-star reverends were already mid-level reverends. Their strength had a huge gap compared to 3-star reverends. Wuxia was not even 25 years old, but he already had the strength of a 4-star reverend. Compared to the younger generation of Star Land, such a person was simply a monster among monsters. Although Yixing had an extremely strong ability to challenge those of a higher grade, he knew that if he were to face a 4-star reverend, he would not be a match for them even if he used all his trump cards. Wuxia and the other 2 had already died in Yixing's hands. If the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace were to investigate, it was very likely that they would find out that Yixing was the culprit. It was inevitable that they would become enemies. When it came to enemies, it was natural to first understand them. Only by knowing one's own strength and the enemy's strength would one be able to come up with a countermeasure. Yixing said, Brother Feng, are you familiar with the experts among the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace? Can you give me some pointers? Feng Xiaoxiao tore off a mouthful of the crystal fire beast's tender meat as she nodded. Then, she drank a mouthful of Zui Xian wine and said, You were able to come out unscathed after encountering Wuxia. Then, among the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, only the 4 people in the 1st and 2nd grade can threaten you. The 2 in the 2nd grade were Linghu Feiyang and Yen Lan. Both of them were 2-star reverends, but they had the ability to challenge those of a higher grade. The 2 in the 1st grade were Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu. Xing Luyang was a 3-star reverend, and he had the highest cultivation among the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace. Xing Liuyu was a 2-star reverend, but both he and Xing Luyang had reached the level of a 4-star reverend. Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu were the younger generation of Celestial Elephant Palace's #1 clan, the Star Clan. They had the bloodline of a quasi-god in their bodies, and they were extremely powerful. Xing Liuyu, in particular, was even stronger than Xing Luyang even though he was only a 2-star reverend. He was considered a powerhouse among the 4-star reverends. Brother Yi, you have a grudge against Celestial Elephant Palace. It's fine if you encounter Linghu Feiyang and Yan Lan, but if you encounter Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu, try your best to run as far as possible. Yi Xing was secretly shocked. She had become a reverend and could challenge those of a higher grade than her. If she had been a celestial dipper sage, she might not have been any weaker than Yi Xing. After Feng Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she took out a disc array. The disc array recorded the array, and a ray of light shot out, revealing the silhouettes of 2 people. Yi Xing nodded and said, Xing Luyang, Xing Liuyu, I'll remember them. Feng Xiaoxiao put away the disc array and said, among the 100 young geniuses who entered the extraterritorial Starland, there are no more than 5 who are in the 1st grade. However, Celestial Elephant Palace has 2 of them. Brother Yi, you've offended Celestial Elephant Palace, so you must be careful. As she spoke, Feng Xiaoxiao took out a map and handed it to Yi Xing. The forest we're in is called the Undirectional Forest. Without a map, you can't leave. Refine this map and your location will be displayed on the map. Then, you can use the map to find your way out. However, you must remember that there is a restriction on flying above the Undirectional Forest. Do not fly above the forest. Yi Xing took the map and said, Brother Feng, can you still leave the Undirectional Forest without a map? Why don't we leave together? Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, there are people after me, and one of them is a disciple of Celestial Elephant Palace. If you follow me, the chances of us encountering a few experts from Celestial Elephant Palace are very high. That will be even more dangerous. My opponents are very strong, so I can only protect myself. I can't take care of you. Yi Xing blinked, and his eyes were filled with shock. Feng Xiaoxiao's words revealed a piece of information that surprised Yi Xing. It could even be said to be shocking. Yi Xing looked at Feng Xiaoxiao and said, you're also one of the 1st grade experts? Chapter 597. The Astral Elephant Palace had 2 1st-grade experts and Feng Xiaoxiao was being hunted down by the experts from the Astral Elephant Palace. Moreover, from what Feng Xiaoxiao had said, it seemed that there were disciples from other sects as well. If Feng Xiaoxiao was able to protect herself, there was an 80 to 90% chance that her strength was also 1st grade. However, Feng Xiaoxiao was only at the 1st level of Astral Reaching Realm, a 1-star Venerable. The 1st grade strength was at the level of a 4-star Venerable. In the history of the Starry Continent, apart from Yi Xing, there had never been anyone who could challenge someone 3 realms higher than themselves. Moreover, Yi Xing had challenged someone 3 realms higher than himself when he was at the Astral Reaching Realm, while Feng Xiaoxiao had challenged someone 3 realms higher than herself when she was at the Astral Reaching Realm. The difficulty between the 2 was different. This meant that Feng Xiaoxiao's ability to challenge someone 1 realm higher than herself was not the least bit inferior to Yi Xing's. In fact, she might even be stronger when she was at the Daoist realm. After all, the geniuses of mid-grade continents and low-grade continents were on completely different levels. Apart from Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, the so-called geniuses of the Starry Continent could not even enter the 3rd grade when compared to the geniuses of the Starry Crescent Continent. They could only be considered mediocre. The reason Yi Xing could challenge someone 3 realms higher than himself was because he had a super brain. His perception was astonishing, and he had a profound understanding of worldly influences. His attainments in martial arts far surpassed ordinary people. Moreover, he had the Black Hole constellation and the Sagittarius constellation. Feng Xiaoxiao was Yi Xing's first time encountering someone who was not inferior to him in terms of strength. Naturally, he was astonished and shocked. Feng Xiaoxiao faintly smiled and nodded. Because of this, the Star Elephant Palace seized the opportunity to kill me in the outer realm Starland. After receiving Feng Xiaoxiao's confirmation, Yi Xing inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. He had a new understanding of the geniuses of the Starry Crescent continent. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. She cried out in alarm, "Not good, they're here." Yi Xing's expression changed. He was surprised by both Feng Xiaoxiao's reaction and her keen senses, which were even better than his own. To be able to make Feng Xiaoxiao change her expression, it was obvious that this person's strength was at the very top. It wasn't until Feng Xiaoxiao's reminder that Yi Xing sensed the auras of other cultivators approaching. Furthermore, there was more than one aura. More than one cultivator had come. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "The fragrance attracted me here, but it also attracted them. Brother Yi, their target is me, but they won't let you go. They won't take you seriously from the start. You should seize the opportunity to escape." Yi Xing nodded. He did not want to be involved in the battle of the Starry Crescent land, but it was too late. 5 cultivators appeared in the canyon and locked onto Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao's auras. Yi Xing activated his super brain and scanned the 5. Their cultivation bases were immediately clear: 1 3rd-level astral reaching realm, 2 2nd-level astral reaching realm, and 2 1st-level astral reaching realm. Even if the 2 1-star venerables were slightly weaker, like Wuxia Xianxia, they were at the 3rd level among the young geniuses who had entered the Starry Crescent land. However, the 2 2-star venerables and the 3-star venerables were undoubtedly powerful. The 3-star venerables was Xing Luyang. Yi Xing had seen his array projection before. He was at the 1st level among the young geniuses. But among the 5 of them, the strongest one was not Xing Luyang, but the 2-star venerable who stood side by side with him. Yi Xing had also seen his formation projection, and he was the most monstrous genius among the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Xing Liuyu. As for the other 2-star venerables, he stood slightly behind Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu. He was a man who looked less than 20 years old. Clearly, he was Linghu Feiyang, who was at the 2nd level. As for Yan Lan, who was at the 2nd level, she was a woman and wasn't among the 5. However, with Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu, who were at the 1st level, the strength of this group was definitely extremely powerful. "I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by sheer luck. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaoxiao, so you're here." The 3-star venerables, Xing Luyang, swept his gaze across Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao and laughed loudly. "You're not here for me?" Feng Xiaoxiao was surprised. "Brat, you killed my Celestial Elephant Palace disciples and still dare to eat and drink here. How dare you?" As soon as Feng Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the 2-star venerables, Linghu Feiyang, pointed at Yi Xing and shouted angrily. Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao looked at each other. Only then did the 2 of them understand that the Celestial Elephant Palace disciples had chased them here not because they were attracted by the fragrance or because they were chasing after Feng Xiaoxiao, but because they had chased after Yi Xing. Feng Xiaoxiao was speechless. She had thought that Yi Xing had been implicated by her. As it turned out, she had been implicated by Yi Xing. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for the Celestial Elephant Palace disciples to find her while she was playing hide-and-seek with them in the undirectional forest. "You killed Wuxia Xianxia and the others?" Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xing and sounded surprised. Previously, when Yi Xing mentioned Wuxia Xianxia, Feng Xiaoxiao had guessed that Yi Xing had fought with Wuxia Xianxia and the others. However, she did not expect that Wuxia Xianxia and the 2 half-step venerables had died at Yi Xing's hands. Feng Xiaoxiao thought that Yi Xing must have escaped from Wuxia Xianxia and the other 2. Although Wuxia Xianxia's strength was in the third tier among the younger generation of martial artists in the extraterritorial Star Land, he still possessed the strength of a 2-star Venerables. On the other hand, Yixing was only a half-step Venerables. A half-step Venerables had killed a 2-star Venerables? Feng Xiaoxiao was shocked. Such a genius was extremely rare even in the Starry Crescent Land. Yixing was only a half-step Venerables from a low-level land. Yixing looked at Feng Xiaoxiao and nodded. His expression was serious as he said, "I've already destroyed the corpses. I didn't expect them to still be able to find me." Feng Xiaoxiao said, "The Celestial Elephant Palace has a secret technique that all outstanding disciples cultivate. If anyone kills an outstanding disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace, within a certain range, the other martial artists of the Celestial Elephant Palace who have cultivated this secret technique will be able to sense the killer's aura." The 15 disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace who entered the extraterritorial Star Land were all elites. All of them had cultivated this secret technique. When I was being pursued by the Celestial Elephant Palace disciples, I had the opportunity to kill a few of them. However, I did not dare to kill them. Brother Yi, you've killed Wuxia Xianxia and the others. You've really gotten yourself into big trouble. The extraterritorial Star Land is not very vast. As long as you're in the extraterritorial Star Land, the Celestial Elephant Palace disciples will be able to sense your location. Yixing's expression changed as he exclaimed, "It can't be. There's actually such a perverted secret technique?" As long as Yixing was in the extraterritorial Star Land, the Celestial Elephant Palace disciples would be able to sense his location no matter where he went. There was no way for him to escape. Such an outcome was something that Yixing never expected. It was like being hit by a hex seal. Back when Yixing killed the Fire Cloud sect's hierarch, he had been hit by the Heavenly Fire hex seal, resulting in him being found by the Fire Cloud sect master. However, Wuxia Xianxia and company had died without the use of any hex seal. It was obvious that the Celestial Elephant Palace's secret technique was harder to guard against than the Fire Cloud sect's hex seal techniques. Chapter 598. Brat, you don't even know the secret technique of my Celestial Aspect Palace. You're not from the Starry Crescent Land. The 2-star Venerable Linghu Feiyang shouted again. As trash from an inferior continent, you actually dared to kill a genius disciple of my Celestial Aspect Palace. Your crime is unforgivable. I'll tear you to pieces and let you die without a burial ground. As he spoke, a dark armament sword appeared in Linghu Feiyang's hand. He pointed the sword at Yixing and a sharp aura burst forth. Even though they were far apart, Yixing could still feel the sharp aura. It was clear how strong the aura was. Linghu Feiyang's strength belonged to the second tier. He was able to defeat ordinary 3-star Venerables. He was extremely powerful and terrifying. Feng Xiaoxiao stood up and a sharp aura burst forth from his body. In an instant, an illusory sword image enveloped him. The sword image emitted an extremely sharp aura and completely destroyed Linghu Feiyang's sword aura. How dare you use your sword before me, Feng Xiaoxiao? Feng Xiaoxiao said indifferently. He emitted a domineering aura that looked down upon the 9 heavens. Feng Xiaoxiao's sword aura was much stronger than Linghu Feiyang's. However, Yixing was enveloped by the sword aura. He did not feel the sharp blade touching his body. Instead, he felt a sense of gentleness. This meant that Feng Xiaoxiao's sword was not purely unyielding. Instead, it was a combination of hardness and gentleness. His attainments in the way of the sword were extremely high. Although Feng Xiaoxiao still had an elegant demeanor, there was an additional domineering aura around him. He had an aura that looked down upon the 9 heavens. As expected of a first-tier cultivator. Just his aura alone is extraordinary. Linghu Feiyang is simply not on the same level as him, Yixing thought to himself. Feng Xiaoxiao. At this moment, the 2-star Venerable Feng Liuyu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. He also erupted with an extremely terrifying aura and a gale rose. Xing Liuyu looked to be 17 or 18 years old. He was the youngest among them and looked very similar to Feng Xiaoxiao. He said, "Feng Xiaoxiao, you're also our prey. Why, you can't even protect yourself at a time like this, yet you still want to play the hero and care about others?" As she spoke, the corners of Xing Liuyu's mouth curled up slightly. She revealed a faint smile that was filled with confidence. Xing Liuyu's gaze had been fixed on Feng Xiaoxiao the entire time. He did not even glance at Yixing. Yixing was only a half-step supremacy, so he was completely ignored by Xing Liuyu. Even though Yixing had killed Zhou Qiushan, Xing Liuyu did not think much of him. To Xing Liuyu, meeting Feng Xiaoxiao here was the greatest surprise. He. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and said, "I've drunk Brother Ye's fine wine and eaten Brother Ye's roasted meat. Brother Ye is my friend. With me, Feng Xiaoxiao, around, you won't be able to touch him." Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze swept across Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu. "Do you think that the two of you can deal with me, Feng Xiaoxiao?" Her tone was very confident. It was clear that Feng Xiaoxiao was very confident in her own strength. "Brother Yi, when I fight with Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu, you should take the opportunity to leave," Feng Xiaoxiao said and sent a voice transmission to Yixing and Xing Gang. Yixing glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao. There was a look of gratitude in his eyes, but there was also a hint of worry. This was the first time he had met Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao treated him as a friend. Yixing did not want Feng Xiaoxiao to put herself in danger because of this. Feng Xiaoxiao understood the meaning in Yixing's eyes. Xing Gang sent a voice transmission, "Go ahead and leave. I'm alone and I can come and go as I please. No one can stop me. I can only leave if you leave." Yixing nodded slightly. He knew that his current strength was a burden to Feng Xiaoxiao. "Feng Xiaoxiao." The three-star Venerable Xing Luyang walked out and said, "Everyone says that among the young geniuses who have entered the Starland, you are the strongest. However, I, Xing Luyang, don't think so. Being able to reach the level of a 4-star Venerable with a cultivation base of the first level of astral reaching realm is already a rare peerless genius in Starry Crescent Land. However, with my strength, I can defeat ordinary 4-star Venerables. Can you compare with me?" With every step Xing Luyang took, his aura grew stronger. By the time he finished speaking, his entire body had already ignited in flames. The surrounding fire Yuan Qi was attracted by him and attached to his body, forming a blazing flame giant. Xing Liuyang's attainments in the power of fire were very high. He was not weaker than a mid-level Venerable. He was able to attract a large amount of fire Yuan Qi from the universe. Shoo! A beam of starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a huge flaming star. It was an extreme-grade flaming star. This flaming star was in the upper tier of extreme grade. Compared to Yixing's extreme-grade flaming star, its might was even stronger. Xing Luyang raised his hand, and a profound grade spear appeared in his hand. Yixing's pupils shrank. This was a mid-grade profound grade spear. It was a grade higher than his golden rock spear. How frightening would a mid-grade profound grade spear be if it was used by Xing Luyang? Although Xing Luyang said that Feng Xiaoxiao's strength could not compare with his, in reality, he was very vigilant. He was very afraid of Feng Xiaoxiao, so he didn't dare to hold back. Feng Xiaoxiao was known by the warriors of the Starry Crescent Land as the strongest warrior among the younger generation of the Starry Crescent Land who had entered the extraterritorial Star Land. Naturally, she had an incredible battle record. It was said that a 4-star honorable had been defeated by Feng Xiaoxiao. Although Xing Luyang was dubious about this and thought that it was mostly bragging, he couldn't completely disbelieve it. Therefore, he was very vigilant and cautious towards Feng Xiaoxiao. The spear is called Blazing Flame. It is 9 feet and 8 inches long. It has defeated 3 4-star venerables. Xing Luyang said as he moved forward. Feng Xiaoxiao, today I will see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. Feng Xiaoxiao raised his right hand, and a profound grade sword appeared in his hand. It was also a mid-grade profound grade sword. The sword is called Breeze. It is 3 feet and 3 inches long. It has killed a 4-star venerable. Feng Xiaoxiao held the sword in his hand. He was like a sword. His aura and sword aura were one, and there was no distinction between them. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Xing Luyang and then at Xing Liuyu. I say. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Don't you want to take my life? How are you qualified to fight me alone? He. Let me test your strength first. Xing Luyang sneered. He circulated his astral energy, and the fire burned even brighter. He must have cultivated a fire elemental cultivation technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the blazing flame spear in Xing Luyang's hand emitted a dazzling flame. He thrust his spear forward, and the flaming spear instantly tore through the void and arrived in front of Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao waved the mysterious breeze sword in his hand, drawing a mysterious trajectory. His swordsmanship had reached perfection. With a clang, sparks flew, and Xing Luyang's spear was deflected to the side. Chapter 599. Feng Xiaoxiao's sword was light and looked gentle, but it contained the power to deflect 1,000 pounds with little effort. Xing Luyang's strength was fully unleashed, but Feng Xiaoxiao had yet to use her astrology. In terms of attack power, Xing Luyang was superior. However, Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship was divine and mysterious. In terms of technique, Feng Xiaoxiao was much better. Xing Luyang's attack seemed ferocious and powerful, but Feng Xiaoxiao's light sword was able to deflect the attack and neutralize Xing Luyang's move. It was easy to say, but difficult to execute. Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship shocked both Yi Xing and the disciples of Xingxiang Palace. Yi Xing's martial arts attainments were high enough. His supreme-grade spiritual martial arts, Wind Shadow Spear Technique, Sky Burning Sun Fist, and Black Flame Arrow Technique, were all at the transformative level. However, they were far from being comparable to Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship. No matter what, Yi Xing could not deflect his opponent's attack so easily with his spear, fist, or archery like Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship. Xing Luyang's spear missed and he frowned. The flames on his body burned even brighter as he shouted angrily, "Take another spear attack from me, Fire Dragon Kill." Whoosh, the power of fire suddenly exploded. The fire yuan qi in the universe rapidly gathered. Xing Luyang thrust his spear forward and the blazing dark spear transformed into a giant fire dragon. The fire dragon roared. It was lifelike. Although it was made of astral energy, its scales, horns, tendons, bones, and skin were constructed as if they were real. It contained a terrifying power. Xing Luyang had used the ultimate move of the black rank spear technique. Even a 4-star supremacy would have to retreat when this spear attack was unleashed. The fire dragon spear aura was aimed at Feng Xiaoxiao. However, Yi Xing, who was behind Feng Xiaoxiao, felt his hair stand on end when he saw the fire dragon spear aura. He felt the threat of death and could not help but retreat. Feng Xiaoxiao stood in front of the fire dragon spear aura, but her expression was normal. She was still graceful and imposing. Feng Shui reincarnation. Feng Xiaoxiao let out a soft cry and her aura exploded once again. In addition to the power of wind, she had also used the power of water. Feng Xiaoxiao brandished the mystical breeze sword in her hand. Instantly, a gigantic vortex appeared in front of her. The vortex was formed from wind and water yuan qi. The two heaven and earth yuan qi fused together to form a mystical sword move. The wind and water whirlpool was like a giant mouth of a monster, containing an extremely terrifying tearing force. The moment the fiery dragon spear rushed into the whirlpool, it was cut into pieces and turned into astral light that splashed in all directions. However, the might of the flame dragon spear aura was truly terrifying. While it was being crushed by the wind and water vortex, it also shattered the vortex layer by layer. In the end, the fiery dragon spear aura and the wind and water whirlpool were both destroyed. Feng Xiaoxiao had once again neutralized the stellar sunstream. Xing Luyang had unleashed his full power, but he could not do anything to Feng Xiaoxiao, who had yet to use her astrology. Did this not mean that the difference in strength between the two of them was huge? This completely enraged Xing Luyang. Kill! Xing Luyang let out a furious roar as the flame astral gang in his body was almost ignited, erupting with a terrifying flame power. Whoosh! The fire origin qi in the universe was attracted by Xing Luyang and became even more active. The fire origin qi gathered and Xing Luyang turned into a flaming giant. His might shook the heavens. As he roared, the ardent inferno spear in Xing Luyang's hand attacked again and again. Every spear attack turned into a fiery dragon spear aura as he executed his ultimate technique. His strength was beyond his usual level, and he had unleashed 120% of his strength. Xing Luyang was going all out. Every spear attack contained a terrifying amount of power. Even though Feng Xiaoxiao's wind and water reincarnation was extremely profound, it could not neutralize Xing Luyang's fiery dragon spear aura in time. Xing Luyang entered a berserk state and finally broke the stalemate. He gained the upper hand in the battle. Feng Xiaoxiao kept retreating under Xing Luyang's attacks. How dare you not use your astrology when fighting me? You shall be defeated! Xing Luyang roared. He became more and more arrogant, and his might grew stronger with each attack. You want to see my combat power when I use my astrology? As you wish. Feng Xiaoxiao was at a disadvantage that could no longer be turned around. She immediately shouted. Whoosh! In an instant, a ray of starlight shot out from between Feng Xiaoxiao's eyebrows and turned into a huge star that floated in the sky. This was an enormous hurricane star. But unlike ordinary hurricane stars, this hurricane star emitted a pure and holy glow. Moreover, it emanated a terrifying baleful aura. Saint-level astrology, baleful wind star. It's a saint-level astrology, the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace exclaimed. Yi Xing was also surprised. Feng Xiaoxiao's astrology was obviously much stronger than an extreme-grade astrology. Yi Xing was very knowledgeable, and he had heard of saint-level astrology. It was a level higher than an extreme-grade astrology, and was second only to an ultimate-grade astrology. There were a total of 6 grades of astrology. They were normal grade, medium grade, high grade, extreme grade, saint level, and ultimate grade. Under normal circumstances, having an extreme grade astrology was already very good. Kings usually had extreme grade astrology, while saint level astrology was commonly possessed by quasi-gods and true gods. Having a saint-level astrology meant that one had the potential to become a quasi-god. If one's fate was high, becoming a quasi-god was almost certain. The first 4 grades of astrology were only divided into attributes. There were very few astrology that had individual names. For example, a fire attribute astrology was called a flame astrology, while a water attribute astrology was called a water astrology. Only a few ominous stars had their own names. However, at the saint-level astrology, things were different. Every saint-level astrology had its own name. For example, Feng Xiaoxiao's astrology was called the Baleful Wind Star. Not only did it contain powerful wind attribute stellar energy, but it also had a murderous aura. Its power was shocking, and it was not something an extreme-grade astrology could compare to. Feng Xiaoxiao used the Baleful Wind Star, and her aura underwent a drastic change. If her sword aura was a combination of hardness and gentleness before, it was now a peerless domineering aura. Her sword aura seemed to be invincible, and it could slash in all directions. "Get lost!" Feng Xiaoxiao shouted, and the mysterious clear breeze sword shone brightly. She swung her sword, and an energy sword shot out. The azure dragon energy spear in front of her was cut in half. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure flashed like a stream of light, and the mysterious clear breeze sword instantly appeared in front of Xing Luyang. Clang! Xing Luyang was shocked. He blocked with his ardent flame spear, and it collided with the mysterious clear breeze sword. In an instant, a terrifying force was transmitted from the ardent flame spear, and Xing Luyang's body was sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, Xing Luyang retreated several miles. His body was sent flying by the force of Feng Xiaoxiao's sword, and he flipped a few times in the air before finally crashing into the cliff on the other side of the canyon. Bang! Rubble flew everywhere, and the ground shook. A large part of the cliff had been dented by Xing Luyang. Chapter 600. The power of Feng Xiaoxiao's sword was too terrifying. Xing Luyang could not withstand it at all. He could not even take a single blow from Feng Xiaoxiao. So powerful. Yi Xing sucked in a cold breath. Xing Luyang had defeated an ordinary 4-star venerable. It was clear that Xing Luyang's strength was relatively strong among 4-star venerables. For Feng Xiaoxiao to be able to repel Xing Luyang with a single blow, her strength must be at the top among 4-star venerables. Other than Xing Liuyu, the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace were all dumbfounded. They did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been evading their pursuit, to be so powerful. Xing Liuyu's eyes were also filled with shock. However, he was not an ordinary person. His expression remained calm. "You are indeed as terrifying as the rumors say." Xing Liuyu snorted coldly and said, "However, the limit of your strength is still a 4-star venerable. You have not reached the level of a 5-star venerable. Today will be the day you die." As he spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between Xing Liuyu's eyebrows. It turned into a golden star. It was an extreme metal elemental astrology. Xing Liuyu raised his hand and a dazzling dark weapon appeared in his hand. He walked step by step toward Feng Xiaoxiao. Xing Liuyu said, "In terms of bloodline, understanding of force, and control of vitality, I am not inferior to you. Only I am slightly weaker than you. However, my cultivation is also one level higher than yours. Our strength should not be too far apart. If I join forces with Xing Luyang, we can defeat you. Today, you will die under my golden feather sword." With every step he took, Xing Liuyu's sword force became stronger. Xing Liuyu's body was enveloped by the shadow of a sword force. It was formed by the condensation of a powerful sword force. Its aura was sharp, fierce, and terrifying. Xing Liuyu was also a powerful swordsman. His attainments in swordsmanship were not inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao's. He was also one with the sword. Feng Xiaoxiao pointed the clear breeze sword forward. The tip of the sword pointed at Xing Liuyu and said, "Ever since we entered the extraterritorial starland, the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace have been plotting against me. I have endured for a long time. Since this battle is unavoidable, let us settle this today and see who will live and who will die." "Die!" Xing Liuyu shouted coldly. As soon as he spoke, he attacked. He attacked with a killing blow. Whoosh, the star stream feather thrust forward like a flash of golden light. The tip of the sword instantly reached Feng Xiaoxiao's throat and a sharp sword force shot out. What a fast sword! Yi Xing's eyes widened, and he quickly activated his superbrain to scan the area. Star flow feather's slash was so fast that even he could not see it clearly. He had to use his superbrain to scan the area. The sword was so fast that the other party didn't even have time to react before his throat was pierced and he died. However, Feng Xiaoxiao was no ordinary opponent. He was also a peerless swordsman. Furthermore, he was proficient in the power of the wind. His speed was also his forte. He was in no way inferior to Xing Liuyu. The mysterious clear wind sword brought out a faint light and was as fast as flowing light. With a crisp sound, the flowing star feathers sword was deflected. Die! Xing Liuyu shouted again. His handsome face was filled with viciousness and murderous intent. Xing Liuyu's sword force flashed with golden light. Each strike was faster than the last. The golden sword force was densely packed as it shot toward Feng Xiaoxiao. In the blink of an eye, it was unknown how many strikes were made. Yi Xing blinked. Now that he had activated his superbrain to scan the area, he could see Xing Liuyu's attack clearly. However, he was still shocked. His wind shadow spear technique had reached perfection. It was all about the speed of the spear. However, it was far from being able to compare to the speed of Xing Liuyu's sword. Even though Yi Xing could see Xing Liuyu's attack clearly, he had a feeling that he would not be able to block it. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression remained calm as she faced Xing Liuyu's swift sword attack. She did not even take half a step back. The mysterious clear wind sword danced in Feng Xiaoxiao's hand faster and faster. Soon, the blade was nowhere to be seen. All that could be seen were the afterimages of the sword. The area around Feng Xiaoxiao was enveloped by sword light. No matter how fast Xing Liuyu's attacks were, they were all blocked by Feng Xiaoxiao. Both of them were peerless swordsmen. Their swordsmanship was divine. Furthermore, the speed of their swords was shockingly fast. However, in terms of style, both of them were different. Xing Liuyu's swordsmanship was cunning and vicious. Coupled with his extremely fast speed, it was impossible to guard against. When fighting against Xing Liuyu, if one's strength was on par with Xing Liuyu, the slightest lapse in defense could result in death. Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship, on the other hand, was much more impressive. His movements were bold and straightforward. When he stood there, he was like a towering mountain. He did not move much and did not attack from tricky angles by moving his body. However, every strike of his had a miraculous effect. No matter how cunning, vicious, or fast Xing Liuyu's attacks were, they were always blocked by the sword in Feng Xiaoxiao's hand. From this, it could be seen that although both of them were evenly matched, Feng Xiaoxiao gave off the feeling that she was stronger. Since Xing Liuyu's swift attacks were ineffective, he immediately changed his strategy. The golden light of the mysterious gold feather sword became brighter and brighter. It even emitted a buzzing sound. Black Class Martial Art, Gold Radiant Strike. Gold Radiant Strike was a Black Class lower class martial art. It used the vibrations of the gold yuan qi to increase one's attacking power and destructive power. It was a Black Class martial art with terrifying lethality. Among the 5 elemental yuan qi, the gold yuan qi was one of the sharpest. When it vibrated, the sharpness of the gold yuan qi was terrifying. If one was hit by it, the consequences would be dire. When Xing Liuyu executed the gold radiant strike, his attacking speed slowed down significantly. However, his attacking power increased tremendously, especially his destructive power. If one was hit by it, the stellar shield would not be able to withstand it. Even with the protection of the Black Class inner armor, one could still be injured. When Xing Liuyu's swordsmanship changed, Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship changed as well. It went from fast to slow. There was a layer of water ripples on the mysterious clear wind sword. This was the result of drawing in the water yuan qi in the universe. Xing Liuyu had an extremely deep understanding of the wind and gold forces of heaven and earth. He had reached the unity of heaven and man realm. Therefore, the wind yuan qi and gold yuan qi that he drew were very powerful. Feng Xiaoxiao had also comprehended 2 types of worldly forces to the state of unity of heaven and man. They were the grand force of wind and the grand force of water. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao was using a water-type Black Class martial art, soft water sword technique. The softest thing in the world was water. Feng Xiaoxiao's soft water sword art was extremely proficient. It used softness to overcome hardness. It was enough to neutralize any 4-star supremacy's attack. Xing Liuyu's gold radiant strike had a terrifying attacking power. However, under Feng Xiaoxiao's soft water sword art, it could not unleash its full power. Feng Xiaoxiao's swordsmanship looked soft and gentle. However, every time she swung her sword, she was able to restrain Xing Liuyu's attack. Xing Luyang! Xing Liuyu shouted. He had already given his all, but he could not do anything to Xing Liuyu. Only by teaming up with Xing Luyang could he pressure Feng Xiaoxiao. Chapter 601. Astral reaching realm warriors had been tempered by the thunder calamity, which made their bodies extremely tough. Not only did they have a strong life force, but their defensive power was also extremely powerful. Unless they were directly hit by a dark weapon, it was difficult for a venerable to be injured. Just now, Xing Luyang had been pushed back a few miles by Feng Xiaoxiao's sword. His body had collided with the cliff wall and it looked terrifying. However, in reality, Xing Luyang had only suffered some superficial wounds. They were not serious. While Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiaoxiao were fighting, Xing Liuyang had already emerged from the rubble. He had been waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Feng Xiaoxiao. However, Feng Xiaoxiao was always so calm and unhurried in battle. Xing Luyang had never found a good opportunity. Now, Xing Liuyu was unable to do anything to Feng Xiaoxiao even if he went all out. If this battle dragged on, he would definitely lose. Xing Luyang could no longer afford to wait for an opportunity. The ardent flame's profound spear in his hand glowed brightly as he unleashed the fiery dragon spear technique and charged towards Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Shui reincarnation. In the face of Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu's joint attack, Feng Xiaoxiao remained calm and unhurried as she swung her sword. Every time he attacked with his sword, it looked like a casual attack. It was extremely natural, but the power it contained was extremely terrifying. His swordsmanship was extremely profound. When Feng Xiaoxiao did not use her astrology, she was able to defend against Xing Liuyang's full-powered attack by executing the Feng Shui Samsara, an ultimate move that fused the wind and water elemental energies. Now, Feng Xiaoxiao had used the saint-level astral aspect, the baleful wind star. It was the same ultimate move, but its power was on a completely different level. The fiery dragon spear aura couldn't even withstand a single blow from the wind and water vortex. Wherever the wind and water vortex passed, both Xing Liuyang's fiery dragon spear aura and Xing Liuyu's golden light sword aura shattered. Feng Xiaoxiao was fighting 1 against 2, Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu, the two great geniuses of Celestial Elephant Palace. She was not at a disadvantage. Brother Yi, seize the opportunity and leave. As Feng Xiaoxiao fought, she did not forget to send a voice transmission to Yi Xing. Right now, Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu were engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Xiaoxiao. Among the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, only Linghu Feiyang was a threat. However, without Xing Luyang and Xing Yu, two monstrous 4-star venerable realm geniuses, blocking their path, it was the best time to leave. Brat, don't even think about running. I, Linghu Feiyang, will deal with you. While Feng Xiaoxiao was transmitting her voice, Linghu Feiyang let out a loud shout. A pair of mystic-grade flight wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, he instantly charged to the other side of the canyon, blocking Yi Xing's path of retreat. In the canyon, Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Luyang, and Xing Liuyu were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Xing was blocked by 2 1-star supremacies in front of him and Linghu Feiyang, a 2-star supremacy, behind him. There was a flight restriction in the sky, so Yi Xing could only break through from the front or the back. The golden rock spear appeared in his hand. A beam of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a flaming star. A terrifying flame aura erupted. Yixing's body gathered a large amount of fire origin energy, like a messenger of fire. Yixing turned around and looked at Linghu Feiyang, revealing a shocking battle intent. He chose the stronger Linghu Feiyang as his target instead of the two one-star supremacies on the other side. That was because Yixing knew that if he tried to break through in the direction of the two one-star supremacies, Linghu Feiyang would definitely catch up to him immediately. However, if he tried to break through in the direction of Linghu Feiyang, the two one-star supremacies would not interfere. Linghu Feiyang was a second-grade junior powerhouse. If he rushed up to help a half-step supremacy, wouldn't that be an insult to him? If he tried to break through in two directions, he would have to deal with three supremacies at the same time in one direction and only one supremacy in the other direction. Yixing naturally chose to deal with one. Kill! Yixing shouted coldly. He used the power of fire to the extreme and drew out a large amount of fire origin energy. The golden rock spear blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. Using the power of wind, Yixing's speed was as fast as a ghost. In an instant, he appeared in front of Linghu Feiyang and lashed out with the golden rock spear. Boom! There was an explosion in the void. The power of the spear was enough to shatter mountains. It was terrifying. Linghu Feiyang faced the spear and punched out. A green fist light bloomed. In an instant it was as big as a small mountain and fiercely hit the golden rock spear. Bang! Terrifying Gang Qi instantly spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying shockwave. The golden rock spear bounced back. Linghu Feiyang was also surprised when he felt a terrifying impact. If it weren't for his amazing strength, he would have definitely been pushed back. Whoosh! Linghu Feiyang instantly used his astrology. Starlight soared into the sky and turned into a green star. It was lush and full of wood energy. It was an extreme wood element astrology. The wood element grew and multiplied endlessly. It was not outstanding in terms of attack power, but it had the advantage of being long-lasting. Moreover, the wood element star power had a healing effect. A small injury could be healed in an instant. While Linghu Feiyang was using his astrology, Yixing had already launched his second attack. Get lost! Linghu Feiyang shouted softly. He wore a pair of dark weapon gloves on his hands and punched forward twice. The fist energy shook the void. The astral energy rushed out and condensed with the wood element star power and wood energy. It turned into thick vines and fiercely struck forward, colliding with the golden rock spear. Boom! Yixing only felt a terrifying impact. The golden rock spear in his hand shook violently and his body involuntarily retreated hundreds of meters. Although the wood element was not outstanding in terms of attack power, Linghu Feiyang was too strong. He had the strength of a 3-star venerable. After using his astrology, his strength was fully unleashed. Yixing could not resist at all. Seeing that Linghu Feiyang was about to attack again, Yixing used the afterimage footwork. His figure suddenly split into many afterimages. Yixing's residual shadow footwork, coupled with the momentum of the wind from the oneness of heaven and man, as well as the gathering of the wind elemental qi in his body, Yixing's speed was extremely fast, and his footwork was superb. You want to escape in front of me, Linghu Feiyang? Linghu Feiyang sneered. He turned his fist into a palm and grabbed in all directions as fast as lightning. In an instant, the vine astral energy exploded and extended out one after another. With Linghu Feiyang as the center, it spread out like a spider web and sealed the exit of the canyon. No matter how many afterimages Yixing had, it was impossible for him to rush out. Before Yixing rushed out of the canyon, his figure merged and his brows tightened. Linghu Feiyang's ability was indeed a huge advantage compared to other cultivators in stopping others from escaping. However, Yixing's ability was not only limited to that. Whoosh! Another ray of starlight soared into the sky and turned into a black hole vortex. Yixing had used the black hole astrology. Linghu Feiyang, who was sneering, suddenly stiffened and showed a trace of surprise. Suddenly, his surroundings turned into darkness. He could not see his own fingers. He had fallen into a world of darkness. There was actually an astrology that could make people unable to see anything? Linghu Feiyang was shocked. At the same time, he suddenly understood the cause of Wuxia Xianxia's death. Chapter 602. Although Linghu Feiyang had sent out a lot of vines, it was still impossible to guard the entire exit of the canyon. Before, although Yixing's speed was fast, Linghu Feiyang could still see Yixing's figure. Now that he was trapped in the world of darkness, he could not even see his own fingers. Furthermore, Yixing used the power of darkness to gather the energy of darkness on his body. His body merged perfectly with the world of darkness, concealing all auras, making Linghu Feiyang unable to sense his position with the secret technique of the Celestial Elephant Palace. In an instant, Yixing completely disappeared from Linghu Feiyang's senses. On the other side of the canyon, the two one-star venerables of the Celestial Elephant Palace saw everything clearly. They did not fall into the world of darkness, so they could not feel the darkness formed by the black hole celestial form. However, they could clearly see that Yixing's body had gathered the energy of darkness. They saw Yixing's entire body was enveloped by pitch-black energy. His figure shuttled through the vines of the vines, quickly moving out of the canyon. Why isn't senior brother Linghu blocking it? The two one-star venerables were very puzzled. Brat, get out here. Linghu Feiyang could not see Yixing. He could not see anything. His expression was furious as he roared. As he roared, Linghu Feiyang's attacks became even more violent. Vines of the vines lashed out madly. They were densely packed. That said, although Linghu Feiyang's attacks were very fierce, they were all random and aimless attacks. Thus, Yixing was always able to easily dodge them. Soon, Yixing overtook Linghu Feiyang and planned to rush out of the ravine. Yixing's azure cloud wings were already black rank mid-rank. In addition to his union of heaven and man power of wind, as long as he escaped out of the canyon, with his speed, it would not be easy for the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace to catch up to him. There was hope for him to escape. However, seeing that he was about to escape out of the canyon, Yixing's heart inexplicably jumped. A fatal feeling of danger arose in him. Yixing's dark force was the union of heaven and man. His senses in the dark world were extremely sensitive. The moment he sensed danger, he immediately sensed that a figure had suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. This figure was actually able to blend into the darkness. Clearly, he had a deep understanding of the power of darkness. He hid there silently, and Yixing only discovered him when he got closer. The moment Yixing sensed the figure flashed and appeared in front of Yixing. A sharp light shot towards Yixing's throat. Not good. Yixing's expression changed and he instantly retreated. This person's attack speed was too fast. Even Yixing couldn't dodge it. Fortunately, Yixing retreated quickly, so the cold light didn't penetrate his throat. Wind Shadow Spear Art. The Golden Rock Mystic Spear instantly lashed out, and Yixing unleashed his fastest spear technique, instantly sweeping aside the oncoming cold light. The attacker's strength was extremely strong, and his reaction was extremely fast. The cold light changed directions and avoided the collision with the Golden Rock Profound Spear. It directly slammed into Yixing's chest. Puff! Yixing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying for several miles. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the center of the canyon. So strong. Yixing was greatly shocked. The attacker's strength was not inferior to Linghu Feiyang's. He had the strength of a 3-star venerable. Fortunately, Yixing was wearing the low profound rank protective inner armor that he had obtained from Meng Yuanjun. Otherwise, the attack just now would have definitely pierced through the defense of the top spiritual rank protective inner armor and pierced through Yixing's body. If that were the case, Yixing's injury wouldn't be as simple as spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He would be seriously injured, or even killed. At the same time that Yixing was ambushed by the figure hidden in the darkness, Feng Xiaoxiao was also ambushed by a dark figure. Feng Xiaoxiao was fighting against Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu, two first-grade junior experts, alone. Although he was undefeated, it was still difficult for him. He was suddenly ambushed, and the attacker's strength was not inferior to Xing Liuyang's. Naturally, he was caught off guard. In his haste, Feng Xiaoxiao could only protect his vitals. The dark figure struck him in the back. Puff! Feng Xiaoxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His profound rank protective inner armor had blocked most of the attack for him. However, the attacker was too strong. He was still injured quite badly. As Feng Xiaoxiao was sent flying, he waved the clear breeze sword in his hand. Sword energy flowed out like a river, protecting his back. He shouted angrily. "Xian Yifeng, how dare you ambush me?" Xian Yifeng was a 3-star venerable. He was a genius disciple of the Dark Yin Palace. His strength was among the first-grade junior experts. Feng Xiaoxiao followed the momentum of Xian Yifeng's attack. His figure swept across the ground like a gust of wind, instantly arriving beside Yixing. His powerful sword aura enveloped Yixing, he. A sinister laugh resounded. The black qi around the dark figure dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He looked very young, not even 20 years old. This person was the Dark Yin Palace's disciple, Xian Yifeng. He was 24 years old this year, and his cultivation base was at the 3rd level of the astral reaching realm. He was a 4-star venerable, comparable to Xing Luyang. Xian Yifeng held a black dagger in his hand. He had used this dagger to stab Feng Xiaoxiao in the back. Even now, Feng Xiaoxiao could still feel the pain from the stab. The opponent's strength had penetrated into his body, destroying it. Xian Yifeng laughed and said, "Feng Xiaoxiao, why wouldn't I dare? Do you think you can still escape today? No matter how high your talent is, from today onwards, you'll be a dead man. What's there to fear?" At this moment, another dark figure walked over from the entrance of the canyon. The black qi dissipated, revealing a young man in black. Based on his attire, he was also a disciple of the Dark Yin Palace. "The one who injured you is a disciple of the Dark Yin Palace, Yi Yunchuan. He's a 2-star venerable. His strength is in the 2nd grade. The Dark Yin Palace specializes in assassination. You're lucky to have survived his ambush." Feng Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice to Yixing, introducing the identity of the person who had injured Yixing. Yixing's gaze was like a blade as he looked at Yi Yunchuan. Ever since he had crossed over to the Star Continent and stepped onto the martial path, there were very few people who could injure him. This Yi Yunchuan was one of them. Yixing's gaze was filled with killing intent towards Yi Yunchuan. Yi Yunchuan met Yixing's gaze and laughed. "A country bumpkin from a low-level continent can actually survive my attack. TSK. It seems like your luck is not small. However, you can dodge my attack once. Can you dodge it a 2nd or 3rd time? Don't look at me so fiercely. Today, you're going to die." On the other side of the canyon, a young man in black also appeared. He was shrouded in darkness and had a cold smile on his face. It turned out that the people who had come were not only disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace. The disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace were in the open while the disciples of the Dark Yin Palace were in the dark. They had sealed off the entire canyon. "What should we do, Brother Feng?" Yixing transmitted his voice to Feng Xiaoxiao. The other party had a martial artist who was proficient in the power of darkness. Even if he used the black hole to create life, he would not be able to escape. "Don't panic. I have a way to escape. I didn't die just now, so I won't die now. Feng Xiaoxiao replied. Chapter 603. Feng Xiaoxiao was, after all, a genius disciple of a 4-star power. She had a life-saving trump card, which was obviously not something Yixing could compare to. Her foundation was much deeper than Yixing's. Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, Yixing's heart calmed down. Although this was the first time he had met Feng Xiaoxiao, she was a trustworthy person. Yixing believed her words. Feng Xiaoxiao, you were able to fight me and Xing Luyang alone. You are indeed the strongest among those in the first tier. However, with the addition of Xian Yefeng, the 3 of us will fight you alone. Do you have any chance of survival? Huh, Xing Liuyu laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. In the Starry Crescent land, geniuses were everywhere among the disciples of the 7 4-star powers. Any one of them had the strength to sweep through the same realm as an ordinary martial artist. There were even a lot of geniuses who could challenge those with higher realms. Some outstanding elite disciples could even kill ordinary venerables when they reached the astral reaching realm. However, there were not many astral reaching realm experts who could challenge those with higher realms than them. Those who could kill those with higher realms than them were even rarer. Xing Liuyu was only a 2-star venerable, but his strength was enough to sweep through ordinary 4-star venerables. Even in the entire Starry Crescent land, he was a famous genius. In a normal era, a genius like Xing Liuyu could lead an era and sweep through his peers. He was the first person in the Starry Crescent land in the last 100 years, or even several hundred years. Unfortunately, he was born in the same generation as Feng Xiaoxiao. His brilliance had been completely overshadowed by Feng Xiaoxiao, the up-and-coming star. Feng Xiaoxiao was 2 years younger than Xing Liuyu, but aside from the fact that her cultivation was 1 level lower, she had already surpassed him in every other aspect. For a narrow-minded genius like Xing Liuyu, this was almost unbearable. Xing Liuyu hated Feng Xiaoxiao to the bone. Ever since Feng Xiaoxiao's fame had risen in the Starry Crescent land, Xing Liuyu had wanted to kill her. Now, it was finally time to kill Feng Xiaoxiao. Naturally, Xing Liuyu was overjoyed. Xing Liuyu, Xing Luyang and Xian Yifeng, the 3 first-rate geniuses of the younger generation, surrounded Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao. Linghu Feiyang, Yi Yunchuan and the others stood behind the 3 of them, leaving Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao with nowhere to run. Feng Xiaoxiao, don't blame me, Xian Yifeng. You only have yourself to blame. Who told you to have a 2-star blue fate? If you were allowed to grow, the Big Dipper sword sect would rule the Starry Crescent land. Then, there would be no room for other forces to speak. At that time, if you were to establish a dynasty that would unify the Starry Crescent land, we would all become its subjects and lose our freedom. So, you deserve to die. Xian Yefeng's voice was sinister as he glared at Feng Xiaoxiao and gritted his teeth. In the Starry Crescent land, the 4-star forces kept each other in check. Even if 1 or 2 forces were outstanding, they did not have the ability to conquer the other forces. However, if a second Nirvana quasi-god appeared in the Starry Crescent land, the balance would be completely broken. Especially if a second Nirvana quasi-god was proficient in combat. He could almost sweep the entire Starry Crescent land and establish a dynasty. This was because the hidden experts of the 4-star forces were only first Nirvana quasi-gods. Moreover, each force only had 1 or 2 of them. In the history of the Starry Crescent land, there had been a 2-star blue fate expert called Xingyu. When he grew up, he was invincible and swept across the entire Starry Crescent land. That was 100,000 years ago. In the end, Xingyu established a dynasty and named it the Starry Moon Dynasty. Thus, the land was renamed the Starry Crescent Land. Once the dynasty was established, it would unify the land. The resources of the entire Starry Crescent land would belong to the dynasty first. Then, the power represented by the dynasty would become stronger and stronger. Without any changes, it would be almost impossible to destroy. After the second Nirvana quasi-god, Xingyu, passed away, the Starry Moon dynasty continued to prosper. It gathered the resources of the entire land and produced many geniuses. The other forces could only look at its back. The Starry Moon dynasty lasted for more than 88,000 years before it was exhausted and fell apart. The flames of war were everywhere in the Starry Crescent land. The heroes fought each other and in the end, the four-star forces shared the land. It had been more than 10,000 years since then. The lifespan of a king was only 1,000 years. The establishment of a dynasty could last for tens of thousands of years. The experts of the Starry Crescent land did not want a new dynasty to appear. Feng Xiaoxiao had a 2-star blue fate, which was a heaven-defying cultivation talent. Moreover, she also had a heaven-defying combat ability. Naturally, many people wanted to get rid of her. When Feng Xiaoxiao heard Xian Yefeng's words, she narrowed her eyes and shot out a terrifying light. She said, "Who said that I have a 2-star blue fate? The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind." Everyone knew this. Ordinary geniuses did not matter. However, the most talented one would definitely be killed easily. Therefore, Feng Xiaoxiao's destiny was a secret of the Big Dipper Sword sect. The news was strictly sealed and could not be leaked. Only the upper echelons of the Big Dipper Sword sect knew about Feng Xiaoxiao's destiny. Xian Yefeng actually knew about Feng Xiaoxiao's destiny. Didn't this mean that someone in the upper echelons of the Big Dipper Sword sect deliberately leaked the news to kill Feng Xiaoxiao? Xian Yefeng sneered and said, "You're about to die. So what if you know the answer? Besides, you should know that the news could only have come from the Big Dipper Sword sect. Otherwise, who would know that the Big Dipper Sword sect has produced the #1 genius of the Starry Crescent land in 100,000 years, but someone in the upper echelons wants to kill him? Ha ha ha." Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was calm as she said, "I, Feng Xiaoxiao, only want to pursue the martial way. One day, I will head to a high-class land and break through to a higher realm. I have no interest in establishing a dynasty." Before Feng Xiaoxiao could finish, she was interrupted by Xian Yefeng. "Feng Xiaoxiao, what's the point of saying all this now? He. I don't care if you're interested or not. Today, there's no way out for you. There's only death for you. He. Xing Luyang, Xing Liuyu, and the others laughed coldly as well. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze was as sharp as a sword as she stared at Xian Yefeng. Then, she swept her gaze across the crowd and said, "Xian Yefeng, what I'm trying to say is that I originally had no enmity with the Dark Moon Palace. Even if I were to become invincible in the Starry Crescent land in the future, it would have nothing to do with the Dark Moon Palace. However, because of you, the Dark Moon Palace will be my mortal enemy from today onwards." Xing Liuyu, Xing Luyang, and Xian Yefeng were stunned. Feng Xiaoxiao's words made it sound as if she would survive and become the strongest person in the Starry Crescent land in the future. How was that possible? Just as the three of them revealed disdainful smiles, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her hand and a yellow talisman appeared in her hand. Lesser space-breaching talisman? Xing Liuyu and the other two exclaimed in shock. Chapter 604. Just as the three of them cried out in alarm, Feng Xiaoxiao grabbed Yi Xing and crushed the space-breaching talisman in her hand. In an instant, the void was torn apart and a spatial vortex was formed. Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao were affected by the space-breaching talisman and were instantly sucked into the spatial vortex. The spatial vortex appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao were nowhere to be seen. Damn it! He escaped. Xian Yefeng was so anxious that he stomped his feet. As a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect, there weren't many opportunities for Feng Xiaoxiao to kill him. Feng Xiaoxiao had been trapped in this canyon, and that was a great opportunity. However, he had managed to escape. How could Xian Yefeng not be anxious? Feng Xiaoxiao was a 2-star blue life disciple and would definitely become a second nirvana quasi-god in the future. It was fine if he had killed him, but now that he had escaped, he would definitely be injured in the future. Furthermore, it was not just Xian Yefeng himself who would suffer. The entire Dark Yin Palace would be in trouble. This was because Xian Yefeng killing Feng Xiaoxiao was the idea of the higher-ups of the Dark Yin Palace. Xian Yefeng was burning with anxiety. Xing Luyang and Xing Liuyu were the same. Since they had made a move, there were only 2 outcomes. They would either kill Feng Xiaoxiao or be killed by Feng Xiaoxiao in the future. After a short period of irritation, Xing Liuyu's eyes lit up and he said, "Feng Xiaoxiao is with that country bumpkin from the lower continent. That country bumpkin killed a disciple of my celestial elephant palace. We can sense his location. Let's go, let's find that country bumpkin. Feng Xiaoxiao cannot possibly have 2 space-breaching talismans. If we find him again, he will definitely die." Xian Yefeng's eyes flashed and he said, "Let's go. We'll find him soon." In the extraterritorial star land, somewhere in the void, there was a sudden tear and a spatial vortex appeared. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao emerged from the spatial vortex. Immediately, the spatial vortex disappeared and the void returned to normal. Yixing looked around. They were in a wide open area. The surrounding area was flat and there were no trees in sight. They were no longer in the forest of nowhere. Where is this place? Yixing scanned the surroundings and asked. Luckily, I have a small space-breaking spell. Otherwise, I would have been in danger today. Feng Xiaoxiao muttered to herself. However, when she heard Yixing's words, she scanned her surroundings and said, "This is the Divine Dragon Plains, located north of the Undirectional Forest. Small space-breaching talisman. Is it the yellow talisman that you took out earlier that allowed us to travel through the void?" Yixing exclaimed. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded with a pained expression. What a treasure! With a small space-breaking spell in hand, no matter how dangerous it will not be dangerous, Yixing exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen a treasure that could allow him to travel through the void in an instant. That's easy for you to say. This space-breaching charm can only be made by a quasi-god who has mastered the true meaning of space. No one in the entire Starry Crescent land can make it. It can only be found in the ancient ruins. It's a treasure that can only be found by chance. Even among the 7 strongest forces, not every one of them has a space-breaching charm. The Big Dipper Sword sect only has one, and it was given to me by the sect leader. If I use it now, I won't be able to escape from a deadly situation in the future. If I die in a dangerous situation, I won't be able to escape in the future. Feng Xiaoxiao sighed again and again. It was as if she had lost a piece of her heart. So it was such an important treasure. Yixing's expression changed. He cupped his fists and bowed to Feng Xiaoxiao. "Brother Feng, thank you for using such a treasure to save us. I can't thank you enough. I was going to use it to escape anyway. You just took it with you and didn't use it for you. There's no need to thank me." Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and said, "Even though we've escaped to this place, it's still not safe. You've killed a disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace. They'll sense your presence and find you sooner or later. The only thing I can do for you is to help you escape for the time being. They'll definitely come looking for me through you. We can't be together anymore. We'll have to go our separate ways." Yixing frowned. The fact that the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace could sense his location was a huge problem. As long as he was in the extraterritorial Starland, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace. Although using the black hole astrology and the dark force to conceal his presence would make it difficult for the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace to sense his presence, this method could only help him hide for a while. Yixing had concealed his presence. Perhaps the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace would not be able to sense his exact location. However, that did not mean that they would not be able to sense his general location. Yixing could not constantly use the dark force. As long as they were within a certain range, it was only a matter of time before they found him. Yixing said, "Brother Feng, may I ask if there is any way to avoid the pursuit of the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace?" Yixing did not know much about the extraterritorial starland and the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace. He could only ask Feng Xiaoxiao for advice. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "If you want to avoid the detection of the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, you have to escape from their detection range." However, the extraterritorial starland is not big enough. This method will not work. Secondly, you have to kill everyone who is chasing after you. This is obviously not going to work either, so there is only one way left. Yixing held his breath and said, "What is it?" Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Go to a place that they do not dare to go." The reason why the Divine Dragon Plains is called the Divine Dragon Plains is because in the depths of the plains, there is an ancient ruin called the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. The so-called Forbidden Land means that it is an extremely dangerous place. That place is densely covered with terrifying formations and restrictions. Moreover, it is said that someone once saw a divine dragon roaming about in the Forbidden Land. Therefore, it is called the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. My Big Dipper Sword sect has explored the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land for generations. However, because the formations and restrictions inside are too powerful, we are unable to go deep into it. However, we have managed to figure out some of the restrictions on the periphery. As she spoke, Feng Xiaoxiao raised her hand and took out a map. She then passed it to Yixing. "This is the map of the periphery of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. If you follow the route on the map and enter, it will be relatively safe. The disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace know that you are hiding in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. They might not dare to enter to look for you. This way, you might be able to escape this calamity. However, if they really take the risk to enter the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land to look for you, then it will depend on your safety. It will depend on your luck." Yixing took the map of the periphery of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land and said, "Thank you, Brother Feng. If I manage to survive this calamity, I will definitely repay your kindness if we meet again in the future." Feng Xiaoxiao said, "What I did was as easy as lifting a finger. You don't have to take it to heart. If I were a great sage, I wouldn't have allowed you to go to the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. I would have brought you along to escape with me." "Ha!" Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and patted Yixing on the shoulder. She said, "I wish you good luck and live well. With your potential, as long as you do not die, there will be no place for you in the inferior continents in the future. There will be a day when you will have to go to the Starry Crescent Land." Chapter 605. Flight was allowed on the Divine Dragon Plains, so Yixing soon arrived at the forbidden Divine Dragon grounds in the depths of the plains. In front of Yixing were ruins and broken walls. It was a barren land, and not a single blade of grass grew. In this ruined land, the void was filled with killing intent. This was the aura of a formation. This endless ruined land was shrouded in a powerful and terrifying formation. The power it contained was enough to make one's heart palpitate. In the depths of this ruined land, there were mountain peaks and halls. One could faintly see the silhouette of a dragon swimming in the depths, shuttling back and forth between the mountain peaks and halls. The forbidden Divine Dragon grounds. Could there really be a divine dragon? Yixing thought to himself. Even in the Star Continent, there were legends of dragons. However, the dragons in the Star Continent were usually flood dragons and not real divine dragons. The word divine in a divine dragon was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. Even the kings of the martial way could not compare to it. Only experts who had become quasi-gods, who also had the word divine, could be mentioned in the same breath as a divine dragon. If there really was a divine dragon in the forbidden divine dragon grounds, and Yixing entered the forbidden divine dragon grounds, the divine dragon might be able to kill Yixing in an instant with just a breath from the depths of the forbidden divine dragon grounds. There are divine dragons in the forbidden divine dragon grounds. This is just a rumor. Although it's dangerous to enter the forbidden divine dragon grounds, as long as I don't go too deep, I can still come out. The disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace can sense my location, and it won't be long before they come after me. Apart from the forbidden divine dragon grounds, I really don't have any other way to shake them off. Yixing thought to himself as he strode forward and entered the forbidden divine dragon grounds. Yixing was already familiar with the map of the forbidden divine dragon grounds. He had memorized it in his super brain, so Yixing knew which places were the safest. Moreover, Yixing activated his super brain to scan and could see whether the formations in front of him were real or fake. Although he could not break these formations, he could avoid the dangers within them. In truth, if Yixing used his super brain to scan the forbidden divine dragon land, it would be much safer than using the map Feng Xiaoxiao had given him. Feng Xiaoxiao's map had been created by the Big Dipper sword sect's disciples who had entered the foreign star land. Many of them had lost their lives in the divine dragon forbidden land because of this. They had used their lives to explore the map. However, with Yixing's super brain scan, he could directly identify the dangers in the formation. This was something that other martial artists could not compare to. No matter how many martial artists fumbled around blindly, even if they used their lives to fill in the gaps, they could not compare to Yixing's super brain scan. Yixing could see that although the formations and restrictions of the forbidden land were powerful, there were many damaged areas. That was why there were so many safe areas. If the formations and restrictions were in good condition, there would be danger everywhere. Even if he used his super brain to scan the area, it would be difficult for him to move around in the forbidden land. Yixing followed the safe route on the map until he reached the end marked on the map. At this time, Yixing had already entered the forbidden land of the divine dragon forbidden land. Not far in front of Yixing was a mountain peak. Beside the mountain peak was the roof of a palace. However, between him, the mountain peak, and the palace hall, the void was filled with dense formations and restrictions that were filled with killing intent. The formations and restrictions here were more complete. The aura they revealed was like a sharp blade, causing one's heart to turn cold. The real forbidden land is up ahead. I'm afraid that even a king would die if he entered. Yixing thought to himself. He used his super brain to scan and carefully observe the formations and restrictions in front of him. However, he could only find a few flaws. Moreover, these flaws were not due to the inadequacy of the formations and restrictions. Instead, it was unknown whether it was due to the passage of time or because it had been damaged. These damaged areas were not connected. Therefore, it was impossible to reach the mountain peak or the palace behind the mountain peak through these damaged areas. Moreover, these damaged areas were very small. From time to time, the power of the formations would penetrate through and produce frightening attacks. It would be very dangerous to enter. If Yixing did not have the super brain to scan and see the hidden dangers, he would definitely die if he entered recklessly. Even if Yixing entered and had the super brain scan, he could not guarantee that he would survive. Let's stop here. It's too dangerous up ahead. I hope the people from the Star Elephant Palace won't come in. Yixing thought to himself and gave up on the idea of going forward. After a while, Yixing calmed down his thoughts and sat on the ground. He began to cultivate the low-grade profound realm falling star incantation. He had gained enough in this outer realm star land. In order to avoid being chased by the people from the Star Elephant Palace, Yixing decided not to go out until he left this place. He would cultivate in seclusion and strive to break through the astral reaching realm as soon as possible and become a venerable. One day later, outside the divine dragon forbidden land, where Yixing had stopped before, Xing Liuyu, Xing Luyang, Xian Yefeng, and the other disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had all arrived. They could not track Feng Xiaoxiao, so they could only track Yixing to find her whereabouts. Xing Luyang looked at the divine dragon forbidden land before him and clenched his fists. His veins were bulging as he roared furiously, "Damn it! This kid actually entered the divine dragon forbidden land. This must be Feng Xiaoxiao's idea. Damn it!" Xing Liuyu squinted his eyes. His gaze was deep as he looked at the depths of the divine dragon forbidden land. Killing intent leaked out from his eyes. Clearly, he would not rest until he killed Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao. Xian Yefeng looked at the divine dragon forbidden land with a worried expression. "What should we do? The divine dragon forbidden land is very dangerous. They are hiding inside. Should we go in?" Xing Luyang punched the ground. The force of his fist punched a large hole in the ground as he roared, "Why should we go in? They are courting death. Are we going to accompany them in death?" Xing Luyang valued his life very much. If he had to risk his life in order to kill Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao, he would rather not. "If we don't kill Feng Xiaoxiao, sooner or later, we will die at her hands." Xing Liuyu spoke. "Moreover, the outer perimeter of the divine dragon forbidden land is not that dangerous. We have the map of the outer perimeter of the divine dragon forbidden land passed down by our sections. As long as we are careful and don't venture too deep, unless we are extremely unlucky, our lives will not be in danger. That country bumpkin and Feng Xiaoxiao will definitely not hide in the true forbidden land. I think they are also in the outer perimeter. We can sense that country bumpkin's location. We will definitely be able to find them once we enter." Xian Yefeng clenched his fists and made up his mind. "That's right. If you want to kill a snake, you have to kill it. If you want to cut the grass, you have to remove the roots. Since we have already made our move, we must kill them all in one go. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will kill Feng Xiaoxiao." Xing Liuyu and Xian Yefeng exchanged glances and nodded. Their eyes were filled with determination. Since the two of them had made their decision, the other disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace naturally had no objections. Everyone took out the map passed down by their sects and headed towards the divine dragon forbidden land. Chapter 606. In the divine dragon forbidden land. Yixing, who was cultivating the falling star incantation, suddenly opened his eyes. "They've come after all." Yixing's eyes shone brightly. In order to prevent the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace from catching up, Yixing had set up some surveillance formations along the way. No matter what the surveillance formations were monitoring or if they were destroyed, as the formation master, Yixing could sense it immediately. Not long after, two figures hidden in the darkness appeared in front of Yixing. Yixing scanned them with his super brain and saw them clearly. Although many disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had come, they still decided to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, Xian Yefeng and Yi Yunchuan were the first to sneak up. "Xian Yefeng, Yi Yunchuan," Yixing said coldly as he stared at the two of them. Xian Yefeng and Yi Yunchuan revealed themselves. Their expressions were filled with surprise. They were surprised that Yixing could actually see their figures. "Kid, are you the only one here? Where did Feng Xiaoxiao go?" Xian Yefeng shouted. His target was Feng Xiaoxiao. As for Yixing's life or death, that was the concern of Star Elephant Palace. The Dark Moon Palace had only attacked in passing. "You guys are really haunting me," Yixing said coldly as he looked at the disciples of Star Elephant Palace behind him. Xing Liuyu, Xing Luyang, and the other disciples of Star Elephant Palace walked forward. When they saw that Feng Xiaoxiao was not here, they were furious. Xing Luyang shouted, "Where is Feng Xiaoxiao?" Xing Luyang was extremely unwilling to enter the divine dragon forbidden land. However, Xing Liuyu and Xian Yefeng insisted on coming in to eliminate any future troubles. In order to kill Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Luyang could only brace himself and enter. This was because Feng Xiaoxiao was too powerful. If the three of them did not join forces, they were not confident that they could kill Feng Xiaoxiao. In the end, after entering the divine dragon forbidden area, he did not see Feng Xiaoxiao at all. Xing Luyang felt that he had taken such a huge risk for nothing, and the anger in his heart immediately rose. Yixing's gaze swept across everyone's faces and sneered, "Brother Feng isn't with me, how would I know where he is? He. You guys won't be able to find Brother Feng. Just wait for Brother Feng to take your lives in the future." Xing Liuyu stepped forward and said coldly, "What's so funny about you? No matter what, you will die here today." This was already the end of the divine dragon forbidden land safe zone. Any further in and it would be the true forbidden zone. Entering there would mean certain death. Xing Liuyu did not believe that Yixing also had a lesser space-breaking talisman. Therefore, in his eyes, Yixing was already a dead man. Yixing had already been forced into a corner. Other than rushing into the forbidden zone and escaping, there was no other way. Yixing's eyes revealed a sharp murderous intent as he said, "Remember this. As long as I, Yixing, survive this ordeal, I will definitely head to the Starry Crescent land in the future. If you don't die at the hands of Feng Xiaoxiao, you will die at the hands of Yixing. You still want to survive this ordeal? I will tear you into pieces right now." Xing Luyang roared furiously. The ardent flame spear instantly appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Yixing. Although he did not use his astrology, Xing Luyang's spear attack was more terrifying than a full-force attack from a 3-star venerable. Naturally, Yixing would not exchange blows with Xing Luyang. Just as Xing Luyang attacked with his spear, Yixing used his shadow steps. His body split into two and he rushed into the forbidden zone. Yixing was well aware of the few damaged areas in the forbidden zone. Naturally, he rushed in without triggering the erase attack. Entering the forbidden zone meant certain death. This was the consensus of the Starry Crescent land cultivators. Unexpectedly, Yixing had rushed into the forbidden zone. However, Yixing would die if he stayed behind. Rushing into the forbidden zone would also result in death. It was reasonable that he would be frightened into entering the forbidden zone by Xing Luyang's attack. However, what shocked the cultivators present was that Yixing had not been killed by the erase restrictions after entering the forbidden zone. "Remember my words. One day, we will meet again," Yixing said coldly as he stood in the forbidden zone. The distance between the two parties was not far. However, Yixing stood in the forbidden zone. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace felt as if they were in two different dimensions. It was as if they were extremely far away. Looking at Yixing, the cultivators were filled with murderous intent. However, they did not dare to take a single step into the forbidden zone. "I will destroy him from a distance." In the end, it was the hot-tempered Xing Luyang who roared and used his astrology. He did not dare to step into the forbidden zone to kill Yixing. However, he was powerful enough to kill Yixing even from a distance. At this moment, Yixing's expression suddenly changed. Xing Liuyu also pulled Xing Luyang back and said, "Don't be so agitated." Whoosh 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 whoosh, all of a sudden, the space near where Yixing was standing was filled with numerous wind blades. The aura of these wind blades made everyone's hair stand on end. If they were hit, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. This was a terrifying attack that even a king would not be able to withstand. At the same time, Yixing's expression changed, and he used the afterimage footwork. At this moment, he used the afterimage footwork to the limit, and also used the grand force of wind to the limit. His body gathered a dense amount of wind yuan qi, and his speed reached an extraordinary state, dodging the attack of the wind blades. The forbidden zone was different from the outer perimeter. There was no place that was absolutely safe. Even if it was a relatively safe area, there was no telling when danger would come. At this moment, Yixing did not care so much. His super brain was operating to the limit, scanning the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, countless calculations had been made. He calculated the next safe place to land and moved in the forbidden zone. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would trigger a reaction from the formation. In less than 3 breaths of time, an attack would be launched. Therefore, Yixing did not have much time to think at all. At most, in 1 or 2 breaths of time, he would have to move again. In one dangerous situation after another, Yixing's figure moved deeper and deeper into the forbidden zone. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace outside the forbidden zone were all dumbfounded when they saw Yixing's figure move deeper into the forbidden zone. Although Yixing's every step was dangerous, he did not suffer any real injuries. He actually moved so deep into the forbidden zone. This was unbelievable. What they did not know was that in this short period of time, Yixing's usage of the super brain had surpassed the sum of his usage in the past few years. Under the threat of death, Yixing's potential had completely erupted. Smoke was coming out of his brain as it spun rapidly. In this short period of time, whether it was Yixing's control of his body or his analysis and reaction to formations, Yixing had improved rapidly. We will meet again. Yixing's figure had already disappeared from the sight of the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace, but Yixing's voice still came from the depths of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Zone. Chapter 607. Yixing moved forward without any time to rest. Wherever he went, the formations would be triggered. Only by moving forward could he survive. Moreover, even if he wanted to move forward, he couldn't just blindly walk around. He had to go to a relatively safe place to ensure that he wouldn't be killed instantly. Therefore, Yixing's super brain was working to the limit at all times, calculating the possible path to survival. Even if his brain was smoking, he couldn't stop. In the forbidden zone, the broken and weak points of the formations weren't in a straight line. Yixing had to constantly change his direction. Therefore, in terms of the distance in a straight line, Yixing wasn't moving very fast. Under the super brain's intense movements, Yixing's 7 orifices fumed. Soon, he felt dizzy, but he didn't collapse. The desire to survive made him instinctively move the super brain, choosing a relatively safe path to advance. He was no longer controlled by his thoughts. Until, Yixing completely fainted and lost consciousness. Outside the forbidden zone, the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace wore gloomy expressions. Yixing had entered the depths of the forbidden zone, and Feng Xiaoxiao's whereabouts were unknown. This caused Xingliuyu, Xian Yefeng, and the others to lose their target. Although they didn't know whether Yixing was dead or alive, Xingliuyu and the others weren't willing to risk waiting in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Zone. They could only reluctantly leave. There were many treasures in the extraterrestrial starry sky, waiting for cultivators to explore. They couldn't wait here forever and waste their time. That country bumpkin won't live for long. Let's not bother with him anymore. The most important thing is to find Feng Xiaoxiao. If we can't kill him while he's in the extraterritorial starland, the Big Dipper Sword sect will definitely protect Feng Xiaoxiao when we return to the Starry Crescent land. It will be difficult to kill him then. If Feng Xiaoxiao becomes someone powerful in the future, we will definitely be harmed. Xingliuyu said. Xingliuyang, Xian Yefeng, and the others nodded in agreement. Xian Yefeng said, if Feng Xiaoxiao wants to hide, the chances of finding him will be very slim. However, when the Outer Realm Star Continent closes, everyone will be transported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. We can kill him there. Xingliuyu nodded, a trace of worry flashing through his eyes as he said, Feng Xiaoxiao is only 21 years old, and is still rapidly advancing. Although his cultivation base has reached the astral reaching realm, and each advancement is extremely difficult, there are still 5 months before the outer region closes. I'm afraid that his cultivation base will have already reached the second level of astral reaching realm. Then, it will be difficult to deal with him. Xian Yefeng's eyes narrowed as he said, then we should move around more during this period and see if we can come across any fortuitous encounters that can allow our cultivation to rise to the next level. Furthermore, we can contact the disciples of the Demon's Sealing Valley. I believe that the Demon's Sealing Valley does not wish for Feng Xiaoxiao to grow stronger. With the Demon's Sealing Valley's great sealing technique, even if Feng Xiaoxiao becomes a 2-star venerable, she will not be a threat. Xing Liuyu and Xian Yefeng looked at each other and nodded. The Demon's Sealing Valley was one of the 2 strongest powers of the Star Moon continent. Moreover, there was also a first-grade expert among the disciples of the Demon's Sealing Valley. If they joined hands, no matter how powerful Feng Xiaoxiao was, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. The godly dragon Forbidden Land was a place that the martial artists of the Star Moon continent had explored and tested for countless years. Eventually, it was determined to be a dangerous place with no harvest, and was classified as one of the Forbidden Lands. After the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and the Dark Moon Palace left, the godly dragon Forbidden Land returned to its former tranquility. Only the unconscious Yixing remained in the depths of the Forbidden Land. After 3 full days, Yixing finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, Yixing immediately sat up and looked around vigilantly, activating the super brain scanning function. What entered his eyes were 2 golden doors. Yixing's heart shook as he realized that he was already in front of a huge palace. In front of the doors, there was a safe zone. When Yixing's consciousness fell unconscious, the super brain instinctively operated and controlled his body to come here. Only then did Yixing collapse. Yixing suddenly cried out in surprise. He realized that the calculation ability of his brain was much faster than before. Even the objects he scanned were more detailed. The time it took Yixing to analyze the formations and restrictions in front of him was more than 10 times faster than before. He could see the flaws and weak points at first glance. Moreover, the structure of the formations and restrictions could be clearly scanned by the super brain. The super brain seems to have been strengthened. Did it level up? Did it evolve? Yixing cried out in surprise. No matter what, Yixing was happy. This was a blessing in disguise. It was a good thing. What could be in this palace? Yixing stood up and looked at the 2 doors in front of him. The super brain had already analyzed the formations and restrictions that covered the doors. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but the formations and restrictions on the doors were already damaged. Otherwise, even if Yixing could analyze the structure of the formations and restrictions, there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing used the fire astrology, and the golden rock spear instantly appeared in his hand. The astral energy circulated, and the power of heaven and earth surged. It stirred up the primal chi of heaven and earth. Yixing unleashed his full strength. Like an unlucky flame, he thrust his spear with the strongest attack and attacked the broken part of the formation. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Yixing's hand that held the spear went numb. A terrifying force bounced back, but the 2 doors did not budge at all. Although the formations and restrictions were damaged, it was not that easy to destroy them. Yixing was only able to break through because he could see where the restrictions were broken. Otherwise, even if a supremacy attacked directly, he wouldn't be able to shake the 2 doors at all. Through the super brain scan, Yixing could see that the damaged parts of the formations and restrictions on the doors had become bigger. His terrifying aura continued to erupt as he attacked with the strongest spear. Boom! 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 Yixing attacked with his spear again and again. Every time he attacked the same spot, the broken parts of the formations and restrictions were constantly magnified. After more than 100 attacks, Yixing finally tore apart the defensive formation on the door. The door creaked and opened to both sides. It's finally open. Yixing was overjoyed. He looked into the hall and scanned everything inside with his super brain. The hall was very spacious and there was no danger. Yixing walked in. It was a square hall that was about 10 feet in length, width, and height. The walls on both sides were engraved with patterns. Most of the patterns were in the shape of humans. Some of them were in the shape of dragons. However, even if they were in the shape of humans, they were dragonians covered in scales. The human figures in the patterns had different movements. Yixing looked at them for a while and understood. These patterns seemed to be martial arts moves. Chapter 608. The moves on the wall were not exquisite. In fact, they were very ordinary. Yixing tried to learn 2 moves, but he did not find anything special about them. They were not even spiritual martial arts. They could only be considered as ordinary martial arts. This made Yixing feel very surprised. The martial arts recorded on the walls of the Forbidden Divine Dragon grounds were only at the level of ordinary martial arts. This should not be the case. Yixing shifted his gaze and observed the pictures on the other wall. Although the moves in the pictures were different, they were all very ordinary. Even supremacies do not have the strength to enter this place. This Forbidden Divine Dragon Palace should be of a very high level. It's impossible to carve ordinary martial arts on the walls. These moves are very ordinary. Could it be that they need a special heart technique to be powerful? Yixing guessed as he looked into the depths of the palace. There was a stone table under the opposite wall. About 3 feet above the stone table, there was a fist-sized ball of red blood floating in the air. Yixing scanned the blood and found that there were shadows of dragons moving around in the blood. This can't be dragon blood, right? Yixing was surprised. Yixing walked forward. When he was about 10 meters away from the stone table, a wall appeared in the air and blocked his path. There was a hidden formation here. Even Yixing's super brain could not detect it. The power of the formation projected a line of words on the wall behind him. Learn the martial arts of the Dragon Clan and you can obtain the essence of the Dragon Clan's blood. The pictures on the wall were of the Dragon Clan's martial arts. Perhaps only the Dragon Clan's martial arts would be powerful. No wonder Yixing felt that the martial arts were very ordinary. It was not cultivated by humans. Yixing's super brain scanned the area in front of him and found that the formation was very complete. He could not force his way forward to obtain the essence of the Dragon Clan's blood. It seems that the only way to obtain the essence of the Dragon Clan's blood is to master the martial arts on the 2 walls. Yixing thought. He retreated and continued to look at the pictures on the wall. He memorized each move in his super brain. Soon, the martial techniques on the 2 walls were imprinted in Yixing's mind, never to be seen again. However, imprinting it in one's mind was one thing, and practicing it in one's body was another. Because it was the martial arts of the dragon race, it was not suitable for humans to practice. For humans, these moves were not only strange, but also very disjointed. Each move seemed to be separate and independent. It was not a problem for Yixing to practice them separately, but it was extremely difficult to practice them consecutively. Yixing first separated the moves one by one and practiced them one by one. Very soon, he was familiar with the moves. Then, he gave it a try to see if he could enter the array formation and obtain the divine dragon blood essence. As soon as Yixing entered the array formation, a wall appeared out of thin air. A terrifying pushing force attacked him. Yixing immediately used the first move he had learned from the stone wall. Although this move did not have any power, it offset the pushing force from the array formation. However, before Yixing could move forward, another terrifying pushing force attacked him. Yixing wanted to change his move, but the changes between the moves were unfamiliar. Before Yixing could change his move, he was blasted out. It seems that I have to practice these moves consecutively and then perform the complete move from the beginning to the end. Only then can I pass through the array formation and obtain the divine dragon blood essence. Yixing thought to himself. He calmed down and continued to practice the martial arts of the dragon clan. The moves were not connected. One word, practice. The changes in the moves were unfamiliar. One word, practice. Yixing first simulated the moves in his mind. First, he let his consciousness connect the moves. Then, Yixing carried out practical practice to allow his body to connect with these moves. With the connection of his consciousness, Yixing's practice was naturally twice the result with half the effort. In just 2 days, Yixing had completely mastered this set of martial arts of the Dragon Clan and could perform it smoothly. If others were to practice it without the help of the super brain, they would probably need more than 10 times the time, or even longer. Let's try again. Yixing once again walked toward the divine dragon blood essence. When he was 10 meters away, the array formation was immediately activated. A wall appeared out of thin air and blocked Yixing's advance. Yixing took a step forward and stepped into the wall of thin air. Immediately, a terrifying pushing force attacked him. Yixing immediately used the first move of the Dragon Clan's martial arts. The pushing force was immediately dispelled. Yixing took a step forward and a second pushing force attacked him. In an instant, Yixing's moves changed and smoothly used the second move. The pushing force was once again dispelled. Just like that, Yixing moved forward step by step and continuously used the moves of the Dragon Clan's martial arts to dispel the pushing force in the array formation. Not long after, he finally arrived in front of the stone table. After using the set of Dragon Clan's martial arts, the array formation around him disappeared and was completely dispelled. Yixing looked ahead. The divine dragon blood essence floating in the air was just inches away. What a surging power! Before coming into contact with the divine dragon blood essence, Yixing could already feel the power contained in it. Yixing reached out and grabbed the divine dragon blood essence. The moment the divine dragon blood essence touched Yixing's palm, it immediately seeped into Yixing's palm and fused into his flesh and blood. Before Yixing could understand what was going on, a sharp pain came from his palm that came into contact with the divine dragon blood essence. In an instant, dense scales grew on Yixing's palm. They were golden dragon scales that shone brightly. What's going on? Yixing was shocked. Although he was inexperienced, he had never heard of the divine dragon blood essence. He did not know what would happen if a human warrior came into contact with the divine dragon blood essence. However, the sharp pain from his palm and the dragon scales that grew were spreading to his arm. At that moment, Yixing knew that he had encountered a big problem. Will I become a demon? Yixing was shocked. When he thought about how he would become a dragon man in the future with golden scales all over his body, he was horrified. No, I must not become a demon. At that moment, a voice in his heart overcame the pain and fear, calming Yixing down instantly. He immediately sat down cross-legged and frantically circulated the mystic class low-grade falling star art to refine and absorb the energy contained in the divine dragon blood essence. He did not let the divine dragon blood essence fuse into his body on its own accord. The divine dragon blood essence fused into Yixing's body on its own accord because the divine dragon blood essence was in a dominant position. After the complete transformation, Yixing would always be in a dragonman state. Yixing took the initiative to refine and absorb the divine dragon blood essence because he was in a dominant position. After absorbing the divine dragon blood essence, he could transform into a dragonman or a human as he wished. He was completely under Yixing's control. Therefore, although it seemed like the same thing, it was a completely different matter as to who was in a dominant position. The energy in the divine dragon blood essence was too overwhelming. Yixing circulated the falling star art but could not absorb it at all. The sharp pain on his arm continued and the dragon scales continued to grow. Black hole astrology. Yixing's mind moved and a beam of starlight shot into the sky. He immediately circulated the black hole astrology. Chapter 609. The black hole astral form hung high in the sky. The black hole whirlpool spun unceasingly, producing a huge devouring power that increased the speed of absorbing and refining the divine dragon essence blood. However, the power contained within the divine dragon essence blood was simply too overwhelming. This was divine blood. If the main part of the divine dragon essence blood was still alive, the divine blood would contain the owner's spirit and will. The power contained in this divine blood was enough to kill a king. Yixing wasn't even an astral reaching venerable. How could he absorb this divine dragon essence blood in such a short time? Therefore, the speed at which the divine dragon blood essence assimilated Yixing was very fast, but the speed at which Yixing refined and absorbed the divine dragon blood essence was much slower. Even though Yixing used the black hole astral form, it still couldn't compare to the assimilation speed of the divine dragon essence blood. The dragon scales on his arm were still spreading. However, the black hole astral form was extraordinary after all. It wasn't useless. At least, Yixing's black hole astral form greatly slowed down the assimilation speed of the divine dragon essence blood, buying time. If Yixing was assimilated by the divine dragon essence blood, not only would his body be unable to turn back into a human, even his spirit and consciousness would be assimilated. He would no longer be able to remember his past and would think that he was a true dragon man. In a sense, assimilation meant death for Yixing. From then on, he would no longer be himself. This was an outcome that Yixing absolutely couldn't accept. His desire to live made him desperately operate the falling star incantation and the black hole astral form, all for the sake of refining the divine dragon essence blood a little faster. Time slowly passed. More and more dragon scales appeared on Yixing's arm, gradually spreading to his body. A day later, Yixing's entire arm was covered in golden dragon scales. He had completely transformed into a dragon, and the dragon scales were spreading to his body. Yixing had long since entered a selfless state. He was fully focused on operating the falling star incantation and the black hole astral form, maintaining the speed of refining and absorbing the divine dragon essence blood at the fastest speed. After a day, Yixing had already refined and absorbed quite a bit of divine dragon blood essence. This caused the assimilation speed of the divine dragon blood essence to slow down. However, Yixing absorbed very little of the total amount of divine dragon blood essence. The assimilation of the divine dragon blood essence to Yixing continued. Another 2 days passed, and the dragon scales had already spread from one shoulder to the other, and started to spread to the other arm. Furthermore, the dragon scales were still growing. They had already covered Yixing's neck, and they had already covered Yixing's chest. The black hole constellation was located in the middle of his brows, blocking the assimilation of the divine dragon essence blood to his neck. The black hole constellation was located in his dantian, blocking the assimilation of the divine dragon essence blood to his chest. However, after Yixing's other arm was assimilated by the dragon blood, it lost its connection with his body, and the assimilation speed greatly increased. In just half a day, Yixing's other arm had completely turned into a dragon, and it was covered in golden dragon scales. After both arms were assimilated, the power of the divine dragon blood essence started to spread in both directions. The black hole constellation located in the middle of his brows was clearly much stronger than the black hole constellation in the middle of his brows. The dragon scales grew at a much slower speed towards his face than towards his abdomen. This divine dragon blood essence was very intelligent. It actually knew how to avoid the sharp edge. It no longer assimilated towards Yixing's head. Instead, it concentrated its power on the lower part of Yixing's body. As such, although the black hole constellation in his dantian was constantly absorbing the divine dragon blood essence, the assimilation speed of the divine dragon blood essence was still not slow. 7 days later, Yixing's entire body was covered in dragon scales. Both his front and back were covered in dragon scales. Only the fist-sized part of his dantian remained intact because the black hole constellation was constantly absorbing the divine dragon blood essence. The dragon scales grew and surrounded his dantian, and they continued to spread downwards until they reached Yixing's legs. At this moment, his legs were completely separated from his body by the assimilated dragon scales. The assimilation speed was very fast, and 2 days later, both legs were completely covered in dragon scales. Following that, the remaining divine dragon blood essence attacked Yixing's dantian with all its might. Although it had assimilated Yixing's arms, legs, and almost his entire body, the divine dragon blood essence was still surging violently. The power of the dragon blood was too strong, and the black hole constellation could not refine and absorb it all. The range of its defense was constantly shrinking. Even if Yixing circulated the mystic low-grade meteor fall art with all his might, the black hole constellation in his dantian could not stop the assimilation of the divine dragon blood essence. 3 days later, Yixing's dantian was also completely assimilated, leaving only his head intact. However, the remaining power of the divine dragon blood essence was still strong. The rest of the divine dragon blood essence surged upwards, attacking Yixing's head with all its might. As long as it assimilated Yixing's glabella, Yixing would lose his consciousness. From then on, he would be a new existence, a dragon man. He might even completely transform into a dragon. Even with the black hole constellation's devouring vortex, it could not stop the assimilation of the divine dragon blood essence. Dragon scales began to spread towards Yixing's face. First, it was the chin, then the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and then the back of his head. The black hole constellation was extraordinary and its resistance was too strong. The divine dragon blood essence took close to 10 days to assimilate Yixing's head, leaving only a small piece between his eyebrows. It had been 23 days since Yi Crossing came into contact with the divine dragon blood essence. After 23 days of devouring and absorbing, the black hole constellation had absorbed a large amount of divine dragon blood essence. Finally, just as his glabella was about to be assimilated by the divine dragon blood essence, it stopped the impact of the divine dragon blood essence. The speed at which Yixing refined and absorbed the divine dragon blood essence finally reached a balance with the assimilation speed of the divine dragon blood essence. No matter how much the divine dragon blood essence attacked Yixing's glabella, it was all devoured and absorbed by the black hole constellation. Although Yixing was operating the black hole constellation with all his might, he could still feel the changes in his body. At this moment, he finally calmed down. As long as the speed reached a balance, as the black hole constellation absorbed more and more divine dragon blood essence, the advantage would tilt towards him sooner or later. The process of reaching a balance lasted for more than half a month. As more and more divine dragon blood essence was absorbed, Yixing finally took control of the situation and began to forcibly refine and absorb the divine dragon blood essence in the opposite direction of his dragonized body. With his glabella as the center, the dragon scales around him disappeared one by one, returning to their original state. This process was slow, but Yixing was in a good mood. He had finally overcome the hurdle. He was the winner of this battle of life and death. First, it was his head, then his neck, then his chest, shoulders, arms. As time passed, the dragon scales on Yixing's body gradually decreased. More and more parts of his body returned to their original state. Chapter 610. Star Continent, Starry Sky Arena. It had been 3 months since the young geniuses had entered the extraterritorial Star Continent. the extraterritorial star continent would open for 3 months. Today was the day that Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianghu, and the other young geniuses would leave the extraterritorial star continent. The star continent was very far away from the starry sky arena, so it wasn't easy to teleport. Therefore, the forces that had sent their disciples to the extraterritorial star continent had basically waited for 3 months in the starry sky arena. As for the cultivators of the other forces, they had naturally brought their disciples back to the star continent. The forces that remained in the starry sky arena were the damning royal family, the Zhou family, the Duan family, the Ye family, the Great Xi Empire, the ancient Nether Empire, the Blood Edge Empire, and so on. At noon, a void array gate appeared in the sky above the starry sky arena. It was time for the young geniuses of the extraterritorial star continent to return. Soon, the first figure appeared. Mo Jian's eyes lit up. It was the Blood Edge Empire's junior, Wei Qingxian. After 3 months, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation had improved again. She was already a half-step supremacy. Then, the second figure appeared. It was Yi Jianghu from the ancient Nether Empire. Yi Jianghu had also gained something in the extraterritorial star continent and had reached the 9th stage of the astral realm. The third person to appear was Yi Rulong. Yi Rulong had also improved and was now a half-step supremacy. The fourth person to appear was Meng Xinlan, followed by Yi Weinan, Zhou Haoge, and Duan Xueqing. The 4 of them were still the same as when they entered the extraterritorial star continent. However, the lack of progress in their cultivation didn't mean that they didn't gain anything in the extraterritorial star continent. After Duan Xueqing appeared, no one else appeared. The damning royal family's cultivators were shocked. Crown Prince Meng Yuanqing asked, "Xinlan, where is Haokong?" There were a total of 8 young geniuses from the star continent who had entered the extraterritorial star continent. Now, only 7 of them had returned. Meng Haokong of the damning royal family was missing. Meng Xinlan glanced at Meng Yuanqing and said, "Haokong, he is dead." "Who?" Meng Yuanqing suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, looking furious. The other martial artists of the great Meng royal family also frowned. As for the martial artists of the other forces, they all revealed looks of surprise. 8 people had gone in, and 1 of them had died. Unfortunately, it was a martial artist from the great Meng imperial family. Such luck. This caused all the martial artists to think back to the struggle for destiny 3 months ago. Meng Yuanzhen's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was a monstrous genius of his generation. But, he had died at the hands of Yi Xing, allowing Yi Xing to obtain the destiny of a 100-foot star and become the #1 ranker on the destiny decree. At that time, it had already shown that the great Yuan dynasty's providence had begun to decline. Now that Meng Haokong was dead, it seemed to be related to the great Yuan dynasty's providence. This was an ominous sign. It was no wonder that Meng Yuanqing and the great Meng imperial family's martialists were so angry. The void formation door in the sky only existed for a while before it disappeared. Wei Qingxian and the other 6 people descended from the sky and returned to their respective camps. Mo Jian. Meng Yuanqing walked over to Mo Jian. "What instructions does Sacred Monarch Yuan have for me?" Mo Jian lowered his head slightly and asked respectfully. Because Yi Xing had been accepted as a student of the Blood Edge Academy by Mo Jian, and Yi Xing was the #1 enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty, the Great Yuan dynasty was extremely angry with Mo Jian and the entire Blood Edge Empire. Meng Yuanqing was no exception. However, Meng Yuanqing suppressed his anger and pointed at Wei Qingxian. "Her aptitude is very good, and the Great Yuan dynasty will do its best to nurture her. She doesn't have to follow you back to the East Divine Continent. She will follow me to the Great Yuan dynasty." Wei Qingxian was someone that the supreme monarch of the great Meng Empire, Meng Tai, had instructed him to bring her to the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuanqing naturally kept this in mind. Mo Jian said, "Sacred Monarch Yuan, I have no right to make decisions for Zixuan's future. I will ask her if she is willing to go to the Great Yuan dynasty. Seeing Mo Jian looking at her, Wei Qingxian waved her hand and said, Dean, you don't have to ask. I am willing to follow you back to the East Divine Continent. Meng Yuansheng's face turned cold. This is the decree of the Supreme Monarch. The decree of the Supreme Monarch was the highest authority of the Great Yuan dynasty. Once the decree was issued, no one would dare to disobey it. Anyone who disobeyed would be the enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty. All the martial artists in the Starry Sky Great Arena looked over. Wei Qingxian looked indifferent and said, I will go wherever I want to go. No one's decree is of any use. Dean, I will go back first. Yixing would only come out in 3 months, and Wei Qingxian already felt that her breakthrough to the astral-reaching realm was just around the corner. She had to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. She knew that once she became a venerable, her memories would definitely awaken and she might be in a coma for a long time. After Wei Qingxian finished speaking, she walked towards the teleportation array. Meng Yuansheng's figure flashed and blocked Wei Qingshuan's path. He shouted, You dare to disobey the decree? Do you know the consequences? Wei Qingxian looked at Meng Yuansheng and said, You dare to make a move in the Starry Sky Great Arena? But what are the consequences? Meng Yuansheng's eyes widened and he shouted, You. But he was speechless. Wei Qingxian walked past Meng Yuansheng. Although she hadn't fully awakened her memories, she knew that she was an extraordinary existence in her previous life. The Great Yuan dynasty and the monarch realm might be huge and lofty existences to the martial artists of the Starry Sky Great Continent, but to Wei Qingxian, they were nothing. Meng Yuansheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Mo Jian and said, What a good Blood Edge Empire. Mo Jian, I don't think there's any need for the Blood Edge Empire to exist. Reverend Mo Jian's eyes twitched. Although he knew that there would be a day when the Bloody Edge Empire and the Great Yuan dynasty would become enemies, he still felt a lot of pressure when the day really came. After all, the Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Starry Sky Great Continent. Even if it wasn't very lucky, it wasn't a power that could be provoked. Furthermore, the current monarch of the Great Yuan dynasty was a 4-star monarch who was in the prime of his life. It could be said that the Great Yuan dynasty was at its peak. If the Great Yuan dynasty sent its troops, which empire would be able to resist it? However, Mo Jian felt more at ease when he thought of the Dark Star sect behind him. The Blood Edge Empire was located in the East Divine Continent, and the East Divine Continent was the headquarters of the Dark Star sect. The Great Yuan dynasty couldn't do anything about it. If the Blood Edge Empire became enemies with the Dark Star sect, it would be a dead end. With the protection of the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan dynasty might not make a big fuss and come to the East Divine Continent to fight the Dark Star sect. Mo Jian's bowed body suddenly straightened, and he no longer had a respectful expression as he said, The Blood Edge Empire respectfully greets you. After saying that, Mo Jian waved his hand at the martialists of the Blood Edge Empire and said, Let's go. If Yixing was still alive, he would only come out after 3 months. The Blood Edge Empire couldn't wait here in public. Furthermore, it was impossible for the Great Yuan dynasty to keep Yixing in the Starry Sky Great Arena. As long as Yixing was alive, he would definitely return to the East Divine Continent. Chapter 611. By the time Yixing's dragon scales had completely disappeared, it had already been 3 months since he came in contact with the divine dragon essence blood. These 3 months were divided into 3 periods. The first period was when the mystical dragon blood essence assimilated Yixing, causing his body to gradually turn into a dragon. The second period was when Yixing was in a stalemate, protecting his glabella from being destroyed. The third period was when Yixing counterattacked, allowing his body to gradually return to normal. All the dragon scales had completely disappeared, which meant that Yixing had completely refined and absorbed the divine dragon essence blood. Yixing's physique had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The divine dragon essence blood contained a surging power under Yixing's control. Yixing felt that if this power erupted, it would be enough to easily kill a low-level venerable. Even Linghu Feiyang, who was a 3-star venerable, would be no exception. Rumble, just as Yixing was astonished by the surging power in his body, a thunderous sound suddenly came from above his head. Yixing raised his head and saw a huge black tribulation cloud appear in the sky. Inside this black tribulation cloud were streaks of lightning and thunder, containing a terrifying supreme power. This. Yixing's expression changed. At this moment, he was no longer in the palace, but in another space. There were no walls around him, and it was very spacious. This is the descent of the heavenly tribulation, and I've been transferred to a dimensional space. This is my venerable thunder tribulation. Yixing's heart was moved, and his face revealed an excited expression. When he entered the outer region Starland, he was only an 8-star venerable. Because he had absorbed the spirit spring, he had broken through to the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and consolidated his cultivation to the half-step venerable realm. Now, only 4 months had passed, and his cultivation was about to make another breakthrough. Moreover, it was to break through a major realm, becoming an astral reaching venerable. To break through to the astral reaching realm from the astral star realm, one had to go through the baptism of the thunder tribulation. As long as one's cultivation reached the astral reaching realm, no matter where one would be sensed by the heavens, enter a dimensional space, and endure the thunder tribulation. The black tribulation cloud in the sky was several acres in size, and it contained the terrifying power of lightning. Moreover, as time passed, the power of lightning inside became stronger and stronger. The lightning became brighter and brighter, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Yixing's expression turned solemn. He calmed his mind and focused on the thunder calamity. Although the majority of astral reaching realm warriors could safely pass through the thunder calamity, there were still cases of warriors falling during the calamity. When a martial artist cultivated, as their cultivation increased, their lifespan would also continue to increase, which would change the fate of the heavens and lead to the calamity of the heavens. This thunder calamity was an unavoidable hurdle for every astral reaching realm martial artist. After passing the lightning tribulation, one would become a true venerable one. Their lifespan would be extended, their strength would increase greatly, and they would be able to continue on the path of martial arts. If one failed to pass the lightning tribulation, their cultivation would regress and their strength would be greatly reduced. In the worst-case scenario, they would die and their Tao would vanish, turning into ashes and becoming a failure on the path of martial arts. Yixing's strength was formidable. When he was only a half-step venerable, he had already surpassed ordinary venerables. Now that his body had absorbed the divine dragon essence blood, his strength had increased greatly. He was completely confident in passing through the astral reaching realm thunder calamity. Therefore, facing the frightening might of the thunder calamity, Yixing was not afraid. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement and excitement. Martial arts cultivation was a struggle against the heavens. The descent of the thunder calamity was the calamity of the heavens. How could it not be a contest between a martial artist and the heavens? One had to fight against the heavens and win. Only then would one be able to fight for lifespan, allowing one to live longer and walk further on the path of martial arts. Yixing was looking forward to such a contest. No one could stop his path of martial arts, not even the heavens. Rumble. With an explosion, a light flashed in the black tribulation cloud, and a lightning bolt instantly struck down, striking towards Yixing. Come! Yixing lightly shouted. The astral energy within his body circulated, and he reached out to grab the lightning bolt. This was a thunder calamity. The power it contained was enough to split a mountain, but Yixing was not afraid at all. He was very confident in his body. Pang! When the thunder calamity landed on Yixing's hand, a piercing pain came from his palm. Then, the pain spread from his palm to his arm, and then to his entire body. The lightning bolt struck Yixing's body like a sharp needle. If the thunder calamity was allowed to run amok, Yixing's body would definitely be damaged, and he would be seriously injured. However, the pain in Yixing's body only lasted for about a breath's time before it disappeared. The lightning in his body was suppressed by his astral energy, refined, and absorbed, and tempered his body. Yixing's dark astral innate spirit had been cultivated to the limit. His body was already very strong, and he had the strength of a half-step honorable. Then, after being strengthened by the divine dragon blood, he was no weaker than an ordinary honorable. Naturally, he could withstand the tempering of the thunder calamity. After being tempered by the thunder calamity, Yixing could feel that his flesh and blood were more vigorous, and his astral energy was purer. The power it contained had increased. Rumble. Soon, a second explosion sounded. A thunder calamity that was twice as thick as the previous one struck down. The thickness of the thunder calamity doubled, but its power was not only doubled, it was multiplied by several times. Yixing did not dare to touch the second thunder calamity directly with his body. He suddenly circulated the power of fire, and performed the sky-burning sun fist, and punched out. The thunder calamity was like a hot knife through butter, shattering the fist aura and landing on Yixing's fist. In an instant, it spread throughout Yixing's body. After being blocked by the fist aura, the power of the thunder calamity was greatly reduced. It was similar to the first thunder calamity, and Yixing's body could withstand it. He once again used the power of thunder to temper his body and astral energy. Rumble. After a few breaths, the third thunder calamity struck down. It was twice as thick as the second one, and its power had doubled. Yixing took out the golden rock mystic spear. Fire Yuan Qi gathered, and he thrust out a flame spear aura to meet the thunder calamity. The flame spear aura was shattered by the thunder calamity, greatly reducing the power of the thunder calamity. Yixing's body was once again tempered by the power of thunder. Rumble. The fourth explosion was so loud that Yixing felt his scalp go numb. It was clear that the power of this thunder calamity had reached an extremely frightening level. The thunder calamity of the astral reaching realm only had 4 layers. The 4th layer was the final test, and its power was the most frightening. Many warriors had died under this thunder calamity. Shoo! Yixing operated the fire star form, and the fire aura was operated at full power. A large amount of fire Yuan Qi was attracted by him, gathering around his body and turning into a flame giant. Yixing's power erupted completely, and he thrust out his spear against the 4th thunder calamity. Rumble. The explosion was deafening, and the flame spear aura was scattered. The golden rock mystic spear in Yixing's hand shook, and a frightening power was transmitted. The 4th thunder calamity had already landed on Yixing's body. The power of this thunder calamity was too great. In an instant, Yixing's body was smoldering, and he felt a sharp pain. The lightning in the thunder calamity was like a blade, rampaging inside Yixing's body. Fortunately, Yixing's body was extraordinary, and he was able to suppress the power of this thunder calamity. Rumble. At this moment, the 5th explosion was heard in the sky. Yixing's hair stood on end as he felt the danger. Chapter 6:12. What's going on? Aren't there only 4 stages of Venerable's thunder calamity? Yixing was startled. The explosion of the 5th thunder calamity was much more terrifying than the 4th. Hearing it, Yixing's heart instinctively trembled. No! My 4th thunder calamity is also more terrifying than other martial artists. If other martial artists' 4th thunder calamity is also so powerful, how many venerables who have just stepped into the astral reaching realm would be able to pass it? Yixing instantly reacted. His thunder calamity seemed to be different from the venerable's thunder calamity that he had heard of. Yixing's strength was far from what an ordinary honorable could compare to. Just the power of the fourth lightning tribulation just now was enough to kill an ordinary honorable. However, according to Yixing's knowledge, the number of venerables who had fallen in the thunder calamity was not many. Only a few among 100 people. The success rate of passing the thunder calamity was very high. From this, it could be seen that the thunder calamity of ordinary venerables was definitely not as terrifying as Yixing's. However, Yixing's thunder calamity was not only terrifying, but also qualitatively different from ordinary venerables' thunder calamity. Ordinary venerables' thunder calamity only had 4 stages, but he had encountered a 5th thunder calamity. Even Yixing had an instinctive fear in the face of the 5th thunder calamity, feeling the danger of death. The surprise in Yixing's heart only lasted for a moment before he shifted his attention to the 5th lightning tribulation that was striking down from the sky. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky, turning into a black hole vortex. Yixing used the black hole astral form. The black hole vortex produced an enormous devouring power, swallowing the 5th thunder calamity. At the same time, Yixing used the power of the wind to gather the wind elemental energy, forming a whirlpool around him to protect his body. The lightning tribulation had to be weakened by the whirlpool first. Whoosh! Yixing's body turned into a flaming giant in an instant. The golden rock profound spear was also covered in raging flames. Yixing's strength exploded to the limit as he thrust out a terrifying spear attack in his strongest state. The 5th tribulation thunder was first swallowed by the black hole astrology and then weakened by the hurricane vortex before colliding with the flaming spear. Even so, the flaming spear aura was instantly shattered into pieces. The tribulation lightning struck the tip of the golden rock spear. In an instant, it traveled along the golden rock spear to Yixing's body. In an instant, Yixing felt a tearing pain coming from every part of his body. The golden rock profound spear fell out of his hand and his body curled up on the ground. He was almost burnt to a crisp and was smoking. This attack was too terrifying. Yixing coughed and coughed up blood. His body lay on the ground, unable to move. After sending out the 5th tribulation lightning, the sound of thunder in the sky gradually subsided. The black tribulation cloud grew smaller and smaller, quickly dispersing. A change appeared in the void and Yixing returned to the great hall of the divine dragon forbidden zone. The venerable thunder tribulation had finally ended. After more than 20 breaths of time, Yixing struggled to sit up. Looking at the familiar great hall, he knew that the venerable thunder tribulation had passed and he had become a true venerable. Although his body was still in pain, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. An astral-reaching venerable had never appeared in the true Xian region. Today, Yixing had broken this record and became the first venerable in the true Xian region. Of course, strictly speaking, Yixing was no longer a martial artist of the true Xian region. His stage had already reached the East Divine Continent, the entire Star Continent, and even the outer Star Continents. If he had stayed in the true Xian region, it would have been impossible for him to become a venerable. Yixing sat cross-legged. His eyebrows and eyes were closed as he circulated his astral energy, refining the remaining lightning energy in his body and continuing to temper his body and astral energy. The 5th tribulation lightning was too terrifying. Perhaps even a mid-level honorable might not be able to withstand it. The reason why Yixing managed to overcome the tribulation lightning was not only because he was strong enough to withstand the power of the tribulation lightning, but also because his physical body was strong. After being tempered by the divine dragon's blood essence, he was far stronger than other honorables. After all, the venerable's body was powerful only because it had been tempered by the tribulation lightning. However, after becoming a venerable, the body would not be strengthened by much. Therefore, many mid-level venerables' bodies were not as good as Yixing's. In terms of resisting the tribulation lightning, Yixing was naturally stronger. What Yixing didn't know was that the reason why his venerable thunder tribulation was so terrifying and far surpassed other venerables was greatly related to the divine dragon's blood in his body. The might of the Venerable Thunder Tribulation was directly proportional to the Venerable's strength. The divine dragon's blood had greatly increased Yi Xing's strength. Naturally, the might of the Thunder Tribulation he faced would far surpass other Venerables. As for the number of times the Middle Star's Thunder Tribulation was won more than other Venerables, it was because of the astrology. Martial artists with the highest astrology would have won more Thunder Tribulation than other martial artists. After an hour, Yi Xing opened his eyes. His eyes blossomed with a bright light, as if shooting out 2 lightning bolts. Yi Xing had completely refined and absorbed the remaining lightning energy in his body. The charred skin on his body started to peel off, revealing a new layer of skin. The new skin was full of luster, a robust bronze color, and full of power. Within his body, Yi Xing's qi and blood surged, flowing like a river. It was powerful and powerful. His bones were like diamonds and jade, incomparably sturdy. His entire body had undergone a rebirth. Yi Xing stood up and put on a new set of clothes. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. After becoming an astral-reaching venerable, why would he be afraid of any martial artist in the outer domain Starland? Yi Xing was confident that he would be able to fight even if his opponent was a first-rate junior. As for the second-grade experts like Linghu Feiyang, Yi Xing didn't put them in his eyes. However, several months had passed. Yi Xing didn't know whether the first-grade experts of the younger generation had encountered any good fortune or whether their cultivation had increased. If their cultivation had made a breakthrough, their strength would certainly have improved greatly, and they would be hard to deal with. In any case, I'm in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. They can't come in, and I can't go out. Since we can't meet, it's meaningless to compete with them in terms of strength. Yi Xing thought inwardly. His gaze fell on the dragon race martial skill on the wall, and his eyes shone. I've already refined the divine dragon essence blood and can transform into a dragon body. I wonder how powerful this dragon race martial skill will be. With this thought, Yi Xing's heart moved, and he activated the divine dragon essence blood. In an instant, golden scales grew out of Yi Xing's body. 2 horns even grew out of his head, and a dragon tail grew out of his back. He had turned into a dragon man. Yi Xing clenched his fist and twisted his body. Explosive sounds of bones twisting came from within his body. After transforming into a dragon body, Yi Xing felt that his physical strength had multiplied by several times, becoming incomparably powerful. Yi Xing executed the dragon race martial skill on the wall. With just one move, an even stronger power was born within his body, causing Yi Xing's strength to increase explosively once again. What a frightening power! Yi Xing was astonished. Chapter 613. The surging power in his body shocked Yi Xing. He couldn't determine how strong the power in his body was, but he knew that it was much more terrifying than when he erupted his strength to the limit in his normal state. Perhaps, even the strongest junior experts would become opponents that Yi Xing could easily defeat. Yi Xing executed the Dragon Clan martial arts on the wall one move after another. The more he executed the moves, the more terrifying the power in his body became. This set of Dragon Clan martial arts had a total of 81 moves. Yi Xing had only executed the 9th move when he felt the power in his body swelling to the limit. His body almost couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't execute the 10th move no matter how hard he tried. Heavens, this set of martial arts must be extraordinary. I can only execute 1/9 of the moves. If I can execute all of them, what realm will I reach? Yi Xing stopped, his heart filled with shock. Before he obtained the divine dragon blood essence, Yi Xing was extremely familiar with these 81 moves. He felt that they were ordinary martial arts. Only now, after absorbing the divine dragon blood essence and transforming into a dragon man, did he realize how extraordinary this set of Dragon Clan martial arts was. With my strength, it's enough to sweep through all the martial artists in this foreign starland. I really want to meet the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace again. But the formations and restrictions in this divine dragon forbidden land are extremely powerful. Wanting to leave is harder than ascending to heaven. Yixing's gaze swept around, sizing up the great hall once more. He then turned and left, exiting the hall. Yixing could enter the divine dragon forbidden land from the outside through the flaws and weaknesses of the divine dragon forbidden land's restrictions. However, the way in was the weak point, and the way out was the opposite. It was no longer a weak point. Instead, it was filled with terrifying killing intent. Yixing's super brain had evolved, and its functions were much stronger. He could see that the restrictions here were easy to enter but hard to leave. Without super strength or high attainment in arrays, it was impossible to leave. I have the super brain scanning, so I have a bigger advantage than other cultivators. Other cultivators can only leave after becoming a king or a grade 5 array master. As long as I have the attainment of a grade 4 array master, with the super brain's analysis of the restrictions here, should be able to leave. Yixing thought. Yixing's current goal was to leave the divine dragon forbidden area and seek revenge from the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace and Star Elephant Palace. Therefore, in the following time, he had to study the restrictions here and improve his attainments in spirit formations. He had to strive to find the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace and Star Elephant Palace before the Outerium Star Continent closed. Otherwise, once the foreign starland closed, Yixing would return to the Starry Land, and the disciples of Xinxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace would return to the Starry Crescent Land. Who knew when Yixing would be able to take revenge? Yixing sat down cross-legged outside the palace and opened his super brain scanning, analyzing the restrictions before him and comprehending the principles of the arrays. After comprehending for a while, Yixing started to draw on the ground in front of him, constructing a model of the array, attempting to construct a grade 4 array. There was a huge difference between each grade of the array. From grade 3 to grade 4, it was as difficult as breaking through from astral reaching realm to astral reaching realm from astral reaching realm. No, it was much more difficult. Array Dao was harder than martial Dao, and this was a publicly acknowledged fact. Compared to astral reaching realm experts, grade 4 array masters were extremely rare. It was not even 1/10 of astral reaching realm experts. From this, it could be seen that array Dao was 10 times more difficult than martial Dao. The restrictions within the Forbidden Land were extremely high level. According to Yixing's estimation, it was at least a grade 5 array that had reached minor completion, or even higher. For an ordinary level 3 array grandmaster, they could at most comprehend level 4 array formations. As for array formations above level 4, they basically could not comprehend anything. Because the difficulty was too high, they could not understand it at all. If they could not understand it, what could they gain? Yixing was obviously an exception. He had the super brain scanning, which was equivalent to having the best teacher teaching him. Even if the formations in the Forbidden Land of Divine Dragons were of a very high level, Yixing could still analyze their structure through the super brain scanning and slowly study their principles. However, it was not hard to analyze its structure, but to comprehend its principles was not easy. It was not something that could be done overnight. Day after day passed. Yixing spent every day comprehending the Tao of arrays. Grade 4 arrays already involved the Yuan Qi of the world. Yixing did not have any array materials that contained the Yuan Qi of the world. He could only use the Yuan Qi of the world to supplement it. Fortunately, Yixing's fire, wind, and darkness grand forces of the universe had reached the state of the integration of heaven and man in the greater mastery stage. Furthermore, he had gone very far in the greater mastery stage, thus he could mobilize the universe's vitality, which was not inferior to that of an intermediate venerable one. As such, it was more than enough to supplement the structure of the formation. Moreover, As Yixing used the fire, wind, and darkness yuan qi, Yixing's comprehension of the three worldly auras was also rising slowly. Every day, Yixing's face would be filled with surprise. Every day, he would gain something from his study of formations and restrictions, allowing his attainments in the Tao of formations to improve by leaps and bounds. Time passed in a hurry. A month later, Yixing sensed that he had comprehended a hint of the subtleties of a grade 4 array. His attainment in formations was only a step away from the grade 4 standard. Of course, this step might seem like it was within reach, but it wasn't easy to take this step. It required a qualitative improvement in Yixing's array Tao. Many grade 3 formation masters studied formations their entire lives and were only a step away from becoming grade 4 formation masters. Even so, they could not cross the step and could not achieve it even after spending their entire lives. Of course, there were also some genius array masters who only used a short amount of time to take this step. Whether or not Yixing could take this step and become a 4th grade array master in a short period of time would depend on his luck, or rather, his talent in array Tao. Star Continent, Wei Qingxian had been in the East Divine Continent for 2 months already. After arriving at the Blood Edge Empire, Wei Qingxian returned to the Dark Star sect through the teleportation array. The reason she became a student of the Blood Edge Empire Academy was to go to the Outer Realm Star Continent. Now that she had achieved her goal, she naturally had to return to the Dark Star sect. With Lanqin Emperor's arrangement, the place where Wei Qingxian was in seclusion was absolutely quiet. No one would disturb her. After 2 months of seclusion, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation base finally broke through to the astral-reaching realm. In an instant, a surging bloodline power gushed out of Wei Qingxuan's body. With her cultivation base breaking through, her bloodline power became even more frightening. Before her memories could awaken, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation base was sensed by the heavenly Tao and transferred to the dimensional space. The venerable thunder calamity had begun. Chapter 6:14. Wei Qingxian had the strongest celestial form, the Virgo constellation, and the venerable stage thunder calamity was also 5 stages. Moreover, the bloodline power in her body was extremely powerful. Although it hadn't been fully awakened, it wasn't inferior to Yixing's divine dragon essence blood. Therefore, her venerable stage thunder calamity was also extremely powerful, far surpassing other martial artists. After the 5 stages of the thunder calamity, Wei Qingxuan's body was also scorched black. However, the circulation of her bloodline quickly healed her injuries, and she recovered to normal. The scorched black skin on her body fell off, revealing more delicate and white skin than before. Under the influence of the Virgo constellation, Wei Qingxuan's skin faintly shone with a holy light, as if a goddess had descended to the world. After Wei Qingxian put on the new clothes, the memories of her previous life awakened from the depths of her bloodline. She saw the middle-aged scholar who could destroy stars with a wave of his hand, and the middle-aged beauty whose face was full of love. This time, Wei Qingxuan's awakened memories were extremely clear. The experiences and growth of her previous life continuously appeared in her mind. Compared to other martial artists, Wei Qingxuan's previous life was definitely high and mighty, envied by others. Her father, the middle-aged scholar, was a supreme being known as the reincarnation supreme being, an existence above true gods. Her mother, the middle-aged beauty, was a powerful true god, whose strength was exceedingly high among true gods. As the daughter of a supreme being, Wei Qingxian was born with conditions and resources that other martial artists couldn't obtain even if they worked their entire lives. Since she was young, she ate the best food in the world, drank the best wine, and cultivated the strongest martial arts. Moreover, she had the guidance of the strongest experts. Her cultivation talent was shocking. She had a purple heaven's will, which was the highest heaven's will of a true god. She was destined to become a true god. Under the guidance of the reincarnation supreme being, her cultivation naturally progressed by leaps and bounds. Before the age of 10, he had only been building the foundation of martial arts. At the age of 10, he had broken through the star vortex realm. At the age of 11, he had broken through the astral reaching realm and became a sage. At the age of 13, he had broken through the astral reaching realm and became a venerable. At the age of 16, he had broken through the star sea realm and became a king. At the age of 20, he had undergone his first nirvana and became a quasi-god. She was born with such a superior background, and her cultivation speed was so fast that no one in the world could compare to her. Moreover, she was extremely doted on by her parents. Anything she wanted, she could have it as long as she asked. Setbacks were simply non-existent to her. Growing up under the wings of her parents, she did not understand the evilness of the human heart, nor did she understand the difficulties of the martial path. Before she had fully grown into a true god, her personality had already killed her. She revealed something that she shouldn't have and let others know that her astrological sign was the Virgo astrological sign. Furthermore, when the reincarnation supremacy left the reincarnation palace, she was tricked out of the reincarnation palace and was captured by the reincarnation supremacy's opponent, the Xueli supremacy. Even though reincarnation supremacy had left her with a large number of life-saving treasures, none of them would be effective against the supremacy as long as she was not in reincarnation palace. Because she was captured, her mother left the reincarnation palace with the supreme artifact and fought with the Xueli supremacy. She died, and only managed to buy some time for the reincarnation supremacy to rush back. The two supremacies had a great battle outside the reincarnation palace. Although the reincarnation supremacy won the battle and injured the Xueli supremacy, he did not win his daughter's life. He only won a corpse. The Xueli supremacy killed her when he was escaping. Both his wife and daughter had died, but the reincarnation supremacy could only save one. He was caught in a dilemma. In the end, the reincarnation supremacy sealed his wife in ice and chose to save his daughter. He used the reincarnation Great Tao to let his daughter be reborn. In this life, the reincarnation supremacy did not let his daughter be born into a deity clan or a king's force. Instead, he let her be born into the most ordinary martial arts clan. He let her start from the bottom of the martial path and grow step by step. For this reason, the reincarnation supremacy sealed her bloodline and memories. As her cultivation increased, she would be able to slowly unseal the seal and awaken her bloodline and memories. Although her conditions in this life were far inferior to her previous life, and her cultivation speed could not be compared to that of her previous life, but growing up step by step in a difficult environment, the tempering of her mental state was clearly not something a flower in a greenhouse could compare to. In her previous life, she had the purple destiny, and could naturally cultivate to the true God realm. However, her final destination was basically the true God realm. In this life, the reincarnation supremacy had high hopes for her, and hoped that she could also break through to the supremacy realm. The memories in her mind disappeared, and only the figure of a middle-aged scholar remained. It was the reincarnation supremacy. You being able to awaken these memories means that you have already stepped into the astral reaching realm and have begun to see the world. You can be considered to have truly stepped into the martial Tao palace. The martial Tao is to explore the mysteries of heaven and earth and control the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only then can you be considered to have truly stepped into the martial Tao. You have reached this realm, and can cultivate Father's minor reincarnation art. I will pass it to you now. The reincarnation supremacy formed a hand seal, and with a wave of his hand, Wei Qingxian felt a wave of memories surge out from the depths of her bloodline. It was the cultivation inheritance of the minor reincarnation art. Wei Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. This was a deity-grade cultivation technique. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even if they obtained the minor reincarnation art, they would not be able to cultivate it. A deity-grade cultivation technique was too high level. If they couldn't even understand it, how could they cultivate it? Wei Qingxian had the reincarnation supremacy's bloodline, and the minor reincarnation art was created by the reincarnation supremacy. Wei Qingxian had also cultivated it in her previous life. Therefore, there was a very familiar feeling, and she could barely cultivate it. When an astral-reaching realm cultivator cultivated a deity-grade cultivation technique, even if they could barely cultivate it and only scratched the surface, their power was not something that other cultivators of the same realm could compare with. They would be able to challenge those of a higher realm. In other words, as long as Wei Qingxian cultivated the minor reincarnation art, she would be able to easily sweep away low-level cultivators. She would even be able to fight mid-level cultivators. The reincarnation supremacy's figure was still there, and his voice continued to resound in Wei Qingxuan's mind. Don't blame me for not saving your mother. Your mother's martial potential has been exhausted, and she has no fate to become a supremacy. But you do. I will let you be reborn. As long as you become a supremacy in the future, you and I will work together to bring your mother back to life. Your mother died trying to save you. If it weren't for her stalling for time, by the time I rushed back to the reincarnation palace, you would have been captured by Shueli. Your fate would be even more miserable than death. Now, your mother's fate is in your hands. If you become a supremacy, your mother will have a chance to come back to life. If you don't become a supremacy, your mother will never wake up. You have to work hard. Father will be waiting for you in the reincarnation palace. I hope you can rely on your own efforts to return to the reincarnation palace one day. With that, the reincarnation supremacy's figure disappeared from Wei Qingxuan's mind. The previous memories were still vivid in her mind. Her mother's face had already been engraved in Wei Qingxuan's heart. I will definitely become a supremacy. There were tears in Wei Qingxuan's eyes, but they bloomed with a resolute gaze as she swore in her heart. Chapter 6:15. Extraterritorial Starland, Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yixing continued to study formations and restrictions, comprehending formations day after day. Every day, Yixing's attainments in the Tao of formations improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the three grand forces of heaven and earth, wind, fire, and darkness, also improved tremendously. When Yixing was only a step away from becoming a fourth-grade formation master, it only took half a month for Yixing to make a breakthrough in formations and become a fourth-grade formation master. When the first level 4 formation model was completed, Yixing's heart was filled with intense joy. He finally had hope of leaving the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yixing stood up and scanned the surroundings with his super brain. After becoming a fourth-grade formation master, his understanding of formations had improved qualitatively. When he looked at these formations and restrictions again, there were more flaws and weak areas that he could not detect in the past. When Yixing was a level 3 array grandmaster, he could use his super brain to scan the structure of the array, but he felt that it was impenetrable. Now that he looked at it again, he could find a way out. This was the importance of array formation skills. Yixing walked forward and entered the formations and restrictions. He walked with the corresponding footwork, and as expected, he did not attract any attacks from the formations and restrictions. Occasionally, when he came across some obstruction-type formations and restrictions, Yixing would take out the Golden Rock Profound Spear, find the weak points, and break through by force. In this way, although his speed was not fast, Yixing kept moving forward. After several days of effort, he finally left the central forbidden land of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. When he reached the outer region, with Yixing's current super brain function, he could clearly see which places were safe and which were dangerous. Yixing directly ran and soon left the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yixing turned around and looked at the depths of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. There was still dragon-shaped essence flowing inside, and there were many halls on the mountain peak. Yixing could not tell which hall he had entered, but he was very sure that there was a great treasure in the divine dragon forbidden land. What he had obtained was just a small part of it. I wonder who left this treasure behind. The conditions are so harsh. Perhaps the owner did not want others to obtain it. I was able to obtain a lump of divine dragon essence blood and learn the martial arts of the dragon clan. This is already a heaven-defying fortune. I am extremely lucky. If it weren't for the superbrain, I would have died if I entered the central forbidden area. If it weren't for the black hole astrology, I would have been assimilated by the divine dragon essence blood when I touched it. It's hard to come across such a fortuitous encounter again. Yixing withdrew his gaze from the forbidden land of the divine dragon and turned to look at him. His eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent. Star Elephant Palace, Dark Palace, it's time for me to kill you. Yixing muttered to himself, revealing a murderous aura. Calculating the time, it had been almost half a year since he entered the extraterritorial starland. It was almost time for it to close. Yixing frowned. Although the extraterritorial starland was not big, it was not small either. He did not know where the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace were. It would not be easy to find them in a short time. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yixing. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. After searching for more than 2 hours, not only did he not meet any disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace, he did not even meet a single martial artist. In this extraterritorial starland, there were only a total of 100 martial artists of the younger generation in the Starry Crescent land. Among them, 3 had died in the hands of Yixing. The rest might have died as well. The survivors were scattered all over the place. It was not easy to find one. Just as Yixing was thinking about how to find the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace, an aura suddenly locked onto him. In an instant, the void around Yixing formed a wall, immobilizing him. While Yixing was shocked, the void around him suddenly turned into a space vortex. Yixing was pulled into it. After a moment of dizziness, Yixing once again stepped on solid ground. The space vortex disappeared and his surroundings returned to normal. He appeared in front of a huge jade wall. Yixing's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of this jade wall, he was not the only one. There were many other martial artists. There were at least 70 to 80 people. Big Dipper Sword Sect disciple Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Luyang, Xing Liuyu and other disciples of Star Elephant Palace, Xian Yifeng, Yi Yunchuan and other disciples of Dark Moon Palace were among them. From the expressions of these people, it was clear that they were the same as Yixing. They were all suddenly transported here by the space vortex. Yixing's heart was filled with a strong sense of joy. This was really, searching high and low only to find it by chance. He was just thinking about taking revenge on the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. Who would have thought that they would meet again so soon? Feng Xiaoxiao, you can't escape. Ha ha ha. Xing Liuyu laughed loudly and rushed towards Feng Xiaoxiao. At the same time, a black-robed youth also rushed towards Feng Xiaoxiao from another direction, forming a pincer attack. Yixing looked at Feng Xiaoxiao and discovered that he was not in a good state. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Evidently, he had just experienced a great battle. And he's already a 2-star venerable. Yixing immediately sensed the change in Feng Xiaoxiao's cultivation base from the aura that erupted from his body. Xing Liuyu's cultivation base has also broken through. He's already a 3-star venerable. Yixing's gaze turned towards Xing Liuyu and the black-robed youth, who were attacking Feng Xiaoxiao. This was the first time Yixing had seen the black-robed youth, so he did not recognize him. However, his aura was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Xing Liuyu's. Moreover, his cultivation base had reached the 4th level of astral reaching realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among all the martial artists present. After breaking through to 2-star Venerable, Feng Xiaoxiao's strength had greatly increased and he had begun to counterattack. However, Xing Liuyu from Star Elephant Palace had also broken through to 3-star Venerable. His strength was not much inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao's. Moreover, the genius disciple of Demon Sealing Valley, Feng Xiong, had also encountered a great opportunity in the Outer Realm Starland. His cultivation base had broken through to mid-level Venerable. Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had sought out Feng Xiong for cooperation. With Feng Xiong's help, Feng Xiaoxiao was at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle and was chased by Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. With great difficulty, Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape from Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong's pursuit. In the end, on the last day of the Outer Realm Starland's closure, all the martial artists had been transported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall in the center of the Starland. Yi Xing's gaze swept over Xing Luyang, Linghu Feiyang, Yi Yunchuan, and the other martial artists he knew. He discovered that their cultivation bases were still the same as 4 months ago. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing sized up all the martial artists. Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong had attacked Feng Xiaoxiao in the blink of an eye. "Brat, you actually didn't die." While Yi Xing was sizing up the others, they had also noticed him. Xing Luyang let out a loud shout, his eyes wide open as he looked at Yi Xing with astonishment. "Even if you didn't die, you'll die today." Linghu Feiyang directly charged at Yi Xing with an ominous glint in his eyes. Chapter 6:16. Although Linghu Feiyang's cultivation base hadn't broken through and was still a 2-star Venerable, his cultivation base had stabilized to the peak of the 2nd level of Astral Reaching Realm. Compared to 4 months ago, his strength had greatly increased. Among the 3-star Venerables, he was already at the peak. Last time, Linghu Feiyang had defeated Yi Xing, and had nearly allowed Yi Xing to escape. Now that they were encountering each other again, Linghu Feiyang would naturally be the first to charge at Yi Xing to make up for his mistake last time. When Linghu Feiyang attacked Yi Xing, the Dark Yin Palace disciple Yi Yunchuan's body surged with black qi and disappeared, concealing his figure. Yi Xing's current super brain was a lot more powerful than before. Even if he was far away, he could still clearly scan Yi Yunchuan's figure. He knew that the latter was circling around behind him and cutting off his escape route. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth perked up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. Cutting off his escape route? Yi Xing had never thought of running away. Seeing Linghu Feiyang rushing over, Yi Xing deliberately retreating towards Yi Yunchuan. Yi Yunchuan had secretly launched a sneak attack and injured Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing had listed him as the number 1 person he had to kill. Seeing Yi Xing retreating towards him, the corner of Yi Yunchuan's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. He thought that Yi Xing was panicking, but he didn't know that Yi Xing was deliberately coming. "Where do you think you're going?" Linghu Feiyang shouted loudly. His body instantly streaked across the sky like a rock, chasing after Yi Xing whoosh. Starlight soared into the sky as Linghu Feiyang operated his star form, pouring down surging wood attribute star power. He waved his hand, and the star power turned into a huge vine, grabbing towards Yi Xing. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yi Xing's back. His retreating speed suddenly increased. It looked like he was dodging the attack of the vine hand. In a blink of an eye, he had already flashed to the side of the hidden Yi Yunchuan. Good timing. Yi Yunchuan didn't know that Yi Xing was deliberately retreating. Seeing Yi Xing retreating to his side, he immediately attacked. A cold light flashed, stabbing towards Yi Xing's throat. Yi Xing raised his arm and clamped his 2 fingers. A cold light fell between his fingers. It was a short dagger. After the refinement of the divine dragon essence blood, Yi Xing's body, it was no weaker than an ordinary venerable. After the refinement of the venerable thunder calamity, it had become even stronger. Although the venerables, yes, the venerable S's, the Venerables' the Venerables' venerable venerated. Yi Xing's physical body had been tempered by the Thunder Tribulation, so his physical body was much stronger than other martial artists. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Xing could sweep away the same level Venerables just by relying on the strength of his body. Although Yi Yunchuan had the strength of a 3-star Venerable, he didn't use his celestial body at this moment. The power of his attack was not very strong. It was not much stronger than a 2-star Venerable. Yi Xing naturally used 2 fingers to clamp the opponent's attack. Yi Yunchuan's short dagger was actually clamped by Yi Xing's 2 fingers. This made him shocked. At this time, Yi Xing's other hand formed a claw and grabbed downwards. It was as fast as lightning. It was beyond Yi Yunchuan's expectation. Naturally, he was caught head-on. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Yi Xing's 5 fingers were like fine steel and black iron. They directly pierced into Yi Yunchuan's head. The 5 fingers shot out star energy and instantly turned Yi Yunchuan's head into paste. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yunchuan had secretly made a move and Yi Xing had killed him instead. The genius disciple of the Dark Yin Palace, Yi Yunchuan, died instantly. Hiss, the martial artists present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Yunchuan's strength was in the 2nd level. He had the ability to challenge those of a higher level in the Venerable realm. But he was actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, he had been killed in an instant while he was secretly assassinating Yi Futian. This was simply unbelievable. Linghu Feiyang, who was chasing after Yi Xing to kill him, was also greatly astonished. In terms of strength, Linghu Feiyang was not inferior to Yi Yunchuan. However, if the 2 of them were to engage in a life-and-death battle, Linghu Feiyang felt that his chances of winning were less than 30%. Yi Yunchuan's assassination technique was unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. Linghu Feiyang asked himself. If he was suddenly assassinated by Yi Yunchuan, it would be best if he could escape safely. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Yi Yunchuan, let alone in an instant. To be able to kill Yi Yunchuan who was secretly assassinating him, what kind of strength was that? In an instant, timidity appeared in Linghu Feiyang's heart. Yi Xing had a strange astrology that could make people fall into a world of darkness. Linghu Feiyang had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, even when he was stronger than Yi Xing, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. Now, Yi Xing's strength had reached such a level. If he fell into the world of darkness again, how could he still be alive? Linghu Feiyang's heart was timid at first. Then, it turned into a great terror between life and death. He quickly withdrew his attack and turned around to escape. However, he was already very close to Yi Xing. How could it be so easy to escape? Stay! Yi Xing coldly shouted. He instantly threw Yi Yunchuan's corpse away. The azure cloud wings behind him flapped. The power of wind was circulated to the limit as he rushed towards Linghu Feiyang. At the same time, the golden rock profound spear appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing used the wind shadow spear technique. The wind shadow spear technique was originally focused on speed. Coupled with the acceleration of wind energy, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Po! In an instant, the golden rock profound spear caught up to Linghu Feiyang. It pierced through the back of Linghu Feiyang's neck and came out from his throat. If Linghu Feiyang had resisted with all his strength, Yi Xing would have been able to block the spear without using his astrology. The other cultivators from Xingxiang Palace would be able to rescue him in time. However, he turned around and fled. He made a huge mistake in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. It was impossible for him to escape. He would only die even faster. Linghu Feiyang's eyes widened. He looked at the spear tip that came out from his throat. He wanted to say something but he couldn't say anything. Yi Xing's spear pierced Linghu Feiyang. Blood quickly flowed out from the grooves on both sides of the spear head. He coldly said, Can you escape? Hearing Yi Xing's voice, Linghu Feiyang's eyes were filled with despair and terror. In an instant, an intense pain came from his neck. Yi Xing had instantly retrieved the golden rock profound spear. The spear tip came back and tore open a bloody hole in Linghu Feiyang's neck. Even though a venerable had a powerful life force, Linghu Feiyang's life was instantly drained away. His hands covered his throat as he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with remaining grievances. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace who were charging towards Yi Xing all stopped. They looked at Yi Xing with shock. As a 3-star venerable, Xing Liuyang's strength was comparable to a mid-level venerable. At this moment, he looked at Yi Xing with a grave expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. You actually broke through to the astral reaching realm. Xing Liuyang stared at Yi Xing and said word by word. His voice was filled with shock. Chapter 617. 4 months ago, Xing Liuyang had met Yi Xing. At that time, Yi Xing's cultivation base had only reached half-step venerable. The gap between the astral reaching realm and the astral star realm was a huge gap in the martial path. Even the geniuses of the starry crescent continent would be stuck at half-step venerable for a year or two. Yi Xing was only a martial artist from a lower continent. Yet, he had passed through the venerable thunder calamity and become an astral reaching venerable in such a short period of time. Yi Xing held the golden rock profound spear in his hand. Fire Yuan Qi gathered around his body while wind Yuan Qi revolved around him. Yi Xing's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xing Liuyang and said, What, are you afraid? It was you who forced me into the forbidden zone. Otherwise, how could I have reached the astral reaching realm so quickly? To be honest, I really have to thank you. How about I send you off to reunite with Linghu Feiyang? You think I'm afraid of you? Xing Liuyang roared. His hair and beard fluttered as he released his cultivation. A terrifying aura burst out as he said, So what if you've stepped into the astral reaching realm? Although I haven't broken through, my strength has improved greatly. I'm invincible among the 4-star venerables. Even if your battle strength is heaven-defying and can be compared with ordinary 4-star venerables, in front of me, there's only one outcome, death. Pointing his golden rock profound spear at Xing Liuyang, Yi Xing said coldly, Then come and try. Xing Liuyang's gaze swept over the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. He transmitted his voice to them, telling them that if the situation went south, they would swarm up and kill Yi Xing. Then, he looked at Yi Xing and sneered, Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot up into the sky, turning into a flaming star. It was an extreme flaming star. At the same time, Xing Liuyang raised his hand and the profound flame spear appeared in his hand. A large amount of fire Yuan Qi gathered around his body, turning him into a flame emissary. Whoosh! Yi Xing also used his flame astral avatar. Xing Liuyang's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xing had to go all out to fight. Fire dragon leaves the mountain. Xing Liuyang shouted as the ardent flame profound spear in his hand bloomed with bright flames. The spear shot out and turned into a fiery dragon spear. This fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was filled with berserk power, enough to instantly injure or even kill a 3-star venerate. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing's spear was like a cold light, thrusting out like a stream of light, its speed was inconceivably fast. This spear contained the power of wind and darkness. Not only was it fast, but it was also hard to detect. Yi Xing went around the spear of fire dragon and went straight for Xing Liuyang's throat. If it had been an ordinary 4-star venerable, Yixing's spear attack would have definitely been able to force the other party to return to defense. However, Xing Luyang was not an ordinary 4-star venerable. When he saw that Yixing's spear was too fast, he immediately opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and sneered. "You want to force me to return to defense with your speed? Dream on." Fire dragon swings its tail. In an instant, Xing Luyang's spear turned into a sweep. The tail of the spear of fire dragon moved horizontally and collided with Yixing's spear. Boom! The wind shadow spear dissipated in an instant. In terms of the strength of the stars, Yixing was inferior. In terms of martial arts attainment, Yixing was at the supreme grade spiritual martial transformative realm, while Xing Luyang had mastered a low-grade profound level martial art. Yixing was slightly inferior. In terms of the power of the stars, Yixing's golden rock spear was at the low-grade profound level, while Xing Luyang's blazing flame spear was at the mid-grade profound level. Yixing was still inferior. Even though Yixing's understanding of the momentum of heaven and earth and his control of the qi of heaven and earth was stronger than Xing Luyang's, he was still no match for Xing Luyang in a head-on collision. Yixing was slightly inferior. Xing Luyang's spear shattered Yixing's wind shadow spear and continued to stab at Yixing. Yixing performed the shadow steps and split his body, dodging the spear. Fire dragon soars the sky. Die! Xing Luyang shouted and unleashed his aura to the extreme. He performed one of the unique skills of the fiery dragon spear art. The fiery dragon spear art was 100 meters long. It soared into the sky and flew around Xing Luyang. Wherever it passed, waves of air billowed. Cracks appeared on the ground just from the rapid airflow. It could be seen how terrifying the fiery dragon spear art was. The fiery dragon spear art was too fast. Circle after circle, it kept expanding. Even though Yixing's shadow steps were exquisite and unpredictable, he still felt that he could not avoid it. Layers of wind shadows. Yixing unleashed his strength to the extreme and performed the unique skill of the wind shadow spear art. In an instant, the sky was filled with spear shadows and they all rushed towards the fiery dragon spear art. Bang! 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 However, the fiery dragon spear art was powerful and unstoppable. The wind shadow spear art shattered one after another, but the fiery dragon spear art continued to move forward, only slightly weaker. Your attack power is not good enough. You can't block it. Huh. Xing Luyang let out a peal of laughter. Yixing's martial art was only a spirit-level supreme-grade martial art. Even though it had reached the transcendent state and could easily defeat an overlord, it was nothing in front of Xing Luyang. Yixing knew that his weakness was his martial art. The wind shadow spear art was only of the highest grade of the spiritual level and it was not compatible with the flame astrology. Therefore, in terms of power, it could not be compared to Xing Luyang's fiery dragon spear art. The advantage of the wind shadow spear art was its speed. In this aspect, it was countered by Xing Luyang's heavenly eye. If Yixing had used the sky-burning sun fist art, the power of his martial art would have increased a lot. However, Yixing knew that the sky-burning sun fist art was only of the highest grade of the spiritual level. Although it could be used to fight against Xing Luyang, it could not defeat him. If he wanted to defeat Xing Luyang, the only way was, Yixing's heart stirred. A beam of starlight shot into the sky. He had used the black hole astrology. Only by turning Xing Luyang blind would he be unable to block his elusive spear art. Even if Xing Luyang was stronger, he would still die. The black hole astrology hung high in the sky. Xing Luyang was suddenly plunged into a world of darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Whoosh, Yixing moved like lightning. He became one with his spear and pushed his speed to the limit. He thrust his spear at Xing Luyang. Xing Luyang immediately felt that his life was in danger. Fiery Dragon Shield. Xing Luyang retracted the fiery dragon spear art and protected it outside his body. At the same time, his heavenly eye was pushed to the limit. However, in the world of darkness, even the heavenly eye was greatly weakened. It was not until Yixing's spear was within 10 meters that Xing Luyang saw a faint shadow of the spear. Fortunately, the fiery dragon shield protected this area. Xing Luyang used all his strength to push the defense of this area to the limit. Clang, sparks flew. A large chunk of the fiery dragon spear art's body was pierced, but it blocked Yixing's attack. Yixing immediately retracted his spear and retreated. Chapter 618. Xian Yefeng. Xing Luyang shouted out loud, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. In this world of darkness, Yixing's spear skills were unpredictable. He had no confidence he could block Yixing's next spear strike. Moreover, in this world of darkness, no other martial artist would be able to help. Only Xian Yefeng, a genius disciple of Dark Moon Temple whose strength was no weaker than his own, could. As Xing Luyang spoke, Xian Yefeng had already attacked. His figure turned into a black line as he instantly shot towards Yixing. 2 fingers shot out, forming a pitch-black astral finger. This pitch-black astral finger was extremely fast. Moreover, it rippled like waves, its power terrifying. This was Dark Moon Temple's profound-level martial art, the profound dark finger. When Yixing fought, his eyes and ears were alert. When Xian Yefeng attacked, Yixing was well aware of it. He thrust out his spear, raging flames raging as it collided with the profound dark finger. Bang! A terrifying recoil struck out. Yixing was sent flying 100 meters away. Xian Yefeng's strength wasn't any weaker than Xing Luyang's. He wasn't his match in a head-on clash. Yixing's mortal body was powerful, so he wasn't injured. His aura covered Xian Yefeng, forcing him into the world of darkness. What a strong power of darkness! Your astrology is extraordinary. Unfortunately, I also comprehend the power of darkness. This darkness cannot stop me. Xian Yefeng sneered. Although he was trapped in the world of darkness and his vision was greatly affected, he could still see Yixing's figure. After comprehending the power of darkness, other martial artists naturally couldn't compare with him in the darkness. In particular, Xian Yefeng had opened his martial Dao heavenly eye. His vision was enhanced and he was able to see through the darkness, locking onto Yixing's body. Whoosh, the void tore apart. The profound dark finger once again shot towards Yixing. Although the world of darkness couldn't affect Xian Yefeng, Yixing was like the ruler of this world of darkness. He could sense everything that was happening in this world of darkness. Yixing's mind was clear as day and his reaction speed was greatly increased. His figure split apart. Yixing dodged Xian Yefeng's attack and shot his spear towards Xing Luyang. In the world of darkness, Yixing found it difficult to deal with Xian Yefeng. But Xing Luyang was completely trapped in the world of darkness. Ye's priority target. The black night wind was surrounded by wind elemental energy. It was like a gust of wind, instantly blocking Yixing and Xing Luyang. You're very fast, but I'm not slow either. You want to kill someone in front of me, Xian Yefeng? What wishful thinking. Xian Yefeng sneered and used the profound dark finger to push Yixing back. However, Yixing's reaction speed was too fast in the world of darkness. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack Xing Luyang, Yixing wouldn't be able to catch Yixing's movements. Every attack would be dodged by Yixing. The rest of you, stay away and shoot. Xian Yefeng shouted. Xian Yefeng knew that if others were to rush over, they would be trapped in the world of darkness like him and Xing Luyang. They wouldn't be able to help. This world of darkness was clearly related to the black hole's star. However, the star's area of influence was limited. As long as one was far enough away, they wouldn't be affected. Therefore, Xian Yefeng ordered everyone to stay away and shoot. Among the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Yin Palace, there were very few who cultivated archery. There was only one archery expert, and that was Xingxiang Palace's disciple, Yan Lan. Yan Lan's strength was on par with Linghu Feiyang's. However, she was much more terrifying than Linghu Feiyang because her archery was impossible to guard against. If Linghu Feiyang wanted to kill someone, he had to do it at close range. However, Yan Lan only needed to shoot an arrow from afar, and the target wouldn't even know who killed him. In this aspect, Yan Lan was completely comparable to the disciples of Dark Yin Palace. She was good at assassination. As soon as Xian Yefeng's voice fell, the younger generation, including Yan Lan, distanced themselves from Yixing and retreated more than 10 li away. Yan Lan especially retreated 20 li away and took out a profound grade bow, the Earth Profound Bow. Profound grade bows could draw upon Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. There was no need for arrows. Drawing the bow could condense Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi into an arrow. Ordinary arrows couldn't withstand Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi at all. Their power wasn't as strong as Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi arrows. Therefore, profound grade bows didn't need arrows. As for profound grade arrows, every one of them was as precious as a profound grade weapon. They were extremely rare. A profound grade bow paired with a profound grade arrow was naturally the strongest. However, very few people would be so wasteful. Using Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi arrows was enough. The other archers all had top-grade spirit bows in their hands. Only Yan Lan had a profound grade bow in her hands. In the blink of an eye, several archers, including Yan Lan, drew the bows in their hands and shot an arrow at Yixing, who was being chased by Xian Yefeng and looking for an opportunity to kill Xing Luyang, suddenly frowned and felt danger. There were several arrows flying towards him, but there was only one that made him feel threatened. It was an earth yellow Yuan Qi arrow. Someone is using a profound grade bow. Yixing's heart stirred. He used his afterimage footwork to the limit and constantly changed his position. To be able to use a profound grade treasure bow, one must be an expert in the Tao of archery, and an expert in the Tao of archery could easily change the direction of their arrows. Yixing himself was an expert in the Tao of archery, so he was very clear in his heart that to avoid the arrows of an expert in the Tao of archery, he had to constantly change his direction, and he had to be fast. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had dodged 6 or 7 times. After he dodged 3 times, there was only one arrow left chasing after him. It was that earth yellow Yuan Qi arrow. This Yuan Qi arrow changed direction 5 times before its power dissipated. It could be seen that the archer's attainments in archery had reached the level of 5 changes at will. With such high attainments in archery, coupled with a profound grade bow, even a mid-level venerable would feel danger when shot by a second-star venerable, let alone Yixing's killing intent instantly spread out, enveloping all the martial artists that were shooting arrows in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the few archers that were dozens of miles away from Yixing all fell into a world of darkness. However, Yan Lan, who was more than 20 miles away from Yixing, was an exception. It could be seen that the black hole astrology's range of influence was limited. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yan Lan pulled back the earth profound bow and shot out a second arrow. Because Yixing was dodging that arrow, he kept changing directions and neglected Xian Yifeng's existence. At this moment, Xian Yifeng seized the opportunity to attack. Dark profound finger force shot out one after another. Yixing was in the middle of dodging Xian Yifeng's pursuit when an arrow suddenly came and sealed off his path of retreat. In a hurry, he couldn't dodge. Although the afterimage footwork was exquisite, it still required Yixing to use it. Yixing was out of breath. How could he change direction 6 or 7 times in an instant? However, at this moment, he had to do it even if he couldn't. Yixing instantly took a deep breath. His figure separated again and changed direction, dodging the attack of the dark profound finger. However, this time, he couldn't change direction 6 or 7 times in an instant. He only changed direction 4 times before the earth-colored Yuan Qi arrow caught up to him. Yixing barely dodged the attack on his throat. His body suddenly rose up and the arrow hit his chest. Chapter 619. Pft! Yixing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying by the arrow. The power contained in the khaki-colored Yuan Qi arrow was too terrifying. Even a 4-star supremacy would be severely injured or even killed if struck by the arrow. The energy arrow did not penetrate Yixing's body. Instead, it was blocked by Yixing's black-grade protective inner armor. This was extremely fortunate. If not for the black-grade inner armor blocking the arrow, this arrow would have penetrated Yixing's body. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. However, although the inner armor blocked the energy arrow, the energy contained within the energy arrow still penetrated Yixing's body. This caused Yixing to be severely injured, causing him to instantly spit out a mouthful of blood. The energy within the khaki-colored origin Qi arrow was relentless, sending Yixing flying for several hundred meters before it finally dissipated. Several hundred meters away, Yixing spat out another mouthful of blood. The energy contained within the energy arrow was too sharp. It caused quite a bit of damage to his body, especially since the energy did not penetrate him all at once. Instead, it came in waves, maximizing the damage. Xian Yefeng was not in a hurry to attack. Yixing was already injured. From his point of view, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. With Yan Lan holding him back with her archery from afar, Xian Yefeng's close-range attacks completely restrained Yixing. He was unable to turn the situation around. Xian Yefeng sneered and said, "Kid, no matter how strong you are or how heaven-defying you are still an ant from an inferior continent. Trash. How dare you make an enemy out of us? You only have death awaiting you. You will die without a burial ground. Brother Yi, I'm afraid that both of us are going to die here today. How detestable. You and I are both top geniuses, yet we are going to die under the siege of these mediocre people." Feng Xiaoxiao's voice came from afar. Her tone was filled with unwillingness. Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong's cultivation levels were higher than Feng Xiaoxiao's, but their powers were weaker than hers. However, when the two of them joined forces, they were able to unleash a power that was greater than 1+1. Feng Xiong's sealing technique had greatly weakened Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, making it difficult for her to withstand the Star Flow Feather's attack. She was already injured, and if it wasn't for the mystic middle-grade protective inner armor, she would have lost her life. However, after a prolonged battle, Feng Xiaoxiao would be exhausted sooner or later. The protective inner armor could only protect her body. Feng Xiaoxiao still had to rely on her sword techniques to defend herself. Once she was exhausted, her life would be in danger. Yixing stood in the air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His aura was still fierce as he said loudly, "I won't die. Brother Feng, you won't die either. The ones who will die today will be these mediocre people. Everyone from Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace will die." Ha ha ha. Xian Yefeng laughed loudly and said, "Kid, are you talking in your sleep right now? What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Show us." The disciples from Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace sneered. Yixing had already spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and his injuries were not light. In their eyes, he was an arrow at the end of its flight and a turtle in a jar. He did not even have any hope of escaping, so how could he still have the strength to kill them? However, Feng Xiaoxiao had talked to Yixing before and had some understanding of Yixing. In her impression, Yixing was not someone who would talk in his sleep. Feng Xiaoxiao believed that Yixing must have something to rely on if he dared to say such a thing. Her confidence in him was instantly boosted. Feng Xiaoxiao shouted, "Brother Yi, I believe you. However, can the demon Sealing Valley's disciples also be included in the dead?" Yixing replied loudly, "Today, I will go on a killing spree. Whoever Brother Feng wants to die, they will die." As he spoke, Yixing activated the divine dragon blood essence in his body. Immediately, golden dragon scales grew out from Yixing's body one after another. Moreover, 2 horns grew out of Yixing's head and a dragon tail grew out of his back. The golden dragon scales on his body shone brilliantly, and his hands and feet turned into golden dragon claws. He revealed a peerless and terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was a dragon's aura. Divine dragons were innately divine creatures and possessed divinity. Therefore, dragon's aura was equivalent to divine might. It was an instinctive pressure that came from a higher life form. Everyone present was an astral-reaching venerable. Compared to mortals and even ordinary martial artists, they were high and mighty. Every movement they made contained a terrifying pressure. However, in front of a dragon's aura with divinity, the venerables felt no different from mortals and ordinary martial artists in front of a venerable. Of course, pressure was only pressure. It did not have any actual attacking power. It could only boost one's momentum. The true victor would depend on one's strength. However, this dragon's aura was enough to make all the martial artists present tremble in fear. What is this? Why do I feel like I'm looking at a divine dragon? All the martial artists' hearts trembled as they cried out in alarm. Xian Yifeng's expression changed greatly. He pointed at Yixing and shouted, "You, what exactly did you experience in the divine dragon forbidden land?" Yixing's golden dragon eyes swept over the martial artists of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. He said coldly, "All of you must die." After transforming into a dragon, Yixing lost a bit of his humanity and gained a bit of his draconic nature. Although dragons were honorable, they were still beasts. They were merely divine beasts. Dragons' killing and ferocious nature were extremely powerful. At this moment, Yixing was emitting a torrential aura. His killing intent filled the sky. Some half-step venerables who had yet to step into astral reaching realm felt their legs go soft at the sight of Yixing. They had not gone through the tempering of thunder calamity. They simply could not bear the ferocious aura emitted by Yixing. As for the venerables who had gone through the thunder calamity, they had seen the boundless thunder calamity. Although they felt their hearts palpitate at the ferocious aura emitted by Yixing, they could still bear it. Xian Yifeng felt Yixing's aura and knew that after transforming into a dragon, Yixing's strength had increased by a lot. It would be hard for him to resist. Only Yan Lan was holding him back from behind. If he were to face Yixing head-on, his life would be in danger. Xian Yifeng thought to himself, "I need more people to join hands and attack this person." Xian Yifeng's thoughts turned as he shouted, "This person is no longer human. His body must have been taken over by a monster from the divine dragon forbidden land. His ferocious nature has erupted and he will kill all humans. Everyone, join hands and kill him. Otherwise, you will all die, all die." There were a total of 7 major forces martial artists present. There were only a few Big Dipper sword sect disciples left. Feng Xiaoxiao was besieged by Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong, while the others were held back by Demon Sealing Valley's disciples. Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace's disciples were besieging Yixing. Apart from them, there were also disciples from Giant Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect. Xian Yifeng's words indeed made the martial artists present somewhat worried. Right now, Yixing was emitting a torrential aura. It was truly frightening. And fear was a major factor in people's killing intent. Because they were afraid of snakes, once there was an opportunity to kill a snake, they would definitely not miss it. However, if the snake was too big, the chances of killing it would be low, and the chances of being eaten by the snake would be high. Perhaps no one would dare to attack. Chapter 620. As Xian Yefeng's voice fell, several demon-sealing valley disciples that hadn't yet attacked were the first to rush forwards. As for the disciples of the other three sects, many of them were tempted, but they didn't move. Instead, they watched from the sidelines. Demon-sealing Valley had joined forces with Star Elephant Palace and Dark Yin Temple. If one side suffered, the other would suffer. As for the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect, they had to wait and see if there was a chance they could kill Yixing. If there was a chance, they didn't mind joining forces to take the life of a martial artist from a lower continent. After all, this martial artist could transform into a dragon. That struck fear into their hearts. As the demon-sealing Valley disciples rushed forwards, Yixing also moved. His golden dragon eyes locked onto Xian Yefeng and his figure flashed as he rushed towards him. Whoosh! At this time, in the distance, Yan Lan drew her bow once more and shot out an earth-yellow origin energy arrow. This time, Yixing didn't dodge the origin energy arrow. Instead, he reached out a hand and grabbed it. Kacha, the earth origin energy arrow was crushed to pieces by the golden dragon claw. Whoosh! At this time, Xian Yefeng used the dark mystic finger and rushed towards Yixing. At the same time, he drew backwards. With a flick of the golden dragon claw, the dark mystic finger was instantly shattered. Yixing's figure flashed like a golden light, arriving in front of Xian Yefeng with unbelievable speed. There was a tearing sound in the void. A golden claw reached down towards Xian Yefeng's head. Xian Yefeng lost all courage. He raised a palm towards the sky to block the golden dragon claw. At the same time, his other hand grasped a black dagger and thrust it towards Yixing's heart. Kacha! As Xian Yefeng's palm collided with the dragon claw, the sound of bones breaking rang out. At the same time, the black dagger that was thrusting towards Yixing's heart was caught by another golden dragon claw. Die! Yixing shouted out loud. The dragon claw that was aimed at Xian Yefeng's head continued to descend, instantly causing it to burst open. The disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect weren't affected by the black hole, so they could clearly see the scene of Xian Yefeng's head exploding open. They all lost all courage and hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves from Yixing. None of them dared to rush forwards to throw their lives away. As for the demon-sealing Valley disciples who had rushed forward, they were enveloped by Yixing's killing intent. Just like the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Yin Palace, they fell into a world of darkness. Only the distant Yan Lan was not in the world of darkness. What's going on? Xian Yefeng? Xian Yefeng? Xing Luyang shouted. In the world of darkness, his martial Dao Heavenly Eye could only see around 10 meters around him. He didn't know that Xian Yefeng had already died. Xian, T to his, T Xian's to Xian to. Feng T Teet, Xian Teet Teet, SSS left him, T left, S have T. A terrifying sense of impending doom flashed through Xian Yefeng's mind. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his head. A golden dragon claw had swept past his head, causing it to burst open. First, Xian Yefeng had gone silent, and then Xian Yeyang. This caused the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Star Severing Sect to tremble in fear. Not all of the Dark Yin Palace's disciples had comprehended the grand momentum of darkness. Even the few disciples who had comprehended the grand momentum of darkness were inferior to Xian Yefeng and Yi Yunchuan. Only within a certain range would one be able to see a golden figure. In the eyes of the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect in the distance, Yixing had already turned into a streak of golden light. Every time he passed by a martial artist, that martial artist's head would burst open and they would die instantly. Only when a martial artist's head burst open would Yi Xing's figure pause for a moment, allowing others to see him clearly. The rest of the time, he was a golden beam of light, his speed inconceivably fast. In merely a few breaths of time, more than 10 martial artists had already fallen. All of their heads had burst open, killed in one blow. The speed of death was too fast. The fallen martial artists didn't even have time to scream. This scene fell into the eyes of the martial artists in the distance, causing them to be incomparably terrified. Yan Lan watched as the heads of the Dark Moon Palace disciples burst open one after another. Her heart was bleeding, but more than that, she was terrified. She drew her earth-profound bow and shot a few more arrows at Yi Xing. However, without exception, every Earth Yuan Qi arrow was easily destroyed by Yi Xing. After transforming into his dragon form, Yi Xing's strength had increased greatly, reaching a level where even 4-star venerables couldn't contend against him. Adding on the black hole astral form, which caused the martial artists to fall into a world of darkness, killing people was like cutting grass. Even if the majority of the martial artists killed by him had already reached the astral reaching realm and were venerables, and even some venerables had the ability to challenge those with higher realms, at this moment, before Yi Xing, their lives were like grass. As the golden dragon claw swept across, anyone's head would burst open, instantly losing their life. Brother Feng, you stall Feng Xiao for now. I'll go kill that brat. Otherwise, all the disciples of our 3 sects will be killed by him. In the distance, Xing Liuyu yelled and immediately gave up on Feng Xiao, turning around and flying towards Yi Xing. Xing Luyang had already lost his life, and Linghu Feiyang had also died. There were also a few Dark Moon Palace disciples whose heads had burst open. Xing Liuyu saw this, and his eyes were about to split open, his fury soaring to the heavens. Stop! Xing Liuyu yelled, if you have the guts to fight me, I'll tear you to shreds. At this moment, Yi Xing's dragon nature had the upper hand. His ferocious aura was unparalleled, and he was in the mood to kill. How could he pay attention to Xing Liuyu? Just as Xing Liuyu was speaking, a few more martial artists' heads burst open, losing their lives. Among them was a Dark Moon Palace disciple. Die! Die! Xing Liuyu roared furiously. The golden feather mystic sword in his hand shone with a dazzling golden light as he executed the metal elemental radiance. A golden sword energy slashed towards Yi Xing's back from several miles away. Xing Liuyu was also a monstrous genius. His combat strength was already heaven-defying. When he was a 2-star venerable, he could already defeat a 4-star venerable. Now that Xing Liuyu had broken through to 3-star venerable, his strength had reached the level of a 5-star venerable. He was on the same level as Feng Xiao. How terrifying would his attack be when he was enraged? As the sword energy approached, Yi Xing immediately sensed danger. He clenched his dragon claws, turned around, and punched out. Golden light bloomed from his dragon fist and collided with the golden sword energy, creating a deafening sound. The sword energy came from afar, and its strength was not enough. It was dispersed by Yi Xing's punch. However, Yi Xing could feel the power contained in the sword energy. It was extremely powerful. If they had clashed at close range, he might not have gained the upper hand. Xing Liuyu's attack had successfully attracted Yi Xing's attention. Yi Xing's killing intent instantly enveloped him, causing Xing Liuyu to fall into a world of darkness. Then, with a flash of golden light, Yi Xing charged toward Xing Liuyu at lightning speed. Heaven's Eye, open. Xing Liuyu opened his martial path Heaven's Eye. Golden light bloomed, reflecting the brilliance of the metal-type astrology in the sky. The metal-type astrology illuminated an area of dozens of meters around Xing Liuyu. However, the golden light from the Heaven's Eye could see beyond 100 meters. Chapter 621. Xing Liuyu's strength was not something that Xing Luyang and Xian Yifeng could compare to. Yixing's black hole astrology could not suppress him. 100 meters was a short distance for a venerable, but Xing Liuyu was not an ordinary person. 100 meters was enough for him to react. When Yixing was within 100 meters of Xing Liuyu, he was instantly discovered by Xing Liuyu, and a golden sword energy slashed toward him. Yixing clenched his dragon claws and threw out a punch as well. Their attacks collided once again. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Yixing felt his arm tremble. Xing Liuyu's strength was indeed terrifying. His attack power was not inferior to his. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yixing's figure flickered like golden light. He was extremely fast as he changed directions and launched a terrifying attack at Xing Liuyu, throwing out punch after punch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xing Liuyu stood still. His ears were erect, and his martial Dao heavenly eye scanned his surroundings. The golden sword energy was always able to block Yixing's dragon fists and launch a counterattack. However, Yixing had the advantage of the black hole astrology. In the dark world, Yixing could sense everything. His reaction speed had reached an astonishing level. In the world of darkness, Yixing could fight with martial artists who were stronger than him. If he hadn't transformed into a dragon, Xian Yifeng wouldn't have been affected by the world of darkness, but he wouldn't have been able to do anything to Yixing. He would have needed Yan Lan's help with her archery from afar to have any hope of defeating Yixing. Now, Xing Liuyu's strength was comparable to Yixing's. Yixing's speed was extremely fast, and he appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the dark world. Naturally, he had the upper hand. Xing Liuyu was extremely sullen. He thought that with his combat power as a 5-star venerable, it would be easy to come back and kill Yixing. Who would have thought that Yixing was only a 1-star venerable, but his strength had reached such a heaven-defying level. This was even more heaven-defying than when Feng Xiaoxiao had been a 1-star venerable. While Xing Liuyu was admiring Yixing's strength, Yixing was also admiring Xing Liuyu's strength. He was now using the power of the godly dragon essence blood and emitting the dragon's might. His strength was heaven-defying, and he was in the dark world of the black hole astrology. No matter what, he had a great advantage. However, no matter how fast his attacks were or how special the angles were, they were always blocked by Star Flow Feather. It was clear that Star Flow Feather's reaction was outstanding. In the Starry Crescent Land, Xing Liuyu was overshadowed by Feng Xiaoxiao. In fact, he was also a demonic genius. Unless Yixing had overwhelming strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill Xing Liuyu. Their fists and swords collided fiercely. Soon, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Xing Liuyu was at a disadvantage, his defense was very stable. The situation did not take a turn for the worse. Yixing was still unable to do anything to him. "Brother Xing, hurry up, otherwise I won't be able to hold him back." Feng Xiong's anxious shout could be heard from afar. Previously, Feng Xiong and Xing Liuyu had joined forces to suppress Feng Xiaoxiao. Now, he was fighting Feng Xiaoxiao alone. Although his sealing technique could suppress Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, as the battle dragged on, he was finding it increasingly difficult to hold on. "Come over right now," Xing Liuyu shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Kid, you brat. It's indeed beyond my expectations that you can force me to this point. However, you still have to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Liuyu's entire body was suffused with a layer of blood-red light. His strength skyrocketed. Xing Liuyu had used a secret technique, the blazing blood technique. He burned his essence blood in exchange for great strength. However, this increase in strength was temporary. Once the time was up, he would become very weak. He had not used this secret technique when he was dealing with Feng Xiaoxiao. Instead, he had joined forces with Feng Xiong to slowly entangle Feng Xiaoxiao until she died of exhaustion. Now, he could no longer care so much. Although he could still block Yixing's attack, once Feng Xiong was defeated, he would have to face the combined attack of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yixing when Feng Xiong came over. There was no doubt that he would die. The only thing he could do now was to kill Yixing and then kill Feng Xiaoxiao when the blazing blood technique exploded. Only then would he have a chance to live. Bang! The fist and sword collided. With a loud explosion, Yixing's body was sent flying backward. After using the blazing blood technique, Xing Liuyu's strength had more than doubled. Die! Xing Liuyu roared angrily. His body shot forward like an arrow. While Yixing was sent flying, Xing Liuyu used the ultimate move of the Metal Radiance sword and attacked fiercely. He wanted to kill Yixing in one blow. At this moment, Yixing had nowhere to run. In the face of Xing Liuyu's terrifying sword energy, he had no other choice but to face it head-on. In an instant, Yixing's body made a strange movement. He used the Dragon Clan's martial technique that he had learned in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. A terrifying force was born from Yixing's body. Clang! Just as Xing Liuyu's sword energy was about to behead Yixing, a dragon claw suddenly attacked. With a loud explosion, the sword energy was blocked. What? Xing Liuyu was shocked. At this moment, he had used the blazing blood technique. His strength was even stronger than Feng Xiaoxiao's. However, his ultimate move was blocked by Yixing's claw. Metal Radiance Sword. With a roar, Xing Liuyu used the ultimate move of the Metal Radiance Sword. The Metal Radiance Sword's attack power was terrifying. Even a mystic-grade low-grade inner armor could not block it. Yixing used the second move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. The strength in his body increased again. His dragon claw formed a fist and blasted out. An ear-piercing sound rang out and sparks flew. Xing Liuyu's Metal Radiance Sword was blocked again. Xing Liuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He continued to use the Metal Radiance Sword to slash at Shixing's waist. Third move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Yixing's movements changed. It was very smooth. The strength in his body continued to increase. A golden dragon fist blasted out and instantly dispersed the sword energy. Moreover, Yixing's strength was not exhausted. Instead, he pushed Xing Liuyu back a step and disrupted Xing Liuyu's attack rhythm. Fourth move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Yixing took a step forward and took the opportunity to counterattack. When he used the fourth move, its power was even stronger. Boom! Xing Liuyu used the Metal Radiance Sword to block it. The sword energy was instantly dispersed. The terrifying power hit him and forced him to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. Yixing was getting stronger as the battle went on. Fifth move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Sixth move. Seventh move. Yixing had the upper hand. His attacks were endless. He used one move after another of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. His strength increased rapidly. Xing Liuyu was forced to retreat and spit out blood. Finally, when Yixing used the seventh move, Xing Liuyu could no longer block it. The Metal Radiance Sword in his hand flew out. The golden dragon fist blasted forward and hit Xing Liuyu's head. Bang! Xing Liuyu's head exploded. He was dead. A monstrous genius of a generation had fallen. His life ended in the extraterritorial Star Land. In the distance, the martial artists of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe it and their hearts were thumping. After half a month of adjustment, he's starting to work hard. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.